Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Takas here, but all my friends call me Cat, and you can too. Today is Weeb Wednesday with Mal. We're talking about Demon Lord 2099, Ranma One Half, and All Guys Mixer.
Yep,
How you doing, Mal?
I am doing okay. So
Shut up, Phoenix.
as you know, I've been working on completing my mission as a weeb and learning Japanese.
Yeah, starting it at least.
Yep. I had learned hiragana in the past, but all of that is out of my brain now because it's been like a few years.
Yeah. Last time I actually properly studied Japanese, I was a sophomore in high school, I want to say. So that was like more than half of my life ago. But
Yeah.
I did at one point have both hiragana and katakana memorized.
Yeah,
So
so I
there was
am
that.
playing the Learn Japanese to Survive series.
I actually still remember a couple of characters in hiragana.
Yeah, they're
Katakana not so much because like they're like super simple, so they all look the same,
yeah, that sounds about right.
which is kind of funny because like um so my art teacher in junior high spoke Japanese fluently. This is the guy that I told you about that like he's the guy that taught me or like basically like put me onto the fact that in a lot of anime their names like the characters names are literally stuff just like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5,
Yeah, yeah, I
and
remember
that was
that.
specifically a Gundam one that I don't remember which Gundam it was. I'm sure like anyone listening to this who knows Gundam knows exactly like like which series I'm talking about, because not all of them have that. Like they're all like different kind of names, but in the similar vein. Uh, but
Oh yeah, Gundam Wing, like Duo.
I don't remember. Again, like it, over 15 years ago now. But anyhow, like I because of that, I don't remember what started it, but I did used to write my name at the top of the like itty sheets that we'd have in katakana. So, but I don't remember. I remember how it looked, kind of, sort of, but I don't actually remember what any of those characters mean.
Yeah, and at this point you would be doing like Katagas.
Yeah, which is completely different. Yeah. You know what's fucked? I've used like 10 different fake names in my life. Gone by just like 10 different names in person, even.
Fair enough, yeah. Uh,
It's very on brand if you've known me for much longer than a couple of years.
yeah, I mean, trying out new names is good anyway.
Yeah, I settled on Katagas when I was like 19, actually 19 or 20. I don't remember which.
Okay, so it's been a bit.
Yeah, I haven't changed since then. I do occasionally like change my screen name on like Discord and all that shit to like a character that I'm working on that I really like or whatever. Like in one Discord, I'm a Lady Amaros Duma, which is one of the Demon Lords.
Ah, gotcha. But yeah, the Learn Japanese to Survive series, which is an RPG Maker series of games. Uh, there's some fucking onmyoji who uh, summons literal like hiragana warriors is what they're called.
If fucking fair enough, I guess.
And the only way to sufficiently attack them is to understand them. Which, I mean, yeah, silly premise, but it was always going to be silly. Because
Yeah, like the the one hiragana that I actually remember and can call to my head is no,
fair enough.
which is the for anyone wondering, that's the and basically. I think that's the word for and
Gotcha.
or of or like it's a conjunction word essentially. Like um in it's weird because I don't know the rules of why this happens and when it happens. But in Japanese, sometimes you'll say if you're trying to say I don't know, like fire god. Sometimes I don't remember the name for the word for fire now. Fuck. Okay, water god. Let's go with water god because I actually know the word for water. Sometimes you'll say something like Mizugami. It's called a radicals when you change the K to a G and mash the word together. Mizugami. And then sometimes you'll say something like Mizu no Kami. And the no is the and, the conjunction there. It's also in the names of swords.
Yep.
What's the first one? It's Tsurugi. God damn it. There's a famous fucking pair of swords.
But yeah, like enough of us have heard anime and shit where the names of things have no in there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's one name, and then sometimes it's the name of two different things. It's weird. I don't get quite how it works, but again, I haven't studied Japanese in a long time.
Yeah, it's so. Yeah, so I'm going through the hiragana, then I'll do the katakana, and then I'll focus on my vocab. Then probably try and read some like light novels.
It would be nice to be able to actually like fucking read them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
For people who don't know, the reason why I don't read light novels is because translators are not writers, and you can with manga and like manhwa and all that stuff, you can get a lot of information from the art and the panels and everything. But light novels, not so much. It's literally almost all words.
Yep, at least with
So like,
Umineko, you can fill in some of the blanks, and they're a bit better than some because they're at least huge fans. So they want to convey the emotion of what's being said.
Like the real problem is like even when they're like real big fans of the work and everything like that, they're still not writers, right?
True enough.
And they'll a lot of the times for some fucking reason, I noticed this a lot in Japanese and Korean comics. They'll use archaic or less popular words for things that are very well known in English. Like everyone knows what a county is, or a barony, or a duchy. Everyone knows what these things are. Maybe not the specifics, maybe not like how big it is or how it was organized.
Yeah, but like, yeah, if you
nobility, like in the peerage, but like you know those words. Why the fuck are you using dukedom or countdom or barondom? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
stop it.
It's definitely weird, but I don't think anybody would care if they didn't have your knowledge.
Yeah, but that's just an example. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like that's just an example. That's just the one that comes to mind so easily because I see it literally everywhere.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because
it's also very common in other things like that I don't remember the idiom now, but there was an idiom that was translated like literally, like the literal phrase was translated word for word. And then like there was a translator note saying like this is the equivalent of this idiom in English. It's like, well, then why the fuck didn't you just use that idiom in English? Because we already have that.
Yeah, just use the actual idiom in English and make a note of here's what the idiom was literally translated.
Yeah, you swap those two.
Yeah, you swap those two.
That's how you do translators notes. Damn it.
Yeah.
You don't do Keikaku means plan. That's how you get memed on for like the rest of all time.
It's true. It's very true.
Damn
it. That is real good though, to be honest. I'm glad it exists. It shouldn't exist for anymore, but I'm glad it existed.
Like, it's funny, but man, does it pull you out of the fucking story when you read that. You're like, what the fuck does that mean? You go to the translator's notes and it's just like, oh yeah, it's the equivalent of this idiom. Then use that one. Fuck.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
There's also shit like characters all like speaking the same constantly, and, like speaking in the same like way, not
Yeah,
even like
like
really accented or like character specific word choices or whatever.
yeah, yeah. At the very least, Umineko doesn't fall into that one because
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
not
that falls in
everybody's.
the exact opposite extreme where like the characters say their catchphrases way too often.
Yeah, granted, that's just Umineko. Like that's not even a translator problem. That's just
Yeah,
Umineko.
that's just Umineko as a whole. I know.
Yeah. Whereas, like
But the
they
one problem I think I've had with the translation as a whole of Umineko is that they use shut away instead of walk away or so on and so forth. Like there's so many different other ways to say it. They always use the exact same fucking phrase.
yeah. Granted, that might just be that the Japanese is also using the exact goddamn phrase.
Man, I would hope not. Like maybe, but I would hope not.
I'd hope not, but sometimes that
Ryukishi,
happens.
please, you're better than that.
Yeah, which hopefully we will get back to Umineko tomorrow.
Hopefully. I still haven't slept since yesterday, by the way.
But yeah, so other than that, the other thing I've been doing is playing Honey Pop 2, which I know, horny game, but also it's funny and I love how horny Q is.
Like honestly, I think I'm absolutely certain that I've talked about it on the stream before, but like a lot of horny games, like I love their gameplay or even their writing style or the world building, anything like that. I just don't like having the horny thrust at me.
Fair enough. Um, but
Like, let me
there,
just like turn off the horny interactions for me specifically.
yeah, granted, Honey Pop is all horny. Honey Pop 2, the plot is after Honey Pop 1, where you just were a hopeless virgin and being helped out by Q, which is, it's nice that you can choose between two genders on that. So there is that. But you're just a hopeless virgin.
Equal opportunity horny bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Equal opportunity horny bullshit. So that one, you're just basically going from zero to hero. But in Honey Pop 2, the plot is that two demons who are incredibly horny and angry are going to wake up and destroy the world unless you get good at threesomes. And can,
Okay.
as such, put them to rest, wake them up early before they wake up full power and put them to rest.
This sounds like the plot of an Ogloff comic.
Honestly, probably. But there's this one character. Her name is Sarah. And she's a weeb. And not just a regular, oh, I like manga kind of weeb. She has to insert Japanese into her regular speech.
Please. No. That's painful.
And she's bad at it. On top of that, like her pronunciation is awful. It's konnichiwa and shit like that. And kawaii. Like I'm probably not even doing it as bad as her because it is hard for me to mispronounce
That bad.
that badly. Like, props to the voice actress for pronouncing things that badly on purpose.
Yeah, it's a skill to be able to do shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm sure most of the people involved with this project are also weebs.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just look at the art style.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just very much.
It's comfortably like within what I would call Western hentai.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's Western anime, there's Western hentai. There's not a lot of Western hentai, but it exists. But yeah, just her existence hurts my soul a bit. Mostly because I feel secondhand cringe. Because I'm just like, oh dear, you've never talked to a Japanese person in your life before now, have you? Because there are, like, natives to the island that you're going to, but Japanese ethnicity that she does meet, but God, she has not talked to a Japanese person before this.
That sounds hideous.
Yeah. Her. Also, the island's name is Inadapuna.
Really?
Really.
Uh, Ow, that hurt in like the black void that I call my soul.
Uh, so, that is the bulk of what I've been up to. Also, Cappy is working on a reference so I can eventually get a more detailed model. This model is nice, and especially if I need something lower powered, like if I'm on a laptop or something. So it's not like I dislike Moffitt's work, but also I can get something much closer to her reference, or to their reference, or my slime. Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm getting a call.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Oh no. Sometimes I think of my slime as a girl, so sometimes I say her, but it's mostly they, them. So yeah, getting a more detailed model done by someone who is working directly in Blender would be nice. Just that way it can reflect the look more that Cappy has done, because I love their character work.
All right, unfortunately, we have to take a break immediately.
All right.
The call was just like a dud. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I couldn't hear the other person, but I gotta take it. I gotta go do something anyway.
All right. Be right back, folks.
It is.
Oh boy.
I forgot to unmute you, or I forgot to mute you before I left.
Oh, whoops.
Got
Well,
half the conversation. My stream got half the conversation when I came back. Whoops.
oopsie.
Happens
Oh
right now, though.
well.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Now, since I was talking about Cappy, we will do our usual shill of the Cappy.
Yes. Yes, thank you for reminding me what we were talking about. Give me the copy link. Here we go. There. Cappy link.
Yes.
Enjoy, everyone. But you DM'd me at like fucking noon today, or at least noon my time, with some stuff that I had to go big whack at. So what was that all about?
Okay, so yeah, the CEO of a large healthcare firm, United Healthcare, uh, got.
You fucking got assassinated.
Yeah, just
It's a hell of a fucking DM to like fucking tab out a goddamn like Skyrim for.
yeah, just literally rolled up, uh, on the front steps of a hotel in Manhattan. Police are still looking for the perpetrator. I can't exactly feel sorry for such a person. That's all I'm going to say to stay within Twitch TOS. As far as my feelings on it, I just don't feel a large degree of sympathy.
Something celebratory barbecue.
Yeah, yeah. uh, yeah, it
For
was just
totally unrelated reasons.
yeah, it was just kind of weird to see that kind of news just kind of put out there.
Actually, one of my colleagues was they also like my art Discord also got like a post about it, and one of my colleagues was just like, not surprised at all, to be honest. It's like, yeah, if I'm surprised at anything, it's that it took this long for this shit to start happening.
Yeah, yeah, like I would have thought that healthcare CEOs would have seen this happen at some point more, you know, further in the past than this.
Not just healthcare CEOs either, just like
I mean, general
there's
CEOs
there's
too,
a
but
because there's a lot of industries that like negatively affect people's lives on like a very real way that like kill people.
yeah, absolutely. So,
Like a lot of manufacturing plants, for example, are like dumping their waste into like drinking water,
oh yeah, absolutely.
shit like
Or,
that.
anybody involved with Flint, Michigan and their
Yeah,
water
which
supply.
for those who don't know, who are new or just missed those streams where I mentioned it, I do have a friend that lived in Flint, Michigan for the entire time that was going on, and is still going on. By the way,
Yeah,
it's still going on.
it is still going
It's
on.
not done.
This has not been resolved yet.
Just because the news stopped reporting on it on a fucking national scale does not mean it's gone. It's still happening. But they recently moved, so I cannot get updates through them anymore. But whatever. Good for them, in fact. Genuinely good for them. Got the fuck out of there to a place with actual drinking water.
Yeah, which is incredibly unfortunate. Uh, in kind of preparation for the potential of, you know, our water infrastructure not getting the money it should, I actually did get a water filter to put on my tap.
That's good. That wouldn't help me. I've talked about it before, and I'll keep banging on about it until I get the fuck out of here. But the water here is so hard that I have to scrub my kettle clean of like lime and calcium buildup because it literally turns. When I had a glass one, a see-through fucking translucent glass kettle, it would turn the entire kettle white in 2 days.
Yeah, yeah. Like, the kettle doesn't turn white, thankfully, but I have noticed that a bit with the dishwasher, which is the opposite of what you want. So, you've been up to Skyrim.
Yes, I have. Uh, I see. This is the problem. It's like whenever you play Skyrim, people think that you're saying that it's a good game. It's not. Skyrim is a fucking awful game.
But
Um,
the modded, which essentially is a remake of the game, essentially, because it's retooling everything. In this case, it's
yeah, like
Requiem's.
yeah, it's Requiem. I think it's Towers and Shadows right now is the subtitle for Requiem. That's the update name. Um, it what I do is I completely change the game, including most of the animations, to something completely different.
Yeah, so
Like
the only thing
I
it's
even
good
fuck with
for
the physics engine. I fuck
is
with the physics engine. I fuck with like the rendering, the animations, the spell effects, how things are rendered. I basically change the game and do something completely different because Bethesda is fucking awful at making games.
Yeah,
And anyone who comes at me saying, yeah, but they make really good modding mod platform games. No, they fucking don't. Have you ever actually tried to mod these games? They're
yeah,
awful.
yeah, they're awful. Like, they're marginally better in that they have modding tools. Like,
they have modding tools, but like the way that they're actually constructed is just so off the wall, fucking ridiculously goof ass stupid
yeah,
that it's so difficult to actually do anything.
yeah, it's so difficult to do anything. It's hard to get into, and it basically draws back to the fact they haven't changed their fucking engine. Which I get it.
That
Like,
engine was also not good at the time either.
yeah, it wasn't even
Don't let
that good
anyone
at the
tell you
time.
that it was good at the time. It wasn't. They just haven't fucking upgraded. They
Yeah,
haven't changed out.
yeah, they haven't changed out, and there are bugs that have existed since Morrowind that have only been fixed by community patches in each iteration of a Elder Scrolls game.
What I part of like what I hate about this is that the modders can fix it so easily, and these games come out like once every 10 years. Why the fuck is this still happening?
Yeah, exactly. Like, they put so much effort into parts of the game people don't actually care about a lot of the time. Now, there's some things that are good. Like, some of the quest designs are great. Like,
Oh
some of the
yeah, like
side quests.
Dawnguard as an expansion is pretty good. I was actually talking about this with Nate earlier over the past few days because of course I've been playing it and that's also his favorite expansion is Dawnguard. But the problem like with it is that Skyrim's dialogue and quest system as a whole just does not allow for actual deep characterization of anyone ever. Like the only
Yeah.
reason it works for Serana is that she talks to you after almost every fucking quest like objective. Not every quest, but every quest objective.
Yeah.
That's why it works for her. She's constantly stopping you to have a conversation. That's
Yeah.
what they had to do to actually have like a good conversation partner and companion.
Yeah. And there are ways to do it. Like, because companion mods have done a lot of things.
Yeah, like the big problem with this is that anyone who's played the Volkihar side for Dawnguard will know that when you go to read the Elder Scrolls and like get the fucking information that you need for the main story of Dawnguard, there is a point where you get stopped by Serana right after you read the Elder Scrolls and like you're talking about the information you're giving it, you're having the conversation with your companion. It's good stuff. And then you just get attacked in the middle of the conversation. You can't back out of the conversation unless you want to break the conversation. So you either die to Dawnguard hitting you in the back of the head with sledgehammers, or you fuck up your conversation. Thankfully, I went into Dawnguard at like level 50 or some shit like that, which even in Requiem is just like, okay, I could just like, I can face take a dragon. It doesn't matter. But like, oh, it's fucking, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate Skyrim.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, the problem is Bethesda has been one of the only games in town on this.
Yet no one else makes weird high fantasy, huge weird high fantasy games like this.
Yeah,
No one
exactly.
does it.
Yeah, like, even if I were to make a game like that, it'd be a visual novel instead.
Like I want to make a better Skyrim. You know, I don't know. I don't remember if I actually said this to you or not. I know I said it to Nate, but I was just like getting some leftover meat from like Thanksgiving from the fridge to
Yeah.
put in my ramen. And I had the thought, I was like, Skyrim's main story would be like leagues better if there were more than like 15 main story quests.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And the secondary part of that is if you killed your first dragon at level 15 and not 3. That's it. That's the only two changes I would make to Skyrim.
Yeah. Which admittedly are big changes, especially having more main story. But those are understandable. Like, the main quest should be longer. Like, we should be seeing a huge main quest like Morrowind.
Hell, even Oblivion's main story quest was a huge chain comparatively. Like, that's
Yeah,
the problem with like all of the guild quests too, all the faction quests in Skyrim. All these quest chains, all these huge long stories that you're supposed to have, do the same shit. They're like fucking 9 quests long.
yeah, absolutely. Like, that's one of the things a lot of mods tend to change with a lot of the factions is it, the best they can do is add busy work a lot of the time, but they do at least make it so you've done more work for this group than the 9 quests.
Yeah, like, and in some cases, I understand why it happens so quickly. Like with the Dark Brotherhood, there you cannot tell me that the Dark Mother would not, or whatever, the Night Mother. There we go. The Dark Mother is for my own thing. The Night Mother wouldn't immediately clock you as a listener. She's basically a deity to like these people with
Yeah,
her,
like she
especially with her like omniscience and abilities and everything. Like she'll clock you immediately as the listener.
yeah, like she can clock you. It's the one that can do the thing that she needs you to do the best.
Yeah, it is like, but like in, for example, fucking
The Mages Guild, like the Mages Guild is the big one for me.
honestly, I think the companions is worse because I knocked that out in like 3 hours. I did not skip any dialogue.
Yeah, the Companions is probably worse, especially because it is a Nord-centric organization, and
Yeah, it's like huge cultural value in the starter city in the for the entire culture of the entire province. Huge cultural value. You get like 4 or 5 quests for them, story quests that is.
yeah, that's the main one of the main problems anyway. This with each Bethesda game, they really do not focus on the story. Like it gets worse in a lot of
You know,
respects, as far as
there is
like
a reason why people still say stuff like the House Unmourned, the Sixth House, and like talk about Dagoth Ur and shit. Because Morrowind was fucking amazing.
yeah, Morrowind was fucking weird and fucking amazing. Like, yes, there are artifacts of game design at the time, and Morrowind was not perfect, even in its storytelling. Like, we can obviously say the
Yeah,
coding
of
wasn't
course not.
perfect, but yeah.
Like one of the big parts of like some people like this, but most people like it's a very dated thing, is having to type in your keywords when they didn't show up in the list.
Yeah,
Like that
yeah,
sounds like a cool idea in practice, but like once or like on paper, but once you actually get to do it in practice, it fucking sucks.
yeah. You know, like, I do like keyword systems in that you gather keywords that you can talk to people about, but they should be abundant and there should be multiple ways to get them.
Not only that, but like they should show up in your dialogue list too.
Yeah, and they should show up in your dialogue list too.
A lot of them do in Morrowind. Don't get me wrong. It's just that some of them, the more like esoteric ones, don't at all. But like if you miss that one NPC who has that one keyword that isn't in their dialogue list, you'll just miss out on like entire quest chains and shit.
Yeah, like, essentially what they should do, which, I mean, you know, hindsight's 2020, not, you know, this whole system wasn't used by a lot of games. So, you know, I will give them a slight pass on that. But what they should do is make, if you do something like this, is make a inventory of a sort, and you use it from the inventory.
Like an inventory list of your keywords.
Yeah, like an inventory list of all keywords you've ever come across. And you can pull up that inventory from the dialog menu and go here. This keyword.
I think I would go one step further and go whenever you discover a keyword, it is highlighted.
Oh yeah, like also
Whether you can talk to that person or not, or like whether you find it from a journal or some other bullshit, it is highlighted there. So you'd be like, oh, I can ask someone about this.
yes, absolutely. Like I, I didn't say that because I wasn't thinking about that part of it, but I agree. Like I'm probably going to put a keyword system in any game I play. or I make rather, uh,
That'd be a
especially
fucking
because I would make a
feat and
visual
a half if you
novel.
could just if you could just fucking retroactively insert it into any game you play.
That would be kind of amazing, but no. Uh, but if and I'll probably make a visual novel or something like that. But having keywords that you can present that you learned through other means, through other conversations, and it was highlighted, oh, this is a key term that I'm going to want to come back to. And I can see the definition of this term as well when I hover over the highlighted text. Other than that, anything before we get to the anime?
I thought you said enemy for a second and not anime. What the fuck are you talking about? What anime? Did I miss something?
Yeah, Captioner thought I said enemy too, so.
Oh no. Shit. like I don't know, Skyrim has a lot of fundamental issues, and anyone saying that it's a good game needs to reevaluate their entire life, not just their taste in games, but like their entire life.
Uh, I'd call it okay. And some people, good means okay.
It was okay for 2006. One may note that it came out in 2011.
Yeah, yeah,
Now it does not have cloth physics natively.
yeah, it does not.
And like it was ugly even by 2011
Oh,
standards. I like
yeah, 100%.
people people say that it was pretty. No, it fucking wasn't.
The scenery was pretty. The people were awful.
In fact, you know what? Give me a second. Let's see. Games that came out in 2011. Come here. Let me, Dead Space 2 came out in 2011. Infamous 2. Deus Ex Human Revolution. Arkham City. Uncharted 3.
Okay.
Dragon Age 2. Come on. They did not look good for the time. Fuck off.
Yeah, it did not. Like, the
Look at the
scene.
other ones that it was competing with. Fear 3.
Oh, jeez.
Like the first Space Marine game.
Oh, wow, wow.
Star Wars: The Old Republic, which was, might I add, an MMO and couldn't put that many resources into graphics over like the fucking network.
Yeah, and we've seen how pretty a fantasy game can be from a big company. I mean, look at Final Fantasy
Fucking
14.
Portal 2 came out in 2011. God damn it.
It's a good year for video games, honestly.
Mass Effect 2. Gears of War 3. Fucking Bastion came out that year. Seriously? Damn.
Yeah, that's just a good
Old.
fucking year for video
Old.
games.
And that's just the critically acclaimed fucking
Yeah,
titles. Also, Bulletstorm came out. Yeah, Killzone 3. Oh, gods.
yeah,
There's so much that like looked really good and behaved really well physically.
yeah, absolutely.
Magica.
Like Dragon Age 2 in particular styles on Skyrim when it comes to story and to an extent visuals, but I think the wide landscapes of Skyrim, there is something to be said for them.
Yeah, like that's kind of fucked up too because Dragon Age 2 was made in like 8 months or some shit like that. I don't
Yeah.
remember exactly what it is, but like one of my colleagues' sister, I think, or cousin or something like that, fucking worked on the damn game, and like every time I bring up that I actually kind of like Dragon Age 2, my colleague is always just like, "Yeah, I hope that never gets back around to like this person because they fucking hated working on that shit."
Un-
God,
Unfortunate.
yeah, it was super crunch time, is what that was, which is why you get so many repeated environments. It's
Yeah.
not that they didn't want to or that they were lazy. They just literally did not have the time.
Yeah, it's one of those things you need to understand is capitalism is bad for art. Yes, you can gather a lot of people to do a specific vision, but if you have crunch time, you have, deadlines to meet that are very solid, uh, you have a dollar amounts you have to hit, that's going to hurt the game.
Speaking of games that looked bad for their time, fucking Mountain Blade and Divinity 2. Both really good games, fucking hideous.
Yeah, yeah. And like,
They had good art direction, but they were still hideous.
yeah, exactly. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like,
Fucking Daggerdale came out in 2011. Goddamn.
where the characters just look awful in Bethesda games and always have. The only
Yeah.
the only ones that look kind of okay are Fallout 4. And even then, you're kind of limited.
And by extension, Fallout 76, but that's because it uses the same graphics engine.
Yeah,
Same textures, same models, same fucking skeletons.
yeah. And Fallout 4 has way other issues that a lot of them stem from a voice protagonist. Because at that point, again, money comes into play where they're not going to have the main character have as many lines of dialogue they can ask about because they're not going to continue to pay the big price
I
for
think
their
the
big
problem
voice
there
actor.
was less that there was the money and more that they went with 4 options and 3 of them didn't matter.
Yeah, there's also
It's
that.
the dialogue system itself rather than the voice act, like
I
main
mean,
character. Because like fucking Mass Effect also has a voice acted main character, and it's fine. Its dialogue system is just it works.
I
It
guess,
genuinely works.
but Mass Effect also isn't an open world, so I think there's.
That's true. Although, okay, so I know a lot of people hate Andromeda, but I don't. I love Andromeda. It's got the same thing. It's got the same fucking dialogue system as, well, not the exact same one as Mass Effect, but it's very similar. And a voice protagonist and open world, and it's fine. It works
All
well.
right, fair enough. But
I have never. In fact, I think
yeah, in general, it's
this will be my actual hot take. I think Ryder's dialogue might be better than Shepard's. Not because I think Shepard's is bad or anything, but because Ryder has more variety. You could only play like 2 different kinds of military hard ass as Shepard. That's it. That's all you could do.
yeah,
With
yeah,
Ryder, you had like fucking 8 different options.
yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Um, it also depends on the cost of the voice actor. Because
That's true. And I think another point in favor of it was that so Renegade had a like especially for FemShep, Renegade had a very specific tone of voice, and that did not match the same tone as Paragon FemShep. But with Ryder, it's still the same person more or less. It's just you've caught them in a different mood or what have you, sort of deal. So it feels more cohesive
yeah,
when you
that's
swap
fair.
between the different like options.
Yeah, because otherwise you feel like I'm talking to two different people here,
Yeah,
which would be interesting if it was intentional, but it's not.
it's like the way that I could best describe it is if you had the same voice actor in 2 different properties playing 2 different characters. You're still going to be able to tell that it's that same voice actor, but they sound like different people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if if Broshep has the same issue. So
Yeah,
I never played Broshep.
I think so though, because I think I've heard that complaint before. All right,
Which is
so
also fair because like it was one of BioWare's first like voice protagonist games. So
yeah,
it's fine.
So
They iron the kinks out. It's cool.
we'll do All Guys Mixer just because it's the shortest.
Okay. It's also the one that I currently got up. Cool. I get to be lazy. Excellent.
Yeah, so All Guys Mixer, Huggy.
Huggy just he's a mess, man.
He is a
Huggy
mess
needs help.
that cannot state his feelings worth a damn.
But Kohaku also just like doesn't
Also
actually
can't.
fucking listen to him.
Yeah.
Like he keeps saying like, "Hey, you're cute. That's cute. That's really cute," to her specifically constantly during this episode, and she just like keeps mistaking it for like, "Oh, he's talking about my yukata or the dango that I've got or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck." And it's like, "No, girl, no,
Yeah,
please."
these two ridiculous fools deserve each other, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and like, fucking even Suo's thinking the same thing. God damn it.
Yeah, so invites to a summer festival, I think. Yeah, summer festival.
Yeah, and again, Kohaku, where the fuck were you keeping that ponytail?
Yeah, the ponytail is longer than Suo's.
Like at least with Suo, you can imagine. Oh, she's got it pinned up underneath like a half wig or something in the back, right? Sure, whatever. Or maybe it's an extension or something that she wears when she wants to look like a woman. But Kohaku, no way.
No.
There's no way you even get like a clean view of where her hair is actually brushed back to be pulled into a ponytail.
Yeah.
This shit's like halfway down her back, and somehow she hides it.
Yeah, fucking
Somehow?
magic hair.
I want Kohaku hair.
Yes, like, that's amazing. But also, that's not how hair works. And this is not a magical setting. At least that we know of.
Yeah, at least that we know of, yes. I doubt it, but it fucking could be, I guess.
I mean, could be.
That would be like, be a very hilarious, like, last 2 episode fucking genre shift.
Yeah.
As if they just suddenly, like, went full on, like, solo leveling.
So, like, or at least went, hey, we have glamour magic in this world. But, yeah, the only one who has realistic hair is Fuji.
Yeah, because Fuji doesn't even fucking wear her wig right.
Yeah.
Like, she just, like, drops it on her head and calls it a day.
Yeah.
Which is great.
And she wears a wig to go around as a woman.
Yeah, not the other way around. What you see in the fucking screenshot that I've got up is her actual normal hair.
Yeah, and then she just puts a black wig over top.
But not like completely either. You can still see the purple underneath.
Yep, exactly.
Like peeking through. She doesn't brush it back or anything. She just puts the wig on over top her current hairstyle.
Yeah. So,
which is fantastic.
A lot of cute interactions in this episode.
God, it's the sheer Howry. Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Suo wears a sheer Howry.
As I said in DMs, like, I would say that this better not awaken anything in me, but it's too late. It already did.
Yeah, like, Suo knows how to fucking dress.
Yeah. Specifically that bit where she pulls the edge of the Howry over Tokiwa's face to keep him from looking.
Yeah, from looking at the girls.
Like that because it's sheer Howry.
And going like
fuck, dude.
Yeah, like I would have.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly. Like even you would fall for that fucking Riz.
As the kids say, yes.
Yeah, Suo being again a little bit jealous. Fuji tries to help. First off, Fuji's a good marksman.
Apparently, yeah. I don't know when she had time to learn that. Whenever she just fucking cancels her she throws out her entire manuscript like 3 days before deadline, apparently.
Yeah, but yes, because there was, a pop gun game.
Like, can we talk about that for a minute?
Uh-huh.
Throwing out the fucking manuscript for like 3 days?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't think it's literally humanly possible to draw enough quickly enough to get like a full thing, like a full monthly chapter done in 3 days. I don't
Uh,
think it's possible.
Probably not. Like,
It's definitely not possible for me, but like I've always known that I'm a little bit on the slow side when it comes to art, right? But like that's ridiculous.
yeah, no, that's ridiculous. That is
Even the
beyond
best
crunch
speed
time.
painters that I've seen like managed like full like single panels in an hour or two, right? Like of course like they're doing far more detail than Fuji was, but still that's not the point.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, there's that. Granted, that's from a previous episode, but yeah.
It
Um,
will forever be relevant to me because of my job, okay?
yeah, absolutely. Uh, yeah. So then Asagi's like, I want to try, and Fuji like gets behind him and holds onto his hips and kind of has an epiphany about how that makes her feel.
She just has an awakening right then and there.
Yeah,
Like
very
on the
much.
spot in the middle of a festival.
Yeah, I am ready to peg this boy. But obviously, just it's just like, here, let me hold on to you, so you know you're balanced and not about to fucking fall over.
So like that confuses me. I don't know why you would need someone to do that.
And mostly because I'm going to guess that Saki's never fired even a pop gun before.
Yeah, but like a pop gun has no recoil. I mean, it literally does. It does. It has to because it shoots something out the other end. Newton's laws and all that shit. But like, it's a fucking cork,
Yeah, that's fair.
and it's not even going that fast.
Yeah, but he's also, and really, she should have told him, hey, don't do that. Here's how you do it. But he's also leaning forward over the thing. He does ask the shopkeeper, hey, can I do this? And he says, sure. But that is not how you do it.
Like, I'm torn on that because you are supposed to lean into the weapon.
Oh, yeah, you lean into the weapon, but at that point, I would have suggested he take a knee and lean a little bit into it, not lean all the way over the barrier.
I might have like missed a shot here or there, but I don't remember seeing a clear image of like how he was standing. It just I don't know.
Yeah, he was very
Speaking as someone who actually does know how to fire a rifle properly.
Yeah, he was very leaned over the barrier from what I saw. Anyway, very cute. Like, everybody had a good time. They were kind of there to stalk the Hagi Kohaku date, but
the two useless ones.
yeah. And then there was just a small sub story at the end of, or no, it was at the beginning, actually, because Asagi got a loyalty card and got to have a picture with Fuji. Granted, they take pictures all the fucking time, I'm sure. Or they can. They're friends. Quote unquote friends, but you get it.
Yeah, of course. But like Asagi is just like that guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He just wants an excuse to make like have pictures with people, especially
Yeah.
people he likes.
Yeah, exactly. And, they get to have a fun picture at the actual establishment. And then this is what Hagi's having his crisis over, because it's like, oh, they're so close. Oh, she's grabbing his side. And it's, Hagi's having a feelings.
Yeah, like Hagi needs to like calm down and have a fucking breather because like he asked Kohaku out while the bar is open.
Yeah.
At what essentially is what is essentially a host club, but drag king instead of actual host. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, no. That should be something that you do directly after, like, when everybody's cleared out and there's the close sign or whatever,
Yeah, and this isn't like, for once, this isn't just me like saying, "Hey, this is how it should have happened." This is also the actual characters also went, "Hey,
that was not cool."
Thank the gods, like no one fucking like heard you. Damn.
Yeah. Thanks, much thanks that no one heard you, kind of thing. Yeah, because that's not how you do. And I don't think it's as bad as like the parasocial stuff with something like idols, because idols have to formulate their whole life around that, whereas it's just the manner of doing things at the establishment when you're on the clock, and it's mainly to avoid creepazoids from also doing it. People who people who do not actually know you.
Which that's like most of their customers anyway. Most of them don't actually know the people. Like the employees are literally playing characters.
Yeah, exactly. They're literally playing characters, but yeah, people who do not know you outside of work, who, are not your friends coming to visit.
Which is ostensibly what Haki is, even if he keeps having a crisis over whether or not he's actually her friend.
Yeah. And also feeling like guilty, like they're two different people. Which, Hagi, please, I understand that you're having, a crisis of bisexuality, but they are the same person.
Yeah, I don't think the anime shows it very well, but for something like this, they would be wearing different types of makeup in different styles when they were dressed as women versus when they were dressed as men.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Their facial structure made like literally not even look the same to him.
Yeah, there is that, because you would kind of use like different kinds of makeup to make your face look a little bit longer and less rounded for the drag king sort of deal. Just as an example.
And yes, you can learn this power too. There are plenty of tutorials on the internet. Go look for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And cis men, consider makeup. Like, you don't have to, but sometimes things can make you feel nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, fucking like figure out if you like eyeliner or not, or eyeshadow, or fucking lipstick or something, or foundation. Come on, like
yeah, exactly.
You gotta test it out to see if you like it before all that shit.
Yeah, blush.
This is one of those things where like you don't want to isn't actually a valid excuse.
Yeah, like just literally experiment on your own. You don't have to show anybody if you don't want to, but see, hey, do I like this thing? Now I understand certain things, like I am not going to do eyeliner because I don't feel like putting a pen near my eye, and I don't trust myself.
There are like liquid ones that like apply much more smoothly.
All right, that might be a thing to try. For me, I'm also waiting on being able to get electrolysis so I don't have to deal with facial hair.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, understandable.
Yeah.
But yeah, like in this case, like clothes and makeup are not like a food. where you can just like look at it and tell that you're not gonna like it for the most part. Because food, like you could sniff it and be like, oh yeah, that smells fucking awful. If I eat that, I'm gonna be sick. With like makeup, it's like, are you sure that
Yeah.
you're not gonna like it, or are you just feeling like it's gonna be like emasculating or whatever?
Yeah, and though I will say, even if you're not sure about the smell of a food, if it's not literally molding and rotten, consider trying a very small bite, because sometimes things can smell weird to you, but then you try it with the flavors and all that together.
Or the opposite, like coffee, for example. Everyone knows that coffee smells amazing.
Yeah, coffee
And a lot of
smells
people
amazing.
also know that coffee tastes fucking awful. So
Yeah, it is. It is a
it's the greatest traitor known to mankind is
it
coffee.
yeah. Coffee is a fucking traitor. The only thing I like is iced mochas and things like that.
I
But
ain't like that. Like I fucking hate like the actual taste of coffee and the aftertaste. It sucks. I hate it.
that sucks. Because I don't mind it if you put obscene amounts of sugar in, like, chocolate and things.
Yeah, see, I have a tolerance limit for sugar. If I have too much, it will actually make me sick. Like I'll just my you know how if you eat enough candy, you start to get like that sugar nausea?
Yeah. Like, I
It
definitely
happens
know that.
fairly easily for me.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So like I don't even eat candy that often. I like sweets, but I just don't eat candy that often. I prefer like pastries because they have more than just sugar.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Uh,
It's also
eh,
why I only use like fucking 2 teaspoons and 2 sugar cubes in my tea.
yeah. But yeah, in general, like, you've got to try something on you to see if you like it on you, whether that's makeup or clothes, because looks good on the rack might not look good on you the way you want something to fit on you. And that might just require a few
Sometimes that's just like an
adjustments.
issue of tailoring, right?
Yeah, that can be a tailoring thing where that gets adjusted fairly easily. Other times it isn't, but that way you can kind of get a good idea of what you like and dislike. And makeup's much the same. I mean, you can go, yeah, I don't really want lips that stand out, for
Fucking,
just
I'm fucked on that. I know my avatar doesn't have any lips, but like in real life I do, and mine are very red.
fair enough.
I'm very red on very pale skin. Like there's no way.
But someone can go, yeah, I don't want lips that stand out, but there's lipsticks that blend in. And, like, you can go, like, if you're neurodivergent and have certain sensory things, you can go, yeah, I'd have to find something real specific for my lips or whatever. But by and large, there is something you can try that you will only know if you like or dislike until you try it. And
If nothing else, it'll like expand like how you think of what you look like, right?
yeah. And cis men in
It'll help you figure out
particular,
how you wanna actually present yourself to the world.
yeah, and cis men in particular have been limited by Western ideas of male appearance. Where,
You know, while I'm thinking about it, this fashion thing, I really hate the idea that like women's clothes are their armor. No, it's not. It's a costume. That's not like the clothes are not going to protect you from anything. They're going to divert attention away from you. That's what they do.
yeah, yeah,
Or you know, draw
because
attention or whatever you're trying to do with it. But it's not actually going to actually protect you in any way.
yeah, 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 like in RPGs and stuff, where it's like, oh, the dress is your chest piece or whatever.
See, I can see that because it's an RPG, right? Like those work on different rules than reality.
I mean, also fair, but also, like, just in general, like, no, you don't have armor on.
Yeah, like that fancy dress is not going to protect you from anything. It's going to divert attention away from flaws. Which that may be what you want, but you've got to think of it the right way too. If you want to wear armor, wear armor.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to be protected, wear armor, damn it. Wear protection.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what was my
Like
train
what
of
I can
thought?
think of like
Oh, yeah.
like fashion wise, because like this is in the context of like, socialite parties and everything like that, right? That's where it's always said.
Mm-hmm.
What I can think of as being like actual like armor that you can dress in that isn't actual armor, it's like some sort of fashion thing that is essentially armor, is some sort of like badge or medal or other accessory that denotes some high status or protection.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
representation of the actual protection
Yeah, if
itself to remind
anything,
people that you have it.
yeah, if anything, your fashion choices that don't designate status are much more your weapon, if
Damn
anything,
right.
because it's what you're using to display yourself in a social situation. See, I was thinking you were meaning that literally, not the phrase of, because now I know what phrase you're talking about
Yeah, yeah.
with social situations. Because, yeah, with that, it is very much, no,
It's a
that's,
costume or it's a weapon or something. It's not.
yeah,
It,
it's
it
much,
diverts attention away from your flaws. It does not actually protect them.
yeah, it's not, like, I see what you're going for, and that, get your armor on, get your dress on, sort of thing. But in realistic terms, it is much more the thing you're using to present yourself, to put yourself forward.
What like I think the thing that bothers me the most about it is it's always a woman saying this about other women.
Yeah,
Like you never see someone telling a man this in like these stories in these situations, which it should be applicable to both, right? Like if that was the case, it would be applicable to both because it's not like men don't go to like political balls and shit like that. They absolutely do.
yeah. And it's
Hell,
definitely,
usually they're the ones fucking organizing and throwing it.
yeah. And unfortunately, I feel that's sort of built into, again, the whole men's attire in Western values is a very dull. Is just, there is not a lot of variation. Especially, like, I say Western, but it's mainly the fucking British and their offshoots,
Yeah, you're
like
not wrong.
America.
Fucking America. You know what choices men have in America, like to be socially acceptable? It's like jeans and a t-shirt, military like surplus, or fucking
A gray
a
suit.
suit. Yeah, like a gray or black suit. Like, come on,
Yeah, anything.
that's what you got.
Yeah, like anything outside that is pushing the boundary.
I long for the days that like the worst thing that anyone had to say about like a president incumbent was that he wore a fucking tan suit one day. Like,
Yeah,
god damn it.
and the fucked up part is a lot of right wing heroes like Reagan, Nixon, people like them wore tan suits at different points in time.
Yeah, also, Obama looked really fucking good in that tan suit,
Yeah, also
which I
he's
should
just,
hope so. He had a fucking presidential tailor at the time.
yeah, like, I have a lot of problems with Obama, but one thing I can say is he looked the part of the job. Like,
Hmm.
he always looked pretty, put together, which, I expect more than that from a president, but if anybody says
Oh yeah, of
he
course.
did, if anybody were to say he didn't look presidential, they're a racist.
Like this is exactly what I mean too, though. Like that's the clothing is not armor. It's going to be like a distraction or it's like something to pull people's attention away from other things, right? Like because that's exactly what happened with Obama. The clothing did not protect him from anything. In fact, it made like the ridicule and
Yeah, it
like
became a,
scorn worse. It just didn't focus on his actual flaws anymore.
yeah,
It's
it was just a point of attack that they could go for. So again, it is something you use to demonstrate yourself. Now, what I think it
Mhm.
might be Because this is usually Japanese works that say this. I don't think it's usually said in European works. That you might know better than me.
No, I think it's common in European works as well.
Okay, well, with Japanese works, I can almost see it because Japanese armor was highly individualized to indicate who the fuck you were. Especially when we're talking about samurai era.
I would say that while we do not have a cultural memory of it, knights were not much different in that regard.
This is true. It's just, it wasn't.
Like we have a literal word for the thing that they would wear over top their armor to denote who the fuck they were.
That's true. So it's one of those things.
It was their tabard, and it would have the heraldry of their order and their house on it.
Yeah. I think part of it is we forget about tabards. The other thing is that Japanese armor itself was made that way.
Oh, like the actual armor was too. So what a lot of people don't realize is that you do not get munitions plate armor. You do not get munitions plate harnesses. What munitions in this context means is a standard fit. They just put it in a warehouse somewhere and then issue it to you, right? Like this is why Rome was so good at what it did is it had munitions fit armor. So you would have Lorica segmentata or Lorica basculata or Hamata or whatever the fuck kind
Yeah,
you
but
were
if
using.
it's plate armor, it's being made to order.
Yeah, your particular legion. There we go. I can speak. If it's a plate harness, it is made to order, tailored specifically to you. You don't just go and get that shit refit.
Yeah,
you don't pull it off a shelf.
Because I think something that people lose sometimes, because we focus on the king and his knights, is knights were nobles. Knights had land. Knights had money. That's why knights had status. And they had to use that for military purposes at times. And that includes getting plate armor.
And like that armor would be highly customized and tailored to the individual. Like you would be able to recognize knights by their armor.
Yeah, you would recognize knights by their armor. It's just, in particular, what I'm referring to, but your point still stands, is there were very, very, in Japan at least, very individualized armors where it's individualized colors, individualized masks in a way that seems more distinct, but that might just be a bias of something that is foreign to my culture, kind of thing.
I think that's what it is, yeah. Although there is something to be said for the fact that knights usually did not wear masks. Their visors were built into their helmets and therefore would be more difficult to replace with a more customized version.
Yeah, so there is that, because like
that is a distinct possibility. Like they'd have to have like the whole helmet remade.
Yeah. So,
half the time anyway. Sometimes it would be relatively easy to put a faceplate on it. Like if you had a salad, for example, you could absolutely put like a lower faceplate.
Yeah, but usually
you'd wear what's called a bevel instead, but you could wear a faceplate.
But usually you see the traditional visor plates, like that kind of, well, a shape that is good to bounce off of things that are going to slide the, sword or whatever off of them as it's trying to hit them in the face.
The sword, the hammer, the axe, the spear, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, whereas you get Tengu masks, you get Oni masks, and all sorts of things like that, which I think is mostly what I'm thinking of that, and individualized colors in those masks.
Yeah, the masks were originally, from what I remember, were originally something that they wore to terrify their enemies. So, like, that's why over time they grew more and more grotesque.
Yeah, so there's that. Also, the fact
like first
that
it's just like a snarling mouse and the mouth, and then it turns into a fucking tengu or whatever the fuck later down the line.
Yeah, not to mention that the metal in Japan was distinctly inferior, so a lot of times they were using plates of things that were colored in the way they wanted it to, that weren't
Hmm.
like the traditional steel plate.
Yeah. So what they would do in Europe, because you can't really paint plate like steel plate very well,
Yeah.
is they would do it with the fabrics, right? That's why the tabard is a thing, is because you would be able to wear it over top of your plate.
Yeah, and I
Uh,
think basically a lot of people forget about tabards because display armor often doesn't have a tabard on it in media,
that's
at
true.
least,
Yeah.
which is a shame because honestly, tabards are fucking cool.
Yeah, it's a coat that has your order, your house, and maybe even your individual crest if you have one.
Yeah, like I think to an extent, uh, you know, that didn't re-enter the popular consciousness until Game of Thrones. Because then you had those symbols on it for each house, and you could
Yeah.
see, and you could
Game of
dissect the
Thrones didn't even
values.
use Game of Thrones didn't even use tabards either. They just like emblazoned the crest of the house on the armor itself.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it didn't even do that properly. But you know, uh,
Which that may have been what it was like in the Song of Ice and Fire. I don't know. I don't remember.
yeah,
So like that may be accurate to the books. It may not.
but yeah,
But like that's not how we would actually do things in real life, because doing that makes the armor fragile.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so in that point, it did bring heraldry specifically to the forefront again of like popular media because obviously like history nerds are going to think about that all the time.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, come on. I'm always thinking about how I can show like the character's identity in their armor.
Yeah,
And not just because it's my job, but because it's cool and fun and I like it.
yeah, exactly. It's cool. It's fun. There is cool shit in there.
Like I remember when I was doing Scarlet's armor. Um I shaped the like I gave her a symbol on her chest, and I repeated the same sort of pattern and shape a lot in the armor, especially like around the edges of plates where they could be like shaped a little bit and carved out some to resemble this thing. And the thing that it resembles is a blade. The symbol on her chest is like four blades without hilts, just like attached and turned into a crucifix,
Yeah,
basically. Not quite a
and
crucifix,
then
but close
you
enough.
you also get people like the Coleone family in northern Italy, which I'm going to link Cat to this.
Yes, please, because I wanna see this shit. I don't
Uh,
know a lot about Italian stuff, so
yeah,
hit me.
let me see. Do I have to? I have to convert this image because it's not showing through. Right, 1 second. So save you as a PNG. Grab you.
Take your time. I have Parmesan garlic clubs crackers.
Yeah, so if you recognize the word, yes, their heraldry or their symbol was testicles.
Yep, yep. It's just three set of testicles. That's the house crest.
Yep. Is a bunch of scrotums that look like inverted commas.
Fucking fucking wild shit, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild shit.
Yep. Just literally, like, there is a Wikipedia for this family. And the heraldry was originally three fucking testicles. It was eventually changed to three upside down hearts.
Yeah, here's the I got okay. You just pasted it too. Yeah, that's the one that you would actually see on the tabard.
Yeah, so yeah,
It's
it
actually
is,
kind of hard to tell what that is on on the stone carved relief there.
but it is
But like
very
actually seeing
obvious.
like the actual seeing the actual fucking heraldry, it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's some wrinkly nuts.
Yeah, exactly. And like if you recognize the name, that yeah, yeah. Like it is the testicle family.
Anyhow, my whole point with that fucking rant was that clothing is not armor in a social setting. It is not. It
Yeah.
is a point of interest that people will talk about, whether that's for good or for ill. That is not armor. It does not protect you. It draws attention in some way, whether it's away from your flaws or towards them.
Yeah, like I get that you're saying, "Oh, this is their gear for a social situation," but it is not armor in specific.
Yeah, like this is something that you definitely like need for this sort of thing, but it's not armor. It's not going to protect you at all.
Yeah. So yeah, that was All Guys Mixer. Continuing to enjoy the fuck out of this.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right. Now
What
don't say,
next? Ranma or
yeah.
Demon Lord 2099?
Uh all right, let's do Demon Lord.
Okay. Let's fucking get this thing up. There we go.
Yeah, so we start off with a interesting character who got added to the opening, by the way.
Yeah, it's like it looks like an elf girl with heterochromia,
Yup.
but I think what's actually going on there is that she's got two souls inside of her,
Yeah, because we keep
or two
hearing,
consciousnesses at least.
yeah, we keep hearing, I'm sorry, in the opening. And she's like, I don't know what you're sorry for. I don't know. All I can.
Did you notice that the color of one of her eyes matched the ripples as well?
Ooh, I did not.
When the "I'm sorry" was happening, there was ripples going across the screen, right?
Yeah, yeah, like
And
I
they were
saw the
this light,
ripples.
sort of like light golden color, and her right eye is also that light golden color.
Yeah. My guess here is, especially with what Graham said at the end, is that might be the goddess.
Maybe I was thinking it's an immortal that resurrects unwillingly by possessing bodies.
It could be that. I could also see that, especially if,
Especially because like the person kept like apologizing, right?
oh yeah, kept apologizing. Then again, it could be an unwilling resurrection into a goddess. It could happen.
True, yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, we open up with a fucking school, uh, and Veltol just fucking waltzes in the uniform. Just kind of a, a in medias
Six thousand
res.
year old like 6,000-year-old man enrolls in high school, Lord
Yeah.
11.
Though I hope it's possibly university.
I'm pretty sure it's high school because Takahashi later revealed that she was in high school, remember? And she also transferred at the same time.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's like a high school type of academy.
fair enough. But anyway, so we smash cut from that after the opening and go into the lead up. So Veltol for the start is playing Sekiro.
Yeah, it's not called Sekiro, of course. It's like fucking
1 minute.
Super Ninja Vampire Gaiden.
Yeah, Super Ninja Vampire Gaiden.
I can't believe I actually got that. It's like complete nonsense and I remembered it. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, Super Ninja Vampire Gaiden. No, I would also forgive somebody for thinking it's Neo.
Yeah.
But I think
What
with
says it's not Neo to me is the death blow at the end.
yeah, that's fair.
It's because like in Neo, when you do a death blow, it goes into a special camera mode. So
Yeah, plus,
it's not even called a death blow; it's called a grapple, and it's not necessarily like a kill shot. You can
yeah,
do them at any time during the fight.
yeah, not to mention, there is an emphasis on FromSoft specific games.
At least so far, yeah.
It,
It's been Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. Was there a Bloodborne? I don't remember.
no, there wasn't any Bloodborne. The next thing we get is Super Ninja Vampire
Okay.
Gaiden.
Well, maybe we'll get some Bloodborne next episode then.
That would be cool. That would be cool. But anyway, Bill Toll, first off, does a 74-hour fucking stream, which I think
And like I can thank the gods for whoever fucking did the sub work, because they actually did fucking translate all of the machine
comments,
voice
yeah,
fucking comments that were playing in his ears the entire time too.
yeah, like I can finally go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Or it's like, dude, but seriously, that was way too long. It's like,
Though,
is he actually immortal though?
like motherfucker, you have a familia. Go to the bathroom and carry your media with you.
Yeah, that's also true. Although he may not have, or yeah, they may not have a familia.
Yeah,
Because
though.
there are places where you can't wear them, right? Like we see that later in the episode.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Because the school has you not wear them, which isn't a problem for Veltol, but the other two are like, hey, I feel kind of naked.
And especially Takahashi, because she specializes in like the use of her familia.
Yeah, exactly. And
For Makina, I'm sure it's just like being without a phone.
yeah,
It
which
does feel a bit like wrong at this point.
Takahashi mentioned something interesting, which is artificial spirits are inside there. Which
Yeah, I would assume that it's like
the AI,
AI
essentially.
but magic.
Yeah, it's AI but magic, which makes sense because if they're artificial spirits, that's why Machina can have a meaningful-ish conversation with the spirit in hers.
That's true, yeah, although it doesn't typically understand some of what she's saying.
Yeah, it
I would
doesn't.
classify what she's got as an ANI, an artificial narrow intelligence.
Yeah, that's fair. But at the very
Artificial
least,
general intelligence is like roughly human level of sapience, like abstract thought.
yeah. But in general, like, it understands the actual formation of words. It's not just literally parroting based on outputs.
That's true. And yes, by the way, for anyone that caught that, that means children are not would not be on the level of an AGI. They would be an ANI. Yes, you're
Yeah.
right. But that's because like
Um,
kids don't actually reach true sapience until later in life, believe it or not.
Yeah, but yeah, anyway, so she mentions that she has two spirits in hers, which means probably she can work on more functions.
Now, Takahashi says she had 3, right?
No, I think she said two.
Let's figure this out.
Anyway, just describing that while you're looking, Veltol is like, hey, we should look for the other Dark Peers. We know Marcus killed one of them, but he didn't kill any others, or he would have fucking
or something like that.
Yeah, because he would have bragged about the others if he killed the others. Because yeah, that's the kind of person Marcus was. Is he would have bragged about, oh yeah, I killed these Dark Peers.
Oh, the cute bit that we missed at the beginning of the episode was Machina clapping
Oh yeah,
for Veltol's stream.
yeah. Because I think what happened with this, given the conversation back and forth, is Veltol thought, oh, this game's going to be short. I'll play until I finish the game. And then he slowly
someone gave him that fucking estimate based on like them having beaten the game like 8 times already, right? Like we all know that Souls player that's just like, oh yeah, it's a short game. It's like 8 hours long. What they don't tell you is that they played the game for 400 hours already, and now they can do it in 8 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So he said that, and he's not going to go back on his word, especially because people's opinions of him matter. Also, now his sword's upgraded and can be used to slay immortals. Not
Fucking apparently, yeah. I don't know.
not incredibly useful considering there's been a purge on them, and he'd prefer not to kill them if he can, just make them his subjects. Um,
I still don't get like the red rice and sushi bit that they do multiple times during the episode. Like I just don't understand that one.
the sushi bit is just Machina really fucking wants sushi.
Is that it? I don't know.
Yeah, like I think it is literally I want sushi. So I'm going to
Okay,
continue.
all right, sure.
So I'm going to continue to bring up sushi until you take me to get sushi. Which, fair enough.
I want to know like what the fuck the staff of the school are. Like, are they cybernetically enhanced elves or something like that? What the fuck is up with like this machinery look that they've got?
Yeah, though they do establish that in Akihabara, there is a lot more prosthetics and things.
That's true. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, are they like? Is this just? Are they full on like mechanical there, or is that just like what they look like?
Yeah, I would like to know if they use.
Do their people just like have those face markings? Because all of the elves seem to have them.
Yeah, all of these people seem to have them. Are they good for mana perception or something? Or, something? Like, are they very specifically useful to the school or something? Anyway, they're looking specifically for, I forget what it's called, but it's an artifact that can track the location of the Dark Peers.
Yeah, it's the Dark Pierce records or something like that.
Yeah, like
something that they made to be able to find each other in emergencies.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Okay, not all of the elves have them. I'm looking at a student elf who does not have them. Same ear shape though, completely exactly the same ear shape. Does not have the markings on their face.
Gotcha. So yeah.
So it might be like a magical tattoo or something like that. It's like only the professors have it, and they seem to be against the use of technology to supplement magical skill.
Yeah.
So it might just be a magical tattoo rather
Yeah.
than anything else.
Yeah, could just be a magical tattoo. Could be a specific thing to do in case of emergencies, kind of thing. Like view hidden things. I mean, it could also be an alchemical tattoo.
I would count that as a magic tattoo, personally speaking.
Yeah, but specifically, they're against using technology to enhance magic.
Although it might just be a case of like train your fundamentals and then use your tool.
Yeah, it could also be that, which is basically what they're going for. Is here you need to be better than, a sorcerer needs to be better than their wand, or needs to be beyond just their wand. So anyway, the reason they do this is the school is prestigious. It has something locked underground that's been locked underground for 500 years. So they're like, this might be the Dark Peer's record we're looking for. Problem is, there are 3 objects needed to open that vault. And one of those things is missing. It's a sword, a orb, and... what's the third thing?
Crown. It's the 3 classic vestments of a king. The 3 classic things. It's like it's usually a sword or the scepter, and then you have the orb and then the crown.
Yep. Okay, but yeah, so
and in this case, they chose the sword instead of the scepter.
Yeah,
but it's for the same use. It's military. That's what that one represents.
Yeah, and Veltol is using no subterfuge. He's like, I'm here because I want to know what's in the treasury.
And like, which is kind of funny. Like the dean of the school is just like, yeah, me too. I want to know too.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him there.
Yeah, like, hey, I want to know what's in there. If you can gather all three objects, be my fucking guest. I already have mine, so you need two others, and I think it's the crown that's missing,
The orb.
or it's the orb that's missing.
Yeah, I don't remember the dude's name who was supposed to have it, but like I do remember that it was an orb that's missing.
Okay, so yeah, the orb
I
is
only
missing.
remember her family's name, which is Goto.
Yeah, so they'll need to do that. Whoever this,
Goto. There we go.
yeah, whoever this young woman is, she was added to the opening, so she's going to be important. If the heterochromia didn't tip you off.
Yeah, and the fact that she was like had a whole scene by herself
Yeah.
and a unique design that wasn't like drab brown hair in the background.
Yeah, so she's probably going to get added to the cast in some fashion.
Yeah, like if you really take a look at her, you'll also note that her hair is tinted with the same color as her other eye.
Ooh, very nice.
Which is something that the style of this does a lot, actually, because if you check Machina's hair, her hair is also tinted a different color than like the rest of her hair, and so is Veltal's. It's not the same as their eye color necessarily, but they are tinted.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. But yeah, again, I am very here for, just to wrap that up, I am very here for the games within anime. Like, I love this little mock-up for a Sekiro-like.
Okay, I found it, yes. She says specifically, my familia has 3 artificial spirits inside.
Okay, it is 3 artificial spirits, not 2. Got it.
Yep. So I was very confused there because you said 3 first, and then I thought you were talking about Machinas, and I was like, I don't remember her having a second one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I was confused at first. But okay, so 3.
Yes, 3.
Yeah, I love the mock-ups for stuff like that. Like, I kind of want to see what more of what this universe's games entail.
I would imagine that they're purposely making it look ugly because it's supposed to look ugly by the modern standards of the setting. Which,
yeah,
which if they're doing that, good. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even call these necessarily that ugly. It's just, it looks very different from the anime, so you do feel like, oh yeah, this is a game within that world, not a...
I don't know. I think I would definitely call this ugly because, like, this is probably just like personal opinion as well, but like it's like Valheim, whatever the fuck that fucking
Valheim.
Valheim, yeah, there we go. Game is like it looks like that to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say it from just this field snippet because this is...
Okay, it's marginally better, I think, maybe.
Yeah. But it's not like super atrociously, oh, this is PS1 graphics.
I think it might literally be PS1 graphics.
No, this is at least PS2.
You think? It's been a while. I haven't had a fucking PS2 since I was like 11.
Yeah, so. PS1 would be chunkier.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, like this would be a PS2 game. Honestly, could be PS3. It's not a modern game because they're not going to animate something like that for this little bit.
If it's PS2, it's got to be like early to mid PS2 era, right? Not later. Because like the later PS2 games are like fucking Resident Evil 4. And that still holds up today. Like it looks a little flat, but like otherwise it's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I would put it like it's a medium game.
Because like fucking Resident Evil 4, I think Silent Hill 2, it's PS2.
Yeah, though I would say for Silent Hill 2, the character models weren't the best necessarily. Like some of the like rendered cutscenes were amazing, but I don't think the
Okay,
In-game models were that amazing.
You might be right. Hold on a second. Might be thinking of a different Silent Hill game. I am, but it's also still not Final Fantasy. Fucking, it's also still Silent or PlayStation 2. So fuck it.
Yeah, okay,
I was
fair
thinking
enough.
of I was thinking of Silent Hill 3.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, three had better character models.
3 is like leagues better than whatever's on screen for Veltol during this.
Yeah, yeah, and
But like
again,
this
they're
is also better than Silent Hill 2. It's like it's somewhere in between. So it's got
yeah,
to be like early PS2 era. But
yeah,
like not like launch title early, you know?
yeah. But either way, it's one of those things. They're not going to put that much effort into a small vignette.
Oh, it's very true. I'm sure actually they may have actually like contracted like some college students or like
Yeah, they could have
independent animators or whatever to do something.
Yeah, they could have contracted out for somebody to do that. But either way, they're not
That's
going.
what it reminds me of. It's like fucking it's like 2008 or 2009 era fucking not Machina, Machinima. That's what it
Oh,
is.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see
That's
that.
why I
I can
was
see
thinking
that.
PS2. Fuck.
Or yeah, yeah. So yeah, I can see a little bit of the like it being PS2, but it's just in general, it's meant to look a little older, and they're also not going to animate these little vignettes too terribly, especially if the main character is going to look different in each. They're not going to spend a bunch of time on each beyond like basic outfits.
Yeah. Although because he was playing the same series, they could use the same animation bones for it and save a lot of fucking time and effort, which I'm sure that's what they did.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Almost certainly. They're using a lot of the same styles and shaders and things too, and just tweaking things a bit as far as that, where they can, use as much from the past as you fucking can.
I wouldn't be surprised if what they did was that if they took alpha footage from one single project in various stages and made it one, two, three, and then like the Super Ninja Vampire Gaiden, and that's just how it ended up. Like that's what I would have done.
Yeah, I could see that. But either way, I will be looking forward to what they do. I'll be interested to see if they move beyond FromSoft titles because it's basically Bloodborne, and that's it for modern titles,
Elden
unless
Ring.
unless they went to Elden Ring. But I don't know. It would be a little while yet for Elden Ring because right now the let me see, it is on. It's only up to like volume 4, volume 5 in Japanese. Is where we're
Yeah,
at
that's fair.
currently with what's
That
released.
so that depends on if the bloody spirit thing is a reference in the novel or if they just
Went
reference
with
some
yeah,
big game at the time.
yeah. I'd have to check back. Granted, it released at the right time for it to be.
That's true. That could be the big game that it was referencing at the time. Oh well.
Yeah, so it could be
I'm fucking
referencing.
illiterate, so
Yeah, it could be Dark Souls 1 and 2, and it might have been a little bit longer to the next volume or something if, like, the first volume was getting used to shit, and then volume 2 was dealing with Marcus or whatever. I'd have to see. I'd have to check.
I would get the feeling, just as a storyteller's instinct, that Volume 1 was Marcus.
Like, the entirety of the Marcus, like, dealing with Marcus arc is volume 1.
Yeah, from like waking up to killing Marcus was Volume 1.
Okay,
And
okay.
then Volume 2 is school to some whatever point.
Yeah, whatever the
Since
final
we haven't
point
got that
is.
far in the anime, I don't know like where to go.
Yeah, whatever the final point of the Akihabara arc is. And yeah, as we suggested, Graham is uh, back in action in some fashion.
Oh, that's actually something that struck me during the conversation about Velnal, I think it's called,
Yeah,
is
Belnol.
the his fucking sword. Apparently, its second form looks a lot like Graham's sword,
Yes, yes.
which is interesting. I prefer that look personally to whatever the fuck the first form is, but that's my personal taste.
Yeah. Which we'll have to see exactly like how mimicked it is. You know, it's probably more than just the fact that they're both big fucking swords. But I'm just
It may
curious.
have something to do with Veltol's nature as a higher order being, in quotes.
Yeah, like that is my big ass question mark here. Is what does
Like,
that
do
mean?
all immortal killing swords made by these higher order beings, including the goddess, look something like this?
Yeah. And is there a nature to it, a sort? Like Graham was saying something at the end of course, it's been 500 years. Of course we've changed. Of course you've taken a different form. And then we don't get the fucking name.
Yeah, I don't know if he's talking about the city or the goddess or some other character or what, but
Yeah.
like there's something going on there.
Yeah, my guess is either goddess or the spirit of the sword. Because he's noted this motherfucker doesn't wake up for nothing. The
Yeah, but he was
sword.
also overlooking Akihabara, right?
Yeah, I think that's Akihabara that he's looking
It's
over.
hard to tell from the sky because like we haven't seen these cities in detail like that before, but
Yeah, which is part of what made me think, oh,
Akihabara. Thank you, captioner.
yeah, lovely. Which is part of what made me wonder, oh, is this actually like whatever the high schooler girl is she related to Graham in some way when it comes to either his sword or his goddess?
Could also be like the one that got away style, like went to go kill an immortal and like this one somehow got away.
Maybe? I don't think so. That's just not the vibe I got. I got more of a vibe of this is somebody he knows and doesn't have the same complicated feelings he has about it as Veltol.
Could have even like purposefully let them go.
Could also be that, yeah. But either way, he's like, yeah, I've got a new form. Of course you would have a new form. So, or, you know, I've changed over time. The city's changed over time. Of course you would change over time.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of options as to like where that could go.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's definitely some interest here. Also, you know, we established that Graham is still in contact with the secretary. Like they're very much working together, and
Yeah,
and
which is
she's
good.
which she's knee deep in some gotcha shit, like actual gotcha, not the phone game kind of gotcha.
Which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that's what she is distracted by is a gotcha, which I think she is implying that it is the actual gotcha machines, not a phone game or
But
a
I'm gonna like
Amelia
redo
game.
that conversation because like I wanna that is the wrong tab. Hold on. That was All Guys Mixer. Ishimaru-kun Gotcha. I don't know if that's a real thing or not.
Yeah, yeah, just knee deep in a gotcha. So fair enough, Secretary. At least you're not speaking so much random English.
Oh, thank the gods, yeah. Fuck. I think that would ruin the character for me if she kept doing that.
Yeah,
Because it
absolutely.
was bad.
It was so bad. Like, I'm glad that's not the final episode of this core.
Yeah. Oh man.
Like, I am
I don't
glad
know. Like I would watch the next core if
it was,
it
yeah.
was, but man, I would hate that. I would hate it the whole way. Fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else? They do have androids developed with Magitech, so like they call them Maganoids, which is interesting.
Yep. And there are cyborgs that basically look like them at some point. Like,
Yeah, like his
you replace enough, you look like one.
yeah, because like I can't remember if it was Machina or Veltal, but one of them said that like it's difficult to tell them apart from the Maganoids. Oh, it was Veltal for sure, because Takahashi scolded him for getting into fights with the Maganoids all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
What I find interesting is that there are no like surviving paintings or other images or depictions of Veltal in the modern day. So people don't recognize him ever.
Yeah, yeah. People do not recognize him. There are
Like to me, that's the same thing as like not recognizing Hitler when you see him, right? Like,
yeah, or to use something little bit less charged, like Charles the Great at the
I don't
time.
know. I don't know that
Like
I would
500 years
recognize
later.
Charles the Great.
Yeah, like I wouldn't recognize Charles the Great, but I also wasn't in a region that experienced anything. It's not like any of my ancestors necessarily dealt with Charles the Great kind of thing. Whereas Veltol was very prevalent throughout the globe. Granted, it was about 10% of the population for each.
Okay,
This,
so I just looked up a picture of him to see if I would recognize him, and it shows the three things that I was talking about earlier: the sword, the orb, and the crown.
yep.
Some depictions he has a scepter as well, or not as well, but instead of the sword. So like that's where the three things come from.
Yeah, like it would be somebody in like
But anyhow, like I specifically used Hitler because like that's what Veltal was to a lot of people, or at least that's what their opinion was of him, right?
yeah,
And that's where how he would have been written into history as well.
yeah, yeah, I could kind of see that. Honestly, the person I think of more is actually Vlad the Impaler.
That's also a good option, yeah. Especially because like there would be no videos of Vlad the Impaler, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like that was part of it. Is like no videos. Second part is some people who aren't Nazis liked Vlad's role.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I think
Like,
yeah, I think Vlad the Impaler is a better example there, specifically like if only because there are no videos or pictures of him, but there are portraits. We know what he looked like roughly.
yeah, and also like my point being like somebody in 1300 AD would probably recognize Charles the Great.
assuming they were in the right area to have seen the images, yeah. But we're also comparing, in this case, what you're doing right now is comparing someone with internet to someone without internet. So
Yeah, so yeah, Vlad the Impaler is probably the better one. Or like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
or on the edge would be Rasputin. Because Rasputin was kind of where we have some pictures of him, but not, it was just a new technology.
Yeah.
And I'd recognize Rasputin. I'd say that's a Rasputin looking motherfucker.
It's difficult because, like, at the time, paintings were done less realistically and more idealized. When I'm talking about Vlad the Impaler,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't need to idealize Veltol either. Like he would just look like the idealized version of himself because
Yeah.
that is him.
Yeah.
He is the idealized version of himself.
Yeah.
He's Veltol.
Yeah. Veltol is the version of himself he wants to be.
Yeah.
Like
He would. I don't think he would ever allow a painter to like paint him with ideal anything changed. Like it would have to be exactly as he is because he is already perfect, sort of thing.
yeah, at best maybe like a shining background or something, like, you know, some artistic liberties. He likes art,
Yeah.
but nothing that actually changed or hid any blemishes that might exist and just aren't present in, you know, like anime aesthetic.
The only problem I have with Vlad the Impaler as an example here, like a comparison, and now we're just getting into the weeds of it, but like, whatever. That's what we're here for, all right?
Yeah.
Is that Vlad the Impaler did not affect the entire world.
That is fair, but also
Like Veltol's picture, if there were any surviving of him, would be literally all over the history textbooks.
yeah, that's fair. Also, we don't know what the extent of such a cataclysm is.
Yeah, I know. We do know that like only 10% of either world's population survived the original cataclysm.
Yeah, but we don't know, like, were trees burned in its wake kind of thing, you know, wood, fabric,
I would think
tapestries,
so
and
because you don't
portraits.
see any forests around those cities.
Yeah,
All
like,
you see is wasteland.
yeah, like, were portraits basically, like, fucking bleached white or otherwise burned kind of thing.
But yeah, that's what I was thinking though. Is like it's interesting that there's no portraits of him around, so people don't recognize him. But like, why are there no portraits? Did people burn them on purpose,
Yeah, which
or
I think there's,
did they get destroyed in the cataclysm?
like, it's probably a Por qué no los dos.
Yeah, it could be.
Because here's my theory here, is a lot of things got destroyed during the cataclysm. Well, first off, when he got defeated, a lot of the good, you know, like the positive art about him got destroyed. When
I think all of the art about him would have been destroyed because the people in power would have known that he gained strength from being thought of and feared.
that is definitely possible. Granted, I don't think they knew about the resurrection ceremony.
They probably didn't. But like it's probably one of those things where it's just like damnatio memoriae, this motherfucker.
Yeah, but either way, a lot of the art that could be found would get destroyed of him. Then the cataclysm happened and destroyed a lot of other buildings and structures that might have housed, you know, secreted away things Machina had of him. And then, even if something visible to the public survived either of those two things, then there was also the purges of immortals.
Yeah, the immortal hunts
And
organized by Marcus because he's a bastard, or
yeah, and
was
since
a bastard anyway.
yeah, and since Marcus kicked it off, of course he'd want paintings of Beltol destroyed because he knows how Beltol gets his power.
And he would know about the resurrection too.
Yeah, and
which is why he even bothered to prepare the Familia the way he did.
Yeah, and he's aware of the resurrection, so he knew all of that.
It would have been the perfect time for him to do it too, right after the cataclysm when the internet hasn't been set up yet.
Yeah, like he hasn't set up the Familia network just yet. He's just particularly powerful. And might have set up his own Familia by that time, I don't know, but at the very least, he's the internet's not there yet because people are scrambling and confused. And they,
Terrified, starving, dying, being exploded by random magic that they don't understand.
yeah. And so go, burn his image kind of thing. Now, they do know about him from history.
Yeah, like there are stories about him and everything, but like, fuck, you'd think at least like some person would like if there were images of him surviving, someone would be walking down the street and like do a double take and be like, "Hey, what the fuck?"
Then again, I have seen people who look like white Jesus. And I just kind
That's
of,
true, but like that's also white Jesus specifically, you know.
and I'm sure there's
White
some,
Jesus was never even real.
yeah, that's true. That's true enough. But you'd almost,
He's also got 3 million subscribers though, too. Do you know how absurd that is?
incredibly so. Also, the population boom in that 500 years. Holy shit.
Like 3 million subscribers and not fucking one of them has actually recognized the man. Because remember, like the chat is still going on about like it not being sure if he's actually immortal or not. Which if if they had recognized him, because he's got face cam on, he doesn't use a VTube avatar or anything like that. He does have an actual normal face cam. If someone recognized him, they would find out very quickly that he is actually, yes, immortal, and he is the real Veltal Velsta, or whatever the fuck his surname is. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I know, like, he names everything with V's because he's a dickhead.
Yeah, so, like, let's see here. So, making an assumption that it is close enough to present Earth, and both worlds had about the same. So I'm just using 20% of present Earth. About the surviving amount of people would be 2,327,000, or 327 million rather. So 2,327,250,000.
You could readily get 3 million subscribers in that if you're, like, really fucking good at it and have, like, you know, one of the world's greatest hackers pushing your shit.
Yeah, and well, also that's the population that happened at the beginning of the Fantasian.
Which was 70 years ago.
Yeah, so
Phoenix, get off my footrest, you fat fucker.
so there could have been a
No.
decent population boom. Because of course there would be
That
as
would.
soon
Yes,
as
you're
like
very handsome.
I
I can't believe you pulled out my keyboard tray with your tail, you giant asshole.
But yeah,
How are you so? How is your tail this strong? What the fuck?
yeah, but
You're a cat. Your tail's not supposed to be that strong.
population boom once the wars ended, kind of thing, makes sense.
And once they figured out like aether reactors and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like after the wars were over and after they weren't fighting over as many
Phoenix,
resources.
don't you dare! He dared. He's already in my lap. You piece of shit.
And I'm going to get and I think that's it for Demon Lord.
Yep. It's a great time for a break though, because I gotta pee and give this fucking dog her injection.
Yep, so we will be right back after a bio break. Get up, do your stretches, have a drink.
Back.
Yes, hi.
I know that took me a little longer than it usually does, but that's because I had to dig out the so normally what I do, because these fucking the food that I have to give her when she's getting her injections, just so she focuses on the food and not the injection, because dogs are basically like fucking 3-year-olds. You got to give them something else to focus on so they don't pay as much attention to the pain.
Yeah.
which is fair. I understand. But like the food that we currently have, I have to normally mash it up so that she doesn't fucking choke on it because she eats too damn fast, and it's not easily chewable by a 15-year-old dog. So normally I smash it up with a fork or some other like manual implements, right? But that's been fucking up my fingers because I gotta put so much pressure on my thumb or my index finger or whatever the fuck that it's actually starting to strain the tendons when I do that. Like I still can't properly extend and move my right thumb very well, and the problem that I've been having with my index finger, that's because of this shit. I finally figured out like a couple days ago. But anyway, I got a manual blender out to fucking like pull the fucking cord on it and blend this shit up. But I had to scrub the entire thing top to bottom, including the blades, because the last thing it was used for was onion, fresh
Ooh.
onion at that, not even dried onion. So that would just straight up fucking kill a dog. So like that's why it took so long, is I had to dig it out, then I had to wash it, and then I did so on and so forth. Nothing happened. It's fine. She got her injection. She ate. She didn't choke. It's good. I didn't fall. None of that. So like some people at least worry like whenever I'm gone longer than like I say I'm going to be, they're like, oh fuck, did they fall? And the answer is sometimes yes.
Yeah.
Whenever,
Sometimes it
whenever
is
my
yes.
whenever my legs give out, I kind of have to just sit there on the ground for a minute.
Yeah.
Like if they don't want to work, that's why they gave out. I have yet to like seriously injure myself, but like it's only a matter of time, right? Like when you fall at inopportune and unpredictable times, like you're gonna hurt yourself eventually, no matter how lucky you are.
Yeah.
I guess unless like a fucking meteorite comes and kills me first or something. I don't know. Look, maybe I'll get hit by a fucking like ejected toilet lid from some fucking low orbit plane or some shit like in that one show Dead Like Me.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how I'm gonna go out. Is I'm gonna get hit by a fucking toilet seat coming down from like some goddamn plane or space station. It's the dream right there. Getting taken out by the shooter.
I can see that. Also, I'm thinking of that meme of, a nuclear blast is coming, so you rush to the bathroom to be a visual storytelling skeleton.
Yeah, say fucking environmental storytelling skeleton. Yeah, that's good shit. Man, like what would you do in the case that like you heard a nuke was coming and you wanted to be an environmental storytelling skeleton? Where would you go? What would you do?
Oh, okay. Let's see. That's a good question.
What I would do, I think, is I would find the most absurd object I could that is still technically feasible, lay down on my bed with it like on my like under my ass bone, your coccyx, tailbone.
Yeah.
Just like lay there with my hips on top of it and it like under my spine like that, and then just put one of my hands on my crotch, and then just wait to die, just like that, so that in fucking 300 years or whatever, when someone comes across my skeleton, they find this giant like 7 inch in diameter thing just like underneath my hip bones.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that's what I would have to do, something like that.
yeah. It has to be something like that because it can't be something that it requires a lot of setup. Because if it requires a lot of setup, I'm just moving as quickly away from the blast radius as I can. But
Yeah, because like whenever you get a warning like that, you've got like 10, 15 minutes at most, right? Like you can't do like any major bullshit.
Yeah. A main piece of advice for people who uh, do get that kind of, though, gods hope you never have to use this advice. But some of the advice is uh, pack potting soil in front of your windows, then board the windows.
Oh, that's actually yeah, that's super good. I hadn't heard of that before. That's really good advice. Yeah, that
Uh,
immediately makes a lot of sense.
yeah, so have potting soil on hand, obviously.
If your windows are the right size, you might even just not even have to like unload the bag. You could just like slap the bag up there.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility there. But either way, it acts as a good barrier to the nuclear stuff. Not perfect, but if you're at ground zero,
Well, if
you're
you're going
fucking
with
toast.
nuclear, yeah, if you're thinking about radiation, cat litter might be better.
What might be better?
Cat litter.
Oh, cat litter. Yeah. But yeah, the advice for where the potting soil was actually Bo that gave the
Okay,
advice.
yeah, fair enough. Well, yeah, cat litter is really fucking heavy anyway. The most kinds of it is anyway, and the kind that you would want for this is the heavy kind, not the lightweight.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So you you
and it
you
does not
know
come in easily stuffed bags like that. So,
yeah, you know better what's in potting soil than you know your individual cat litter. And it does act as a barrier. Uh, Obviously, board your windows because no matter where you are in relation to the blast, it's going to blast your windows.
yeah, you don't want like fucking radioactive glass all over you
Yeah.
or in
Also,
you, for that matter.
and last piece of advice, but this isn't related to anything else, is you can use soap, you can use shampoo. Do not use conditioner.
Without water,
Hmm?
or with either without water or radiation. Which one do you think of?
When it comes to it doesn't matter with or without water. Do not use conditioner.
Oh, for radiation.
Yeah,
That's what I was asking. Like, or
yeah,
were you thinking like without water or with for the radiation? 'Cause, yeah, it'll bind. So the reason why that happens is the radiation will cling onto the conditioner particles, basically.
yes. Basically, the radiation will stick to your body because the two things will bond. So
It will make you very, very sick very quickly.
yeah, so my suggestion really would be, because sometimes there's the 2-in-1 shampoos anyway, is just use some ivory soap or something like that. Ivory soap is just what I go to because it is the most non-offensive thing.
I
Like,
think in this kind of situation, I'd be so paranoid about water, like the water being radioactive as well, that I wouldn't even shower, which would stink. But
uh,
like,
yeah.
it's better than dying of radiation poisoning over the
Well,
course of 3 months.
the thing of that is you're more likely to. This is if you get hit by debris, by the way. If you don't get hit by debris, do not bother washing up.
Oh
But if,
yeah, yeah. Okay.
but if you get hit
If
by,
you're gonna hit by debris, the debris is radioactive. You need to get that shit off you right now.
yeah, you need to get that shit off you right now. So you can use water, you can use soap, you can use shampoo, though. Like I said, there's the 2-in-1, so maybe just stay err on the safe side and just use soap. But do not
Oh,
use conditioner.
well, I'm thinking about it. PSA: nuclear weapons do not work like they work in Fallout. They will not make an area radioactive for decades afterwards. It is months or weeks at most.
Yeah, so
And the modern ones are actually like only a couple days
yeah,
because
so
they did use a different element to
yeah,
react. So
because empires like to control things.
you can't colonize or extract or settle or exploit an area that is covered in lethal radiation.
Yeah, so you're not gonna get a Chernobyl
And besides, like
situation.
the modern ones, hydrogen bombs are just more powerful. So
Yeah, you're not gonna get a Chernobyl. You're not going to get where it took a lot of work to redo it like Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Yeah,
Which,
so like the big thing is like the only way you're gonna get like really bad radiation from a modern nuclear weapon is if it's what's called a dirty bomb,
yeah, if it's a
which is a bomb with more than what is strictly necessary
yeah,
to cause the reaction in it. And that's
either
the
that
more than strictly necessary is the thing that causes the
or you are
radiation.
unfortunately close to ground zero.
Yeah, and if that's the case, you're fucking dead anyway. So
I think there is a degree of you can be close to ground zero and not die immediately.
yeah, but I
Even
not immediately, but like a fatal wound, definitely.
yeah, even
Um,
even with
you're gonna die of the internal injuries you get from the concussive force and heat before you die of the radiation. In that case,
I think there are enough where it is even distant enough for that, and you can still get radiation. Like nuclear weapons are still shit.
it's very true. Yeah, like nuclear weapons are still fucking awful.
Yeah, so it's just less so than when they were first invented.
I'm just thinking about like the concussive force of like the bomb actually going off. That shit will like
Oh
much
yeah, that
further than the actual fireball. That thing, that the concussive wave will murderize you.
yeah, like the concussive blast will hurt more people than the fireball, but radiation will still be around for a bit. The best advice is do not go outside.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it was just
That
block your doors and windows with fucking cloth and soil or cat litter or whatever the
yeah,
fuck you can find. Just put stuff there to make the barrier thicker.
yeah, exactly. Soil is just one of those things that can absorb radiation better and
Yeah,
not
because it's
let it permeate.
so that has to do physics wise with the heterogeneous makeup of the soil, right? It's like it's a whole bunch of different materials all packed up into one, like with different densities, with different like
Yeah,
properties all
exactly.
to themselves. It's all really close together. It's the same reason why sound travels better through like fucking a steel beam than it does through the soil. It's the
Yeah,
same shit.
yeah.
It's the
Uh,
same rough idea, at least. It's not the same literal mechanic, but
yeah, kind of. But anyway, so general advice is stay inside as long as you can. Try and have a, like a crank radio or something so you can listen to whatever is coming from your government or whoever.
that's a good idea for anyone anywhere, actually, because sometimes the power goes out and you want to know when shit's coming back.
Yep. Yeah. Especially if you are in an area that's prone to disasters, like you should have this anyway.
Yeah, get like a crank flashlight, a crank radio, and write down your local news station, a radio news station, your emergency broadcast shit on a piece of paper and staple that shit to the radio so that like with the crank flashlight you can actually read the radio and the paper and set it to the right one if you for whatever reason were listening to music or whatever beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, have that handy. Listen, because they'll tell you, hey, go here for resources, or hey, it's safe to leave now. You can go to the next state over, or whatever, or the next province over.
Yeah, and they'll have general like advisories and warnings and shit like that.
Yeah, they'll go, hey, if you're
And
in.
this isn't like obviously it's not just for nuclear weapons, it's also for just shit like tornadoes and floods and earthquakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is useful shit anyway, even in a, because again, God's hope, we never have to use this advice for a nuclear strike. Because, you know, the important part of mutually assured destruction is nobody actually pulls the trigger.
Yeah.
The minute
It would be much
somebody,
better if we just didn't have that at all, but hey,
yeah, we need to
we're
get the,
here. We can't stop it now. We can't like put the genie back in the bottle, as it were.
yeah, we need to get to disarmament, but that requires getting militaristic countries like the US to disarm, as well as militaristic countries like China and Russia.
Russia, among others.
Yeah, like,
We're definitely not the only three with nukes still.
yeah, we're not the only three with nukes anymore. Even non state actors can have access to them. which
I'm not gonna tell you how, but you can literally just build a nuke in your garage.
yeah,
It's not even that hard.
yeah, it's just a matter of getting the objects. So it's yeah. Granted, that's also the thing is don't be afraid of the person who wants 30 nukes. Be afraid of the person who wants one nuke.
Yeah, 30 nukes is a mutually assured destruction thing. The dude who wants one nuke is gonna use that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like North Korea isn't actually going to use a nuke. We do, we characterize them as, and this is an ableist term, but madmen. But no, that's not what the government is. They know that the US wants to, and a lot of other countries, want to change their governmental structure. And they want to
Yeah,
remain in
like
power.
they
And they know that
North Korea absolutely knows that half the world is staring at them just going, "Give me a reason, fucker."
Yeah, exactly. They're waiting for, give me a reason, and I will restructure your
Give me
entire
Casus
government.
Belli.
But yes, give me a reason.
Silence, kitty.
Give me a reason kind of thing. So they know the one way you don't get your government restructured is to have nukes. Now, don't get me wrong, the government of North Korea needs changed by the people. Like there needs to be a popular uprising kind of thing, but that's not the point.
Man, like, why did we get stuck with the timeline where we have the boring, shitty, instant death nuke and not the cool, sexy, fucked up bioweapon mutually assured destruction?
Yeah, it's true.
It's like, where the fuck's my Resident Evil, goddammit?
So, basically, like, the reason they want nukes is just so they can go, you can't change our government forcibly, because look at Russia. Right now, so many countries would love to restructure Russia, but the only way Russia's government is going to... Including Russia. And the only way Russia's government is going to change is by people within the country doing something. Because otherwise, you risk
It's not
nukes.
as easy as it sounds. Like, people always talk about it. It's like, well, then you do something. You vote, or you fucking hold your representatives at gunpoint or whatever. It's not that easy.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, it's fairly easy to like grab a rifle and go to someone's house and be like, hey, do this thing or I'm gonna shoot you. But like, who's gonna feed your family after that? Or while you're doing it? You know?
Who's gonna take care of your family? What retaliation might they do to, make an example of you? You need a lot of organization. And
not only that, but do you literally have the energy to do it?
Also, do you have the
or are you working too much and you're too tired to even fucking think about doing it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the reasons that, and this will be my last tangent before we get on to Ranma. That's part of the reason that cults will make sure you are not well nutritioned. Because if you don't have the proper nutrition, you will not have the energy to think about what they're telling you.
And even if you do think about what they're telling you, you won't have the energy to do something about it.
Yeah, and you won't have the energy to do something about it. It'll be hard for you to even leave. But they'll get you in with the honeymoon period, and then they'll get you to cut off your family, your friends. Because that's actually what, like Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, and Mormons that come door to door, that's what it's doing, is it's cutting you off from your community. It's not actually to convert people. Not many people are converted by door-to-door proselytizing. But what it does function as is it's a way to make you feel alienated from the community, because you will get frustrated people, angry people, you might even get somebody who aims a gun at you. And then you can go, oh, the world outside's scary, the cult is friendly. Anyway.
Sort of upsetting, too, because, like, it should not be my responsibility to get these people out of a cult. I just don't want to deal with it. I'm too tired. Go away.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't have the expertise to get somebody out of a cult. Like, I could make it worse, honestly.
Uh, I wouldn't say I have the expertise for it, but I have experience in like de-radicalizing people. It takes a long time.
Yeah, it takes a long time of conversation, and to some extent, they have to want help. Like, you can get involved by listening, letting them talk, and not having the very violent reactions that are justified by some of the shit they're saying, but don't have the violent reactions of the public. And you can show them, hey, this doesn't make sense. Hey, you don't have to live like this. There's a very famous case with the Westboro Baptist Church with, I think, a daughter of one of the leaders or something getting out of it because of a documentarian who would just go to
That's kind of
their,
cool, actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
which would go to their fucked up rallies and interview them and talk to them, but not have the incredibly, you know, justified violent reactions that the public does to the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah, because they say some vile shit.
They say some vile shit and they do it in very vile places, like outside graveyards. Because that's public property, and they can say, "Hey, I can stand here and I can shout whatever I want." And if you do something to me, that's against the law. And they can, make themselves to be martyrs to the cult if somebody does react that way.
Kind of gross. I don't like that whole martyr thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Just like in
unfortunate.
general, no matter like what the cause is, I don't like martyrs.
Yeah, unfortunately. Like, sometimes I wouldn't call it necessary, but sometimes it works. But
Yeah, sometimes it's helpful, but like I still
yeah,
don't like it.
yeah, nobody should have to be a martyr, and nobody should want to be a martyr.
I don't like. I also don't like the martyr worship thing that goes on either.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
get that shit out of here.
Yeah, that can also suck. Anyway, weird martial arts anime.
Can I say how nice it is to have a mouse that doesn't double click?
You are very welcome.
I'm no longer opening like 5 tabs whenever I hit the new tab button.
Yes, yes. Because, yeah, that's another thing I did. I got Cat a fucking new mouse because they've been dealing with this for fucking months.
Yeah, I literally didn't even expect it because, like, I did say, it's like, hey, let me do some troubleshooting before you order a new mouse, you nerd. And then before I got to the troubleshooting, you were just like, oh, yeah, it'll be here tomorrow. It's like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, it was sales time. I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. I haven't heard a peep out of you about troubleshooting. Because also, you need the energy to troubleshoot.
Yeah, and I've been getting kicked in the grundle by my insomnia a lot lately. I've
Yeah.
been up for 29 hours, by the way.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh. I woke up at 16:30 yesterday.
Lovely.
Not 29 hours, then it's like 27. What's with
Still.
it? That's how you can tell I've been up a while, because I can't do basic arithmetic anymore. I know it sounds like I'm all energetic and shit, but like that's just how insomnia do.
Yeah, it'd be the face you put on for the camera.
Like I feel mostly fine, but like I notice it around the edges where like words aren't coming to me quite as quickly as they usually do, which to be fair is not very fast anymore. I'm having difficulty remembering things that I've done recently. parts of my body hurts that shouldn't under normal circumstances. Can't do math.
Yeah, it's the meme of uh, how how much pain do you experience? The normal amount. The normal amount is zero.
Yeah.
Fuck. uh, but yeah, I'm glad the mouse is working out for you as a substitute for now.
Yeah, like my neck does not normally hurt. She's gonna say that now, but like right at the exact moment, like the very base of my skull and my neck is sort of like, how do I describe this? It's like I don't okay, so because I've had migraines most of my life, I don't know if this is normal when you're nauseous or not, or if it's just a migraine thing. But it feels like nausea pain in the back of my head. It's like pain that is associated with nausea but does not cause nausea, you know?
Um, I would associate that with a fever more likely.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, a fever or like something that like is
Well, I'm
affecting
definitely not
like
running a fever, I can tell you that much.
yeah, something that's affecting your like sinuses almost. But I associate it with being sick more so than I associate it with like nausea by itself.
Okay, so that's probably like a me thing because of my migraines.
Yeah, that's a you thing with your migraines, I think.
That makes sense. Okay.
It's
Because
with
at
yeah,
least for me, my body temperature does rise a little bit when I have a migraine. But
yeah.
I think that's relatively normal for migraines
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
because
that's
like when you're
relatively
in pain,
normal.
your body will swell up and like inflame.
Yeah, because normally when I feel nausea, it's in my gullet and my throat. Maybe a little bit
No,
in my
I
nose.
don't mean like I don't mean that like I feel nausea in the back of my head, but rather the pain is associated with nausea, right?
Yeah,
Like
but
because I feel nausea in the same place that you do. of
yeah, but what I'm
course, it's in my
saying
throat
is
and my stomach.
I only feel that. I don't feel other sensations unless there's other symptoms like a headache that just happen.
Not even
But
like shakes or anything like that. Like you don't get the shakes or anything when you get nauseous.
um no, sometimes I can get weakness of the body.
Okay, that's at least one thing that isn't associated with my migraines. Then fuck, son of a bitch. Can you tell how rare it is for me to get sick outside of my migraines now? Though,
Yeah, yeah,
literally
absolutely.
don't even know what the common symptoms are of like normal shit. God damn it!
Yeah, so nausea, it is basically
Oh
just that, maybe some weakness of the body.
fuck, because like when I'm nauseous, my body like it looks like I have Parkinson's basically.
Ah, yeah,
It's like
no,
I start like shaking pretty badly.
yeah, that's definitely some migraine shit right there.
Fuck. God damn it. Nearly goddamn 30 and like I'm just now learning that nausea for most people is just nausea. Damn.
Yep. Nausea for most people is just nausea. Uh, if there's anything else, it's because another symptom. At least for my body, other people's bodies might be different.
Fuck, no wonder I can tell like subconsciously whether it's a damn migraine or just a headache before the pain even starts. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, your body's like, oh, these signals are not our signals for a flu.
I don't think I've ever had the flu. I do not know what having the flu feels like.
Uh,
The last time I got sick, I was 19 and I had caught the con crud from someone who I was living with that came back from a con sick.
okay, imagine your migraines without the head pain. Though I just
Okay.
remembered you don't remember sensations well.
Yeah. I was like, sure, let's go with that.
But
And now there's just a list of like symptoms in my brain. It's like, okay, I will checklist these later whenever I have a migraine.
fair enough. But yes, nausea, weakness of the body, uh, not really much of the shaking with the flu. Your head can feel like it's full of cotton.
No, that's just like normal though.
Fuck.
I know it's not. I know it's not. It's only been like that for a couple of years. It's fine. I know that's not normal.
But
I'm
still,
not that out of touch with like what normal healthy bullshit is.
fuck that's been your reality for a few years.
Well, I mean, like I say it all the time, but I years before you met me, I was extremely articulate and eloquent, and my enunciation was damn near dictionary perfect, and I had as close to photographic memory as you could get without actually having
Yeah, and
photographic
I'm not
memory.
even talking about like memory gaps or anything. Like, I'm not talking about brain fog so much as it very much feels like your head is full of cotton because your sinuses are so blocked up.
Oh yeah, like that. Okay, I see what you mean now, and yes, that is also just normal for me because of my allergies.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Your fucking allergies would do that to you.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, that's just fucking normal for allergies. Fuck.
Yep. At least my kind of allergies, anyway. Like most
Yeah,
people's allergies are not as severe as mine.
yeah. I
But then
mean, for
again, they also get sick. So
yeah. All right, so Ranma, time to continue to the battle.
yeah, I don't know that there's actually that much to talk about in this episode because it was like 98% build up and battle.
Yeah, yeah. It pretty
There's
much
not actually
is.
much there.
They did yassify our boy.
That's true. They did yassify Picha. They gave him a little bit of yassification for a fucking picture or a portrait or something like that, hanging up in the hall of the
Yeah, because the
skating rink.
competition is the Charlotte Cup. Let me grab
I
that.
don't like. I know I said it last week, but I don't know why people keep like accepting the like. I don't know why Ranma and Akane keep accepting these random people's challenges for like the most ridiculous shit ever.
Yeah, like at
Because
some
like if
point.
I was Ranma, I'd be like, look, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. That sounds fun, but I'm not gonna break up with my fiance over it, dude.
Yeah, even if like in reality he's
I'm
not
not gonna like
exactly.
make my I'm not gonna make my fiance give you her pet pig if we lose, you nerd.
Yeah,
What the
like
fuck is wrong with
at
you?
least the caller kind of does it, but at that point, like, get some fucking bolt cutters if it's that hard.
Yeah, like some tin snips or something. Shit.
But yes, the ossified boy.
Oh god damn it. So I know it's because like these characters are deeply flawed people to the point where that you could even call them awful people.
Yeah, they're deeply flawed
It's just
people.
it's just like I can't wrap my brain around the idea that like you would accept and honor any kind of random challenge like this. I'd be
Yeah.
telling people to swan dive off a very short pier.
Then again, we've never seen them have to acquiesce to any of these because they've always won.
I know, but they like always ostensibly agree to doing so, right? Like I wouldn't even be doing that. I'd be like, no, fuck off, man, go away.
Yeah, no, fuck off, go away.
Shut up, Ember.
No, you're right, Ember. Fuck them.
I think he's just yelling to yell, honestly, right now.
Well,
Like it's
probably, but
you're okay, buddy. Don't worry.
I can treat Ember like the part of the commentary.
Yeah, you could technically.
But yeah.
He turned around, faced away from me, and then yelled at the wall, and then turned back at me.
Uh, cats.
Oops,
But
that's the wrong.
yeah,
There we go.
so
There we go. They yesified our boy.
yes, the
There we go.
Yassified the
Side by
boy.
side comparison.
I don't have a side by side for you folks, but you can look it up.
Oh my gosh, I didn't notice this during the actual show, but they even put a heart loop in his tail.
Oh, they did. You're right.
This poor fuck.
This poor fuck. And we do see Ryogan acknowledge what it looks like he's doing if Akane ever found out he was the pig.
Yeah.
He does acknowledge, yeah, I would look like a fucking creep.
That's because you are, Ryoga. You are doing that. It doesn't look like you're doing that. You are doing that.
Yeah? Like, all you really...
Damn it, boy.
Yeah.
Sleep in the hallway, you fuck.
But I also think that there's the element of, and this is, I don't know if this is just a cisgendered thing or what, or even just somebody who is in the binary, but there is a cultural thing of being embarrassed of being turned into an animal and like thinking it makes you less of a person.
That's common across the world, I think, for the most part.
Oh yeah, like I
Like
said,
in some
I
very
don't.
specific instances, there's the idea that this could be like a god's blessing or a sign of great strength or power or something like that. But for the most part, involuntarily turning into an animal is like a not good thing.
I mean, yes, it can be a not good thing, but specifically, and I'm not attributing this to any individual culture. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
it might be a cisgendered or binary thing. Because I
don't think it is. I think it's more about humanization and being better than beast or more than beast, right?
Yeah, it could be an element of that, but either way, there is an element of being not just considering it a bad thing that you need to undo, because that's one thing, but also being actually embarrassed about it.
See, I can't comment on that because I literally don't ever get embarrassed by anything.
Yeah.
Ever. I don't know what it feels like.
Yeah, fair. But, like, between the two of us, we can both say, if that happened to us and we didn't like the animal we got in our roulette of springs we fell into, we'd turn back
Just
to
fucking
normal.
dive into another one. Just go dive into a different one.
It does suck it doesn't work that way.
Fuck it, let's play roulette.
But if we didn't like it, we'd turn back, tell people exactly what happened, and go, okay, let's find a way to undo this. We wouldn't try and hide it. We'd approach somebody we ostensibly liked and trusted, and Ryoga likes Akane. Doesn't like Ranma, but at least Ranma can understand.
Yeah, Ranma's in the same position at least, so like it would behoove them to share notes on what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. And they will mutually search for a cure at different points in the anime.
Granted, like if I was in the position of literally any of these characters in this damn show, I would have already killed someone.
Yeah.
Because there's some shit that these people do to each other that is like grounds for murder.
Yeah, like you haven't seen the worst of Genma. Genma has done.
Yeah, I haven't really seen much of Genma yet, so
Genma has done some things to Ranma that, at some point, I would have probably killed him in his sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help that Genma like regularly steals Ranma's food, which we do see a little bit of. But
it's a wonder that Ranma is even halfway nice.
yeah, it is a wonder that Ranma is actually quite a bit better than Genma.
It's like even remotely socially capable or
Yeah,
adjusted or anything, and not just like a feral child.
yeah. Not a feral child, actually has some decent morals as far as, well, maybe decent's too strong of a word, but
I think Ranma does have decent morals. They just don't ever act on them.
yeah. But, Ranma is going to help.
So they're kind of flimsy, but like the actual morals themselves are solid, right? Like
Yeah, like Ranma's going to help somebody in front of them. I don't necessarily believe Genma would.
yeah. At the very least, Ranma has been shown to get angry on the behalf of others already and worried for other people.
Yeah, whereas,
But they're also just not telling Akane about Ryoga, which I would have immediately.
oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I think this is one of those things of being embarrassed about it, and Ranma somehow also understands this logic somehow.
And it's like, I don't care how embarrassed you are, dude. I don't care how bad it feels that whatever embarrassment you're feeling, you are sleeping with someone who does not know that you're a person.
Yeah, yeah. Now, I think what Ryoga's argument is of how this occurred is girl picks him up, girl's holding on to him, he doesn't want to hurt her to wiggle out of her arms. She takes him, uses him as a stuffed animal, and again, he doesn't actually want to hurt her, and also she has the grip of a martial artist, and he is just a piglet.
Yeah, yeah. P-chan in his P-chan form, he's definitely gonna hurt her. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, hurt, relatively speaking, like put a scratch on her, like literally a scratch, to actually wiggle out of her arms.
Pathetic.
Yeah, yeah, but basically didn't want to upset her, and things boiled over. But that's just my assumption. I don't know exactly how they resolve that, or if they ever discover that Pichon is Ryoga. I think
See,
so, but
I think that one of the earlier episodes did show Ryoga willingly going back to the bed with Akane after getting
yeah,
up in the middle of the night for some reason. So that puts a kink in that idea you've got.
that's fair. That's fair.
Regardless of how it started, because it could very well have gone the way that you said.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what
denying
I'm
that,
thinking.
but
Is it that's how it started? But at this point, Ryoga needed to fess up after day one, basically.
yeah, like immediately after, it's like, hey, don't grab that fucking piglet anymore. That's me.
Yeah, like, hey, I know this happened. I know this is weird. Granted, Akane jumps to fucking conclusions about people's level of pervertedness.
I feel like so I normally generally don't say this about people, especially with like perverted stuff like this. But like in this case, I think this is like a definitely like a she doth protest too much sort of thing. Like you are the one who is dirty and perverted, Akane, because like you see this shit in everyone, girl.
Yeah, you really do. You really do. So you must think if
You're
I
the
was
one with the gutter line.
if I was a guy, I would be horny. Granted, that might unfortunately just be her mangaka's view of men at the time.
Yeah, it was written in what, like the 80s, right?
Yeah. But still, it's just like Akane jumps to conclusions. So I also see Ryuga going, oh fuck, can I even tell her after day one? And what do I do now? She thinks I'm her pet pig. And like, if I disappeared, she'd be fucking heartbroken. But you also can't keep living like this, Ryoga.
Yeah, like you got a moral responsibility to say something to her about it.
Yeah.
Or like do literally anything about the situation.
Yeah, or at least just vanish responsibly. Like, have Ranma go, oh yeah, talk to Ranma, be like, here, I'll buy you as much fucking ice cream as you want. Tell her this. And have Ranma say, oh, this is from somebody from a province over. Pichon belongs to them. I know it's sad,
What I want to
Akane.
know is how Akane is like so fucking inobservant that she hasn't noticed his fucking bandana yet.
The same reason that people are stupid enough to not realize Ranma's the same person between forms.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but at least like those people have the excuse of like that being too weird to be believable.
Yeah, like they
She already knows that happens to people.
yeah, she already knows that fucking happens to people. She know magic exists. She doesn't have as much of an excuse. Though I guess she
It's
could.
literally the same bandana. Like, come on.
I
And
guess,
his fur is black, just like his hair. Come
yeah,
on.
granted, that describes like 99.9% of boys in Japan.
I mean, yes, it's true. However, it is not true in this setting because apparently her pink hair is actually her pink hair.
Oh yeah, for female Rama.
Rama. So, wild hair colors are apparently a real thing here.
Yeah. At least in that, but still, a large percentage of the side characters are black haired.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that myself. Like the was it Tatawaki siblings? Is that the right fucking name? Or is it they
No,
some
it's the Kuno siblings.
Kuno? There we go. Thank you. I knew that was wrong. The Kuno siblings both have like black hair, and then like fucking Ryoga, and then like half the other cast has black hair.
Yeah, a
Hell,
lot.
Ranma has black hair in his male form.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot, like, so the black pig thing wouldn't really be anything, and also black pigs are just a thing in Japan.
Well, I mean, there's also the fact that he's wearing the collar in both fucking forms.
Yeah, that's the thing where I'm like, girl, like, don't tell me the fucking bubbly ice skater is gonna figure it out before you.
Amber, shut up.
The
No.
bubbly ice skater that does not know magic exists is going to figure it out before you. Because she almost halfway figured it out. Because she's like, oh, that's the collar. You're my Charlotte, aren't you?
Oh, that would be so fucking funny.
Well, I mean, she literally said that. And he's like,
No, I mean, if like, uh, Akane doesn't figure it out for like a while yet,
yeah.
it would be weird as hell. Like the situation is weird as hell without like Ryoga doing something. But putting that aside for the sake of the humor, it would be very fucking funny if everyone but her figured it out first.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, where was I going with this? But yeah.
I don't know, where were you going with it?
Yeah. What was I saying a half minute ago? Fuck. Well, either way, it's not that easy to put two and two together because, black pigs are just a thing. Plenty of boys have black hair in Japan and even in the anime. Basically, I assume every off-screen boy basically has black hair, and there's plenty that live in Tokyo.
Yeah, it's still just like the fucking bandana, though. Like, what are the odds that, like, you never see these two in the same place and they have the same goddamn bandana? I know it's a joke. I know the joke is that she hasn't realized and she's not going to for a while. I know that's the joke. I get it. Don't at me.
Yeah, like, it is the joke, but also, like, I don't know. She also hasn't come across somebody that can turn into a small animal like that. It's only been Ranma and Genma.
I guess. But like as soon as I find out that literally any magic exists, I would just start assuming it's like, okay, literally anything can be magic then.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
magic could be anything because I don't know the rules yet.
yeah. I don't know the rules
I have
yet.
to keep my mind open.
I need
Just
to.
because I've only seen this doesn't mean that's the only thing.
Yeah,
Because
like
before I saw this, I hadn't seen any.
yeah, like if I was in any of these fuckers' positions, I'd go, okay, I need to find out if Onmyoji are real. Like they can really do magic. Granted, like
Dude, I'd start looking for fucking yokai.
I mean, yeah, I would also be looking for yokai, but a good way to
I'd
be
get
able to
myself
look.
a sword blessed by a Shinto priest with moonlight holy water. Let's go.
Yeah, like I mean, porque no los dos. I'm gonna I'm gonna look for that shit, but also like learning from non-Byoji might help.
I think like my first order of business would be getting like talismans like and charms and all that shit to protect myself, right?
I mean, yeah,
Rather
that
than anything else.
that would probably
Before learning how to use it, I would be like, okay, I need a Shikigami to transfer any curses from myself to it, just in case. Because apparently they can just show up in random goddamn springs.
yeah, yeah. And unfortunately, uh normal tactics don't work on this. Because of course I can't just go to a fucking Onmyoji and or a Shinto priest and have this fixed.
Yeah, like yeah. So at least in folklore, curses are very complicated to actually break without fulfilling some kind of condition first. It's much simpler to divert them away from yourself,
Yeah, that's
which is
why
entirely the reason of like behind like 80% of folk magic is to just like shunt curses and bad luck away.
yeah, and hopefully put them in an object rather than a real
It's like
person.
yeah, like an object or a place or something that is not a person,
Yeah.
generally speaking.
But that's where you get the purifying stones uh in from soft games.
Yeah, they take on the curse for you.
Yeah, they take on the curse for you, that kind of thing.
In Japanese, they would call them a shikigami, but in English, we call them poppets. Of course, in American English, we call them voodoo dolls, but that's not what they actually are.
Yeah, no. Like there are definitely puppets in Valdun, but they're not
Yeah, they're
exclusive
not.
to
You're
it.
not done that way.
And yeah, they're not done that way. A lot of times it's actually used in the beneficial context as okay, this symbolizes the body and we can do positive things.
Yeah, which of course, like that's also a thing in like other uh,
Puppet style.
traditions
Yeah.
of like sympathetic magic. That's what it's called. For everyone wondering, it's called sympathetic magic. The poppets are just one way that you do sympathetic magic,
Yeah.
and what that means for people who are not as occult brained as me, because I am learning a lot over the past few years about like what is common knowledge of this stuff and what isn't. Sympathetic magic is a using an object or person or thing that is not the target as the representative of the target of the thing.
Yeah. Like a lot of common examples in movies is using a photograph of the person.
Yeah. Using photographs, using a drop of their blood, using a lock of their hair, using a voodoo doll of them, which pop it. I'm going to say pop it from now on. I'm not going to clarify anymore.
Yeah, we're not clarifying
But
anymore. If you ask in the comments, I will clarify. But otherwise, we're not clarifying in speech. It's a puppet from here on.
yeah, it's a poppet. There's like the poppets, portraits, even like pictures and mirrors, anything that represents you or is somehow linked to you.
Yeah.
It's also like in a lot of like early 2000s and 90s witch media, you would often see people like holding like their favorite, like a person's favorite jacket or whatever, in order to like scry their location or define their location.
Yeah.
That's sympathetic magic as well. You have a link to that person through this thing that represents them.
Yeah, and thus you can do something related to them. And the stronger the connection, the stronger the thing you can do.
Yeah, which is why stuff like blood, locks of hair, portraits, photos, etc., is more valuable than, say, the sock you wore last week once.
Yeah, so some folks are superstitious enough that they don't want to just throw away their hair in the same way you would throw away anything else. Because a bird might pick it up, or even a malicious person, and bad things could happen to you.
Which is like honestly, it's a ridiculous idea. Just like, calm the fuck down.
Yeah. But, it's at least
If you're that worried about it, instead of like trying to be completely compulsive about it, ward yourself instead.
I mean, yeah.
It takes so much less effort and protects against so much more.
Yeah, I mean, first off, do that, but it's at least reasonable to think a bird might make a nest if they find your hair and go, oh yeah, useful nest material.
Yeah, I just don't know that that would do anything because like magic requires intent. Just because like a bird shits on your like shed hair doesn't mean you're gonna get shit on by an actual bird.
But
I don't know.
apparently there are some folks who do believe like some minor stuff can happen to you if you do stuff like that.
Like I would have to assume that it's a specific kind of bird in that case, known for magic, because otherwise, why wouldn't stepping on that bird's feather kill it immediately? Then
Yeah, like again, it might be
magic requires intent. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, it might be very minor things like, hey, this has a connection to you. Hey, if it gets in a nest, you might get sick or something, like a cold or something.
I guess
Until
I
like
know.
the time of decay severs the connection, kind of thing.
That sucks because hair lasts quite a long time, comparative.
Yeah.
It's not really. It's sort of soft tissue, but not really.
Anyway, the actual fight.
Yeah, these fucking nerds.
Yeah, these fucking
God.
nerds. A fucking kiss maneuver. This guy's known.
Kiss attack.
Yeah. This guy's known for being just a fucking weird, touchy asshole. And some of the, and like, too many girls are into that in that audience.
Granted, some of them were also like, that's fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, granted, some of them are like, that's fucking weird, dude, but there are too many people cheering for him in that audience.
I think actually, like, the split is fairly realistic, which is kind of fucked up.
Fair enough. I didn't like exactly look at the numbers. I just saw the crowd of women cheering for him, and I'm like, no, gods.
Yeah, so like the difference here is like you're thinking of this as like the people in the audience are imagining this as a real person, but what they're actually doing is thinking of it as a play or a movie or something like that. That barrier of fiction allows it to be something that's interesting.
I guess so.
Because like it's the same thing like in fiction all the time you'll find like people really like red flag fucking romance.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like,
but like they freely admit that like no, I only like that in fiction. If anyone behaved like that towards me in real life, I'd be very creeped out.
Yeah, like at some point I am going to show you Sucker for Love.
Please don't.
Why not?
Kills me.
It's not Honey Pop.
No, that's not. It's just. It's not even really monster fucker either. It's just.
I don't know. Cthulhu with hairs is still Cthulhu.
The fact that Cthulhu has hair alone should prove my point.
I mean, it is a little weird.
The King in Yellow representation is pretty cool, but that's because the King in Yellow doesn't really have a canon appearance.
Yeah, exactly. And like we do actually
fuck off.
We actually do see like an associated appearance, but I mean, And even then, it's not even actually hair. It's more like how my slime is hair.
Well, if you were gonna go that far, then that's the same thing as my hair. My hair isn't actual hair either.
But yeah, like
Neither
here.
are my eyes. Like this is all just like shit that I shape myself into to be relatable.
Yeah. Well, that's what she's doing here.
I don't know. Like after Slay the Princess, I want more like that, like actual Eldritch shit, not Sucker for Love. I'm sure it's
Granted,
very sweet and interesting and cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not bashing it as a. If you enjoy it, go ahead and enjoy it.
I'm
I
not
have
sure it's
standards.
entirely sweet, friend.
Pat, would you stop headbutting my arm? That second picture has like no resolution. I can't see shit.
Okay, let me see. Okay, yeah, there we go. 1 second. Guess that way you can actually see.
It's like makeout session gone wrong or something.
Uh, More like, uh, he was, two timing. And one of the things,
Okay, well, I mean that's deserved then.
yeah, that is pretty deserved. But yeah, like, he was two timing, got tentacles on his face, and then, the King in Yellow analog, Esther, pulls the tentacles off his face.
Oof. Well, maybe you shouldn't been fucking around like that.
Yeah, seriously. You would actually really like the prequel game, though. Actually, yes, yes, it is not quite. It's more furry than Monster Fucker, but I think the mechanics of who she is actually interesting enough to hold your attention.
Maybe, maybe.
And also, there's something to be said for a fertility goddess managing to have a meaningful relationship with someone who is asexual.
Yeah, that's fair. I think you did mention this. Yeah.
Uh yeah, but anyway, like they're known for breaking up couples in these two ice skaters are in Ranma.
They're fucking like they're couple crusher attack or whatever the fuck they called it. I don't remember what the actual name was. Like their thing is like grabbing these people and then spinning them around enough so that one of them will let go.
Yeah, and cause the other
But
one to
like
crash.
they did this to two expert martial artists with incredible grip strength, and it's like, what did you expect was going to happen? These two aren't letting go.
Yeah, these two aren't letting go. Granted, it's still fucked up Ranma's body.
Oh yeah, but that's because he crashed into a fucking wall made of stone. I think.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's stone and tile is what it is,
Yeah, it's like stone and
and then
tile.
made a fucking crater in it. And the fact that he's not dead alone is incredible.
The fact he could stand up. Yeah, his body's very weak, and the lightest touch is enough to fucking hurt him severely. And a lot of the crux of the relationship is here is, hey, why are you trying so hard? Just give up. And it's like, no, that guy's a fucking creep. And I'm going to give him what for?
Yeah, like this is like again. This is one of those points where like I would not be out of prison for very long after this. I would not be a free creature for very long because as soon as he said something about like that kiss attack, I'd be like, all right, hold on a second, sit down, take off my skates, and then just like walk towards him and just start beating him to death with the blades of the skates. Because like you don't fucking do that shit.
Yeah, or grab him by the hair, skate out of the rink, and get the shoes off.
Something like anything, because it's very obvious that Ranma is a much better fighter than this guy is. The only problem that Ranma is even having at all is the fact that he can't skate with shit.
Yeah, Ranma and Ryoga could beat the living fuck out of these two.
Which, like, I think that's kind of like self-evident by how the fact that they like can just
Destroy the fucking
punch
rink.
and stomp on the rink and then just destroy the entire thing.
Yeah, which they made the ice rink out of a pool, and that's not how you make ice rinks.
Yeah, don't do that first off. Secondly, you gotta fucking tell your competitors that shit.
Granted, I guess they weren't exactly expecting these two.
I think that's exactly why they made it out of the ice, out of the pool. Is because like the dude Mikado knew that this was going to happen or expected it to happen at some point,
Oh yeah, because Ranma
and
did it
did
the
that so they'd
once.
fall in.
Yeah, because Ranma did break the rink in the last episode where he went all Sennin.
Yeah, like that. I think that Mikado planned that and then just didn't fucking like they didn't tell Ranma and Akane.
Yeah, yeah,
Ridiculous, because what if one of them can't fucking swim?
yeah.
Besides which, that's
Obscenely dangerous.
I yes, obscenely dangerous. Look, I know that it's a fucking comedy, okay? Don't at me. I know you're not supposed to take it this seriously, but I'm gonna because that's what I do, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna think it out at
Anyway,
least a little bit. Like, I'm willing to go along with jokes, but even Ryoga recognizes, hey, without context, I look like a incredible creep.
yeah, it's so if someone suddenly falls into water like that, into near freezing water like that, that could just outright kill them.
Yeah, like that could just outright kill them. Even
And
if
it's not
we,
about how tough you are or how accustomed to the cold you think you are or what you're wearing even. It's just like a physiological automatic action that could just fucking kill you.
yeah, it is called shock, and it happens to just about anybody, even accomplished swimmers. I am thinking back to when Mythbusters did How to Break Out of a Car That Has Sunk into the Water. And at one point, Shock does take over, despite him being an accomplished swimmer. Which I think it was Adam Savage of the two, but it might have been Jamie Heineman. I can't remember. I think it might have been Jamie. But either way, Shock.
I do remember that episode, like because they tried all sorts of different methods, like how to like when to open the door, whether you roll down your window first or what.
Yeah, exactly how you do it. And it even saved people's lives to have seen that episode.
I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to fucking crack the window, and then wait until the water pressure is even on both sides, or at least like halfway up the door or some shit like that, and then push the door open.
Yeah,
Because then the
something
water
like
pressure
that.
is like relatively equal, and you'll actually be able to push the door open.
Yeah, I believe it is something like that. But watch that episode so you get the full context. Like, you can look up the bit probably on YouTube, to be honest, because it is a very helpful resource. But yeah, either way, in one of the takes, Shock just takes over his body, and because there were divers in the back seat, ready to get them out if they needed to, and they did their job. So shock can happen to anybody, even accomplished swimmers. So
Yeah, it's a physiological reaction that will just happen to literally anyone. And I'm pretty sure it happens to most animals as well, if not all of them.
Yeah, your body's just not prepared for it, and sometimes the body thinks one way is the way to avoid danger when it really, really isn't.
And shock can even be a good thing sometimes. Like in some cases, you don't even want to avoid it. For example, it can help prevent you from feeling too much pain in some cases, or make you pass out before the pain actually kills you.
Yeah, it
Because
can.
yes, you can die of pain. You can. I know it sounds absurd, but pain itself can kill you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it fucking can. And yeah, there's plenty of things where shock makes sense. Sometimes you just laying down in shock because you got injured gives paramedics the time to go, okay, let's take a look at this fucker and keep them from, and stop them from moving when the shock wears off.
Yeah, because you say paramedics, but I would have said other people in general, because other people did help other humans when they were injured and in shock,
Yeah.
even like 200,000 years ago.
Yeah, it's just I just went with who's knowledgeable about this kind of thing, but other humans in general could do it as well. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you're supposed to sit the fuck down and try not to move too much because you may aggravate your injury, and that shock helps with that. It
yeah.
keeps
In
you from
fact,
moving too much because your limbs get weak.
if you're laying down, stay laying down, just in case you've got like a concussion or something or a spinal injury.
Concussion or spinal. Yeah, I was gonna say, even like a busted rib in the right way could pierce an organ if you move the wrong way.
Yeah, so if you can, wait until aid arrives. If you can't, move as little as possible to get out of whatever issue you're experiencing.
Yeah, the most important thing is to stay calm. I know it's not as easy as it sounds
Saying
by
it,
just
yeah.
saying stay calm, but believe me, even just making the effort to stay calm will help.
Yeah. Yeah. Making the effort, all that.
To go back to the Mythbusters episode on this, actually, when he was panicking and trying to get out quickly, he ran out of breath and energy much faster.
Yeah. And that's what
So you
occurred is,
stay calm and just
yeah.
go.
Yeah. Because once the shock and panic happened, then he was running out of oxygen and he had the signal for the guy to, for the two divers to get them the fuck out. Or get him the fuck out, rather.
Yeah, like that. I don't remember which one it was, but
I believe it
dude
was Jamie.
had some massive cojones on that one, because I don't know for that specific test. I don't know that I could do that. I
Yeah.
think my self-preservation instinct is way too strong for that shit. I would not be able to willingly put myself underwater where I could potentially drown.
Oh yeah, because yes, because Jamie Heineman, was a boat captain and he's a certified dive master.
Yeah, that's right. Because I remember some comments on the episode. It was just like, "Man became a walrus for real."
Yeah, exactly. He's wilderness survival expert, a linguist. He owned a pet store at one point. Animal wrangler, machinist, concrete inspector, and chef.
I
Uh,
almost cracked a man wears a lot of hats joke.
he owns a special effects company called M5 Industries.
You're okay, my son. Shh. Stop. Fucking, it got static on his ear from my finger, and he just immediately just flinched all the way back away from me. It's okay, buddy. It's your fault for rubbing up against on that bag. Yeah, bag demon. You're the one that did it. Because I'm touching metal right now. That was you. That was all you, buddy. Fucking cat. Get out of here. Go. Be gone, creature. Anyhow,
But
yeah, like almost everything that they do in the show is like genuinely absurdly dangerous.
oh yeah,
And of
absolute
course, like that's kind of the joke and also the point.
point. Yeah,
The
we
fact
do
that
this so you don't
like
have to.
most normal people can't. Or I was talking about Ranma there, but
Oh, okay. Fair
Mythbusters too.
enough.
But in Ranma, like normal people can't do all these things, and it's even in setting that they can't do all these things. Ranma and Tatawaki and Akane and all these people are absurd.
Yeah,
They
like
are like basically superhuman.
they are absurd individuals on a sliding scale, with Tatawaki kind of being the weakest that we've seen out of the people who are still like
I
up
don't
there.
know about that because
No.
Tatawaki can like cut stone with
Yeah,
a
no. Actually, I was
blunt sword.
thinking about it. It is the boy out of the figure skater duo.
Although,
He,
Mikado, I don't remember her name off the top of my head.
mhm.
Uh, but she hasn't really shown too much superhuman ability either. Just like that one instance with a chair, or not a chair, a table.
Yeah,
Sorry,
table.
the chair happened right before that.
Yeah, the tear happened right
However,
before that.
fucking Mikado, on the other hand, straight up lifted three people by the wrists of one or the ankles of one,
Yeah, I believe it was the ankles of one.
and then just
Yeah, like it took in some
that is
serious effort.
absurd. The- So that's not just about like picking up three people's worth of weight because that's not actually that difficult, right? That's like 330, 340 pounds. Like people deadlift that all the fucking time. That's not even that much. That won't even get you on the fucking Olympics, you know? Because like Olympics is like 220 kilograms or some shit like that. I don't remember.
Right,
Hold on a second.
Souza is
Let me
her
check that real
name.
quick. Olympic power lifting weights. Uh, yeah, how much do I have this backwards? What the fuck's going on? I do have this backwards. Okay, I had the numbers backwards. So what he did, it would be Olympic level, but that's also not that odd because a lot of Olympic athletes are fairly young, like fucking like 16 to 28 in that range, right? Like that's normal. But the difficulty there is in the length of the chain, right? It's the difference between picking up an axe by the haft right under the head, and then picking up the axe by the end of the haft, and then holding it out. Right. The weight distribution is so different that it takes an enormous amount of strength to actually pick someone up like that. Actually, with that kind of like upper body strength, he could probably break the fucking rink too.
Yeah, yeah,
Just thinking about that, like I think he could probably do it.
yeah. I think raw strength. It's hard to say, uh, but I think Tatawaki is the more experienced combatant.
For sure, absolutely. Honestly, it would be kind of funny to see Tatawaki fight Mikado.
It would. I would be behind that.
Of course, it would be on the rink, and like Tatawaki would have to be an ice skater as well. But in exchange, Tatawaki would get to keep his sword.
Yes, excellent.
I think that would be a pretty incredible fight.
Also,
I kind of want to see
Tatawaki is
that.
a rich fuck, so he might already know how to skate, at least
Yeah, we just
marginally.
don't know for sure. So that's why I put that qualifier in. He'd have to practice first, but
Yeah.
odds.
But yeah, it's mainly like Ranma actually caring and showing care about what happens with Akane, but these two losers still being losers.
Yeah, like they don't know how to skate very well, and Ranma is like half destroyed.
Yeah. Oh, also, Ryoga cuts the lights intended to throw Ranma out of the way and grab Akane, but did the reverse. And Ranma's insistent on, all right, we're gonna do this. I am in girl form. You are not in pig form. Let's do this.
The fucking like the outfit swap.
Oh yeah, the
Gods.
outfit swap because people like guys were complaining. Oh, Rama's outfit isn't attractive enough because it's Rama just got splashed with water and is now a girl in the same clothes. Uh, and then like a fashion club or something just shows up, grabs both Ryoga and Ranma, and forcibly changes their clothes.
At the very least, like a lot of the women in the crowd were just like, "You guys are fucking weird. You guys are weird perverts. Stop that."
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is very much like they know what they're writing.
Yeah, which is good. Good. That says good things about the rest of like what's to come. Honestly.
Yeah, like Rumiko Sensei knows what she's writing and knows when characters are being fucking weirdos. It's just the
No,
point
Amber.
is
Lay
they are
down.
fucking weirdos.
Sorry, my cat's just like desperate for attention over here. Like I think it's playtime for him.
Ah,
Meow
but
yourself, buddy.
yeah, we still need to be introduced to a few characters here.
It was like what is shampoo, I think was
Yeah,
the name.
yeah, Shampoo and Ukyo are both in the Netflix art.
So what I've got up on screen right now.
Let me look at yours, but it should be. Let me look at your thing real quick. Yeah, what you have on screen, but just further up. Like you can see,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, you can see Shampoo there, with the purple hair, but further up in the back is Ukyo.
I'm guessing that's the thing that I can't really see behind shampoo.
Not exactly. Let me pull up the art.
Wait, no, there's also someone behind Tatawaki. I hadn't
But
even noticed that.
let me see. Behind Tatawaki might just be his sister. Oh,
No, that's Kasumi.
yeah, that's Kasumi.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I see what you mean now.
Yeah, she's far in the back with the spatula there.
Yeah, I had to use this because it's the one that actually fit on my screen.
Yeah, no, but I was just giving you that so you could see.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but they're both on the screen, so I assume they're going to be showing up soon-ish. Though maybe this is the graphic for the entire anime, and we won't see them until the second core.
Maybe. I don't know.
Uh, oh, actually, I can discover this. I can look at the list of
Do tell.
episodes. Rhythmic gymnastics. Okay, yeah. So Shampoo should be showing up relatively soon, but I feel like Ukyo doesn't show up until much later.
They might have swapped some of that stuff around to make for better pacing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, did you have anything else you wanted to say about Ranma?
Oh, I can't think of anything necessarily.
Cat, shut up. No, stop. I can't really. I think I said everything that I wanted to say as well about Ranma. Um,
Yeah, like I can actually look it up. What episode did you show up? Usually the Wikipedias have first, or the wikis have first appearance. Let's see. Yeah, so she doesn't show up until like the 23rd episode.
oh, that would be well within this core though,
Let me see.
because like so far as I've been
In
able to tell from people like doing comments and talking about it, each episode of the new version has been like
oh,
2 or 3
okay.
episodes of the older one.
Okay, no, it was the 23rd episode of like a second core. It's the 41st episode overall.
Okay.
There we go. Because I knew she was a little bit later because people kind of consider her a late addition.
Yeah, fair enough. It might she might show up in a second core then. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, because we have a lot more to do with Shampoo. So the only way that we would get them both is if they kind of were, if they move things around a little bit. Which they might.
Maybe like split the shampoo activity basically with.
Ukyo based activities and whatever else is in between.
Mhm.
Uh, we are also unfortunately in like uh, the 33rd episode of the original anime, we get introduced to Haposai. And Haposai is Rumiko Sensei's perverted old man.
Yay.
Fucking gay. I wish it was fucking gay, Captioner. But no.
Is it not? Like it is Ranma one half we're talking about here.
I mean, it is Ranma, but I think Haposai is about the cisest, straightest man that has ever cis or straighted. Which is
I
said in a derogatory
wonder
sense.
I wonder how this newer adaptation will handle him.
Yeah, that is a big fucking question because he leches on women a lot, especially Brahma in his girl form. And he knows. It's not like he doesn't know. Because Haposai is both the teacher of both Genma and
And
yeah, and Tendo.
hmm. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to see how they handle it, right?
Yeah, we'll just have to see how they handle it. All right, it sounds like you're flagging a bit anyway, and we're kind of done. So,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite have anything, but I did want to give you the opportunity for a rant section.
oh yeah, true
Ramble
enough.
rants.
Um, not a huge amount of preamble. Just with my language learning that I mentioned at the top of the show, don't be afraid to learn in ways that aren't a textbook. Sometimes you do need to learn differently, especially as a neurodivergent person. But even if you aren't neurodivergent, you know,
yeah, like I know there's
medically
like
speaking.
there's several different kind of like overarching ways people learn, right?
Yeah, though
There's people
that's
who learn best by memorization versus practice versus hearing versus seeing
yeah,
or
though that's
whatever.
kind of debated in the educational community how real that is. But
Okay, I'm not exactly up to date on that, so
yeah, so that's kind of debated, but people still learn better in different ways. Individualizing your self learning is something you can do. I'm going to learn through games and immersion. and not a lot of textbook related stuff. I'll still use flashcards because flashcards are good for memorization of like vocabulary, and you do need like for language learning a base of like 800 or a couple thousand words that are really good and used a lot. But, don't be afraid to learn differently. But
Honestly, yeah, I think people would like languages more if they didn't learn the way that they do in high school.
yeah, and
That's not the only way to learn languages.
high
Fucking go for
school
it.
language classes are notoriously bad at giving you things to retain.
Hmm.
It's a lot of test and forget, which is the problem with how we run schools nowadays in general.
Was it like the Bavarian standard or some shit like that?
I forget what it's called, but yeah, it's not a great thing for retention and learning uh, useful skills. Like you do learn things, and you
No, it's not
can't.
Bavarian. What is that?
But you do learn things, and you do. You can retain things and use your education to further your life. But I think that's more in spite of the method rather than because of the method. Granted, some people really do like they can hyper focus and crack out a textbook and just go for it, and more power to you. You were a superhuman in my eyes.
Yeah,
But
that shit's wild to me. Like,
for the rest of us, don't be afraid to use things that are meant for children. Don't be afraid, as far as like books, videos, whatever educational materials. Uh, don't be afraid to learn differently. Just make sure that you are actually meeting your goals with what you're trying to use.
and like once upon a time, I could just like read a textbook and pass the test that way, but I was literally just remembering the information I'd read and not actually understanding it at all. So like
Yeah,
I would not call that learning personally. Just because like I could pass the test does not mean I actually knew what the fuck was going on.
yeah. Like the way education works is good at teaching us trivia, and that's about it. As far as what it's good at. Like, I'm not dissing anybody's education where they retain stuff and use it in their adult life and their career and stuff, but that's because it was specialized and present in your life. I don't believe it is. Well, I can even say it doesn't match what the science is on how we actually attain knowledge. Like, the most up to date science is kids shouldn't be going to school as early as they are, like, as in
Yeah, like
hours of the day.
yeah, I knew that one for sure. Like no one should be doing stuff that early in the morning. Period. Generally speaking, especially not kids, but like overall, people should not be like working or going to school or anything at like 6 or 7 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, especially kids, because there's a
Like
thing called circadian rhythm.
yeah, for people with normal circadian rhythms, being up that early is fucking awful. It's really bad for you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason kids are bogged down. They feel like shit. Uh, if they're neurodivergent, there's a reason they're more likely to have outbursts either at the start of their school day or towards the end of their school day.
Yeah, like my circadian rhythm is like completely fucked thanks to my chronic insomnia. Uh so like it does not bother me to be up at like any hour of the day as long as I got enough sleep.
Yeah, I'm
Granted,
much
I do hate being awake during the day, but that's because it's too fucking bright for my eyes. That's it.
yeah, I'm much more of an afternoon person, like afternoon to evenings kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair. My preferred schedule of sleep is I am asleep when it is the brightest during the day, specifically so that it does not hurt my eyes whenever I look outside. So I genuinely still have to wear sunglasses in the middle of winter on overcast days. So
Fucking Draugr
it's not the
motherfucker.
Yeah. It's not the worst photophobia I've ever like heard of from someone. Like I know someone personally that like has it so much worse, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Like I think I've said it before. I know I absolutely definitely said it before, but there was a period of time where I did not turn on my overhead light in my office for 8 months. I had my desk lamp, and even that was set to the lowest setting. It still is actually. It's like anything higher than that is way too bright for me. Uh, and then like my monitors, which are also on a low brightness. Being sensitive to light sucks.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Being sensitive to light is definitely an issue.
I'm gonna have to take these fucking blackout curtains with me when I leave, just so I don't have to order like
A whole
fifty
set,
dollars
yeah.
more of like blackout curtains. I don't think I can take the big one with me because that thing is fucking enormous. It's literally like 20 feet tall. I had to fold up the bottom by like a probably like 3 feet. No, not that high, like 2 feet, and then fucking safety pin it in place so it wouldn't drag on the floor.
Wow.
And then it's like 15 to 20 feet wide. It is way too big. It's so fucking heavy.
Fair enough. Well, when and if you move the fuck out of there, make sure to let me know, and I'll see if I can get some help with that.
It's like getting these things down and packing them up is not difficult because like the ones that I'm gonna take with me are the small ones that just cover the
Yeah.
windows. All you gotta do is hold on, let me check the bracket real quick. Yeah. Okay. So the curtain's hanging up on a rod, right?
Yeah.
But it's the kind of rod where you can just literally just pick the rod up out of the brace and pull it down. So I could just do that, then wrap the fucking curtain around the rod and then pull the rod out, and it'll be fine. Then it'll be packed. Honestly, taking like 30 seconds.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't think this one's like very heavy either. One second. Nah, this is like maybe like 2 pounds wrapped up. It's a different kind of blackout curtain, right? Because the one in the middle of the office is it's just like really thick black fabric, and the ones that I've got up on my windows are white on the outside. The ones that like faces the window, basically like the outside that you would see from the outside of the window, and then it's black on the inside, so that light doesn't come through the white part, and it reflects off the white, so it doesn't heat up the room.
Excellent.
It's a really thin type. It works really well too. My only trouble is when I put it on the fucking rod, I didn't realize that there would be that much of a gap between the curtain and the wall. So if I don't have my curtain in the right place, a sunbeam comes in and hits my main monitor right in the fucking middle.
Oof.
Stop chewing that. Those noodles are not for you.
Chewing the lid or something, or the side.
No, he's chewing on the plastic packaging.
Ah.
He's not eating any of it. He's just like biting it and then letting go and biting it again and letting go. Fucking creature.
Yeah. But yeah, with language learning, I mean, we'll see how it goes for me, but a lot of people have had a lot of success with not using textbook style learning for most of what they're doing.
Yeah, like before they started using AI, Duolingo was pretty good.
Yes. You
Not the
can
best, but pretty good.
you can go ahead and use Lingo Deer. It is like Duolingo, but not using AI and shit. It is just Duolingo of old. It even
Yeah, but it
has
costs money.
it does cost money, unfortunately. Uh, like there is a free version, but you know, it only gives you so much. But there is also the fact that if you do catch it on sale or whatnot, there
It's
is
actually
a
75% off right now.
there is a lifetime membership. So unlike Duolingo, you don't have to pay month to month if you can get the scratch together.
Let's see. It's on sale for 36 minutes. If you are listening now, go check this out right now to see if you want it. It's currently $120 for lifetime access forever. All languages, never any extra fees. You get everything.
Yep. And they even have games and stuff that are extra
It's even
games.
got an offline mode, so you can just download your lessons.
Yep.
You can do them when you don't have a connection.
Yeah, and this has Japanese, Korean, Chinese, Spanish, French, German, Portuguese, Russian, Italian, Vietnamese, Thai, Hindi, Arabic, Turkish, Greek, Ukrainian, Indonesian, Malay, Polish, Latin American Spanish, and a
Fast track French. Fast track French. Because it's just accelerated. It's just like a faster lesson plan, I assume.
Yeah, French for accelerated learners.
So the Spanish between Spain and Latin America is not that different, but there is some difference in pronunciation and different slang. So like if you're in the States and you want to learn how to talk to your neighbors better, go for that one, because then you won't sound like you have a lisp to these people.
Yeah, exactly. Like there is a difference enough that, you know, you're gonna like it's mutually intelligible, but if you want to talk to your neighbors, go with that one.
Yeah, because the way that Castilian Spanish pronounces things makes it sound like you have a lisp to a Mexican Spanish speaker. And even to me, it sounds like you have a lisp. And I don't actually properly speak Mexican Spanish.
Yep. If you're just looking to expand your knowledge of languages, I would recommend German for most of you who are listening to this.
Yeah, because you're all going to be speaking English if you're listening to this.
Yes. If your mother tongue is English,
trying to learn English by fucking. Anyway.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend.
We're talking about learning languages, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend looking at Captioner to get the crux of what I'm saying if you're trying to actually learn each individual word. Because that will fuck you up.
Actually, that one was pretty accurate. It's a weird pronunciation, or not pronunciation, capitalization. But yes, that was pretty accurate.
Yeah, fair enough. Sometimes it gets it, sometimes it doesn't.
For fucking once. But yeah, like the reason why we suggest German for English speakers is because they have very similar grammar rules and vocabulary.
Yeah, like there's a lot of carryover. So if you are a native English speaker, German for you.
Hint, it's because English is a Germanic language. It's in the same language family. This is why French speakers find it easy to learn Spanish and Italian and so on and so forth.
Though if
it uses similar basis as rules and vocabulary.
You know, other recommendations, I would actually recommend Arabic, not for mutual intelligibility, but it can help reduce stigmatization of that language.
There's that, and it's also just so fundamentally different that it would be a good way to learn how different other languages can be.
Yes. So, like, if you're not going to go for Japanese, which is also very different, Korean's also easy to learn, by the way, but that's all I'll say there. But Arabic for going...
Yeah, the lettering system for Korean was explicitly made to be easy to learn.
Yep. Arabic for, it's interesting. The written language is beautiful, and it can help you not stigmatize those, and you speaking it will help others not stigmatize them.
Also, you already have a leg up on that anyway because you already know all of the Arabic numerals.
Yes.
It's the same ones that we use in English because Arabic numerals became the standard across like all of Europe.
Yes. Partially because wasn't zero invented in that region?
Uh, I think that's accurate, but I do not remember very well. There is something knocking around in my brain about the Islamic Golden Age and the discovery
Slash use
codification,
of
whatever the fuck
zero.
word you
Yeah.
want to, yeah, whatever fucking word you want to use for it, of zero.
Uh, and also,
The conceptualization?
yeah. Also, Ukrainian seems interesting just on its face, and considering certain governments would like to rid Ukraine of its sovereignty, might be nice to learn the language, kind of stick it to them.
Yeah, which, by the way, for anyone wondering, what we mean by the conceptualization of zero in these languages does not mean that people didn't know what none meant before, that they could not compute the idea of not having anything of a thing, but rather the conceptualization of zero as a mathematical numeral.
Yeah, like using it in actual math. Like, first off, using it to designate place in a list of numbers. Like you would write 100 as 100 nowadays, but you might put 100 as in written out with 100 being
Most
read out.
languages on the planet still do not use zero in the like they don't use a similar system as the Arabic numbers. Still to this day, most of them are still just like Roman numerals.
Yeah. So,
Which like that's changing, of course. Like people are starting to adopt over the past couple of decades. People have been like slowly adopting more and more of the Arabic numeral system, but that's just because like it's super efficient and really easy to use.
yeah, it's efficient, easy to use. Everybody
You only
can,
have to memorize 10 symbols.
yeah,
That's it.
10 symbols. Something I did find out that kind of boggled me for a minute, though, is most other countries outside of the US do not use a period as the decimal point. They use a comma.
Yeah, that's fucking weird to me.
Yeah, like it blows my mind because of, that's not what I learned in school, but okay. It's just, one of those things, culture shock, like, oh, this
Yeah,
isn't just
like the reason
average.
why that's weird to me though is because like the way that we use those symbols in our actual like writing of words is that a comma is where you take a breath and enclose a section of a thing,
Yeah.
right? And then a period is a hard stop. That period goes there, that dot goes there and designates the end of the whole number and separates it into the decimal point after that, right? The decimal number. So it's like the whole number has a hard stop right here. That's what that
Yeah, though
means. That's
they
why we
might
use it that
actually
way.
use it for the decimal. I don't know, but they do use it. They do use commas for, 100,000, for example. And you can see that comma right there.
Is this a fucking dog hair I found in my tobacco? No, this is a phoenix hair. Sorry.
Okay, so I
Like
think,
I got a white hair off of Phoenix because like he's striped, right? He's a tabby.
yeah, yeah.
And I also have like my housemate has a white dog who is also a short haired dog. So I was like, hold on, which one is this?
Yeah, which one
How
is
did this
this?
get here?
I just assume I'm carrying all animal hair that I've interacted with at any time.
Yeah, like that's what my assumption would have been. Like, oh, it came off my shirt or fucking whatever. Because I do have a couple of fucking that dog's hairs on my shirt because he was climbing up in my lap while I was trying to give the
Yeah.
other dog her injection.
But for self learning in general, just to wrap up my previous point on that, have goals. Like, know what your goals are. My goals are to be able to read the language and interact in writing and speaking with native speakers. But some
I
people,
remember.
that's probably like, that's the high end. But some people just want to be able to understand what's spoken to them and respond back in, pleasant conversation or navigating a country. Uh, and that takes much less time to achieve that level of understanding, but it does require different teaching tools.
Yeah, fluency isn't like it's a sliding scale. First off, it hit me with a fucking caption. Like, I don't know how much longer we're gonna be going, but just to cover the end of it at least.
Yeah, we'll just cover the end here.
But fluency is a sliding scale. It's not like an absolute binary, right?
Most things
Because
are not actually a binary, except for
yeah, well, of
binary.
course not. Anyhow, so you have conversational fluency and then academic fluency, and these are two very, very different things.
Yeah,
And of course, you've also got native fluency, which is again a different thing.
yeah,
Like it goes conversational fluency, native fluency, and then academic fluency.
yeah. Like,
Academic fluency is like what you would expect a doctor to have, right?
yeah, like,
Shit like that.
you know, most of y'all have native fluency of your mother tongue.
I have academic fluency in my native tongue. That's because, like, even if I didn't go to college myself, most of my friends did, and then would throw me their research papers, and I
Yeah,
would read them. So I know way more about this shit than I should.
yeah, probably. And like, I'm probably like halfway there just because I'm a fuck who likes to pick up weird words. But generally speaking, like most of y'all are just engaging with the language to interact with others who natively speak the language. You're not engaging in the academic field in an academic sense. And that's fine. Like literally that's how it should be. Like, yeah, it'd be cool if everybody had academic knowledge, but not everybody got time for that.
Yeah, and not everyone even want to. So,
Yeah,
and that's
not
also fine. Like you don't have to want to.
yeah. So in my case, I want native fluency because I want to be able to eventually interact with folks and like engage with content and all that. But other people who are just, for instance, wanting to visit Japan and you know in a year, half a year, whatever. Uh, their needs are different if they're just wanting to be able to order something at a restaurant, to navigate traveling, and speak with people while they're traveling. That's a different set of educational things because you're going to be prioritizing different things.
Yeah, practical language versus anything else.
Yeah, exactly. Practical language. So, nobody should try and memorize all the kanji, but especially people who are just looking for that conversational level should not memorize all the
Yeah,
kanji.
like personally, I would be happy if I just wasn't fucking illiterate.
Yeah, you know,
That's all I need. Is I just need to like not be illiterate. I need to at least be able to recognize these fucking letters.
yeah. And I'd just like to be able. Well, honestly, like I said, I want native fluency. I don't want to move to Japan. Japan actually kind of sucks as far as living there.
Yeah,
Like it's better than some places. Cough, cough here, cough, cough. But not
in
as much as
some
you would think.
ways. In
Eh,
other ways, not so much.
in some ways that matter to us in particular, but
Yes,
y-
definitely.
you know, it's not all, it's not all guns and roses. I don't know why I picked that, but not all rosy tinted. Uh, I found that out actually kind of early because in grade school, I think we had to look up what it was like to live in another country. And I was already an anime kid, so I looked into Japan. And yeah, there's struggles. Like there's, with finding housing, finding furniture, uh, heating and cooling. If you're used to what it's like in the US, you're not going to have a good time in Japan.
Yeah, just like AC is much more rare there.
Yeah, AC is much more rare. It's getting there, but it's just more rare. Uh, the government is actually conservative. It's not as bad as, well, like things are going to be, but it's also not 100% welcoming. Like, you're going to do fine in, you know, Tokyo and that surrounding province and other like larger metropolitan areas, just like the US, but there are still problems. There is still some uh, xenophobia there when it comes to foreigners.
Some of
Like,
it may even be well-meaning.
yeah, even like well meaning stuff, but sometimes it is, hey, if you're not native Japanese, don't come in here. And,
Mostly kind of gross, but whatever.
that is
I can't
fucking
do anything
gross.
about it.
But also, I look at, shitheads like Logan Paul and go, yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
fair.
I understand
Or
some of the
like
caution, depending.
whatever the fuck that dude's name is in Korea right now.
Yeah, Johnny Somali.
Yeah, there we go. Johnny Somali. That dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, that fucker in that's in South Korea. And the fucked up part is he's not even Somali in ethnicity. He just wants the shit he does to apparently be attributed to the Somali people.
I mean, why? What? I I knew it was just like a screen name, as an online handle because no one's fucking name is Johnny Somali. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, though sometimes, it's related. Like legal kimchi. Yeah, that's not a name, but that is,
Yeah,
he
but like
he
I'm thinking like
is
that's like having some dude from
Korean.
fucking like it's like having some dude from London be named like fucking like I don't know, Eugene Britton. What? No, of course not.
Yeah.
That's not a name.
But yeah, apparently, at least according to someone I talked to who knew a little bit more about the drama and whatnot, apparently he just has this. Because if you don't know who he is, he's this internet personality who his MO is to go between countries, do some awful shit like harass people on trains or just be a general douchebag and, commit crimes, like harassment and other things, ditch to the next country and do it all again. And he gets his kicks that way. But
Only
the
this
thing,
time, Korea has a conscription thing, so like he just got knocked the fuck out
I mean, there is that, but also
and then arrested. So
but also South Korea went, hey, no, we're pulling everything. You're not allowed onto a plane. We are going to catch you. Every cab driver, everybody knows who he is.
fucking like hashtag deserved if anyone deserves that shit. But I was thinking about this because earlier today I saw some news about South Korea being under martial law,
Oh,
or at
yes.
least the corrupt president was trying to put the country under martial law, and then like the obviously the soldiers were like, "What the fuck are we supposed to do with this?" Right? Like it's sort of like going
Yeah.
through the motions
So
at the martial law, and then like half the goddamn country was at one point military. Literally half the country
yeah,
because
so
it's conscription.
to give you like a breakdown of what happened is this guy, he's a conservative shitbag, and he's getting big mad that the more liberal government is blocking all of his initiatives. And so he goes, all right, at 10:30 p.m., fucking middle of the night, I am going to claim uh martial law, ban all political activity, like protests and things, uh, say that medical personnel have to go to work, and all sorts of things. And if you don't comply, you'll get locked up. And also, set up a gate or something in front of the government building that that the legislature has to convene in to pass any motions.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called either.
But all that. You have this building somewhere in your government, wherever you are.
Yeah, whether it's like fucking the Congress or Parliament or what have you.
Yeah, so about 190 legislators had to kind of jump the fucking fence to get in and pass, hey, no, you're not doing martial law. We are passing the motion for you to call this the fuck off. And of course, the military's also kind of like not behind this, so they're kind of like, fuck this.
Yeah, I saw a video of a dude of like one of the military guys trying to be like, okay, you guys got to back up a little bit, trying to do his job and everything, and he reaches out towards someone to like sort of move them back a little bit, and the dude again like half the country was military, so the dude just like grabs his arm and pulls him into a full spin and pushes him back into the line, into the line of soldiers, and like the soldiers just like you know what? All right, it's fine.
yeah. Like, what am I going to do about that? Like, literally, this guy was in my shoes not that long ago.
Yeah, like it's a real life human on human version of get spun, idiot. I just fucking it's incredible.
Yeah. So, that got back down. They're probably going to, or at least there's rumbles of impeachment and putting this guy on for treason. Because
I wish we could do that over here. Like, can we have that happen here?
I wish.
I want some people tried for treason.
Yeah, though it'll never be specifically treason, because treason's a specific thing in the United States, which I know you know, but I'm telling everybody else.
Just fucking just get some people out of office all over the country.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that need to get the fuck out of office. I will not be naming names.
Yeah.
Don't at me. I will not give you a list.
Though, I mean, if you look Republican Party or potential picks for Donald Trump's cabinet, you will find a decent list of people who should not be in power.
Yeah, somehow I don't believe the dude. God, man should not be like anywhere near like the health at all. That guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Stuck my head now. Worm brain dude.
Oh yeah, RFK.
Yeah, RFK. Okay, that guy should not be anywhere near anything health related ever at all.
Yeah. Like,
get that fucker out.
I feel for him because a little bit, granted, you have responsibility to contain yourself as an adult, but he saw the results of a botched lobotomy. So, You have a different view of the medical industry after that, but also he shouldn't be anywhere near the medical industry, partially because of that.
Yeah, the Department of Health and Human something, or the
Yeah,
second
Health
word.
and Human Services.
Okay, yeah, fucking worm brain dude. Get that? No, he.
Yeah, like he is
It's not the
often.
fact that he has. It's not the fact that he has literally half a brain from the worms that I don't want him there for. Okay, before anyone says anything, that's not why.
Yeah, no, it's just it is one of the most notable things about him.
Yeah, it's just like that's what I can remember. It's what I remember instead of his name half the time. Is worm brain dude.
Yeah. All I know is the rest of the Kennedy family is not exactly happy with him.
I should fucking hope not. But no, like this dude's like saying shit like sending people to take Adderall to labor camps and shit like that. Is like, no, get this guy the fuck out of here because like A, that's unconstitutional. B, that's a crime against humanity. Like
Also, he wants
yes, I
to.
know that America didn't sign some of those fucking conventions, but like we did sign a lot of them.
He's
And also
also
it's
one of
still
those
kind of fucked up.
conspiracy theorists that wants to ban fluoride.
Also get Moon Laser Lady out.
I mean, yeah, get her out.
I don't think we need someone in government who genuinely believes in moon lasers, okay? Or even claims to believe in moon lasers because like no,
Yeah,
there aren't fucking moon lasers, lady.
especially fucking Jewish moon lasers. Like, how can you be more anti-Semitic? Like, wow.
There are commercially civilian available telescopes that can get such a clear picture of the fucking moon that you can see the flag if you know where to look.
Yeah, you know.
If there were goddamn moon lasers, we'd know.
Yeah. So yeah, just fuck off, space laser lady.
God damn it.
Um, pick for
That might have been an exaggeration. I don't actually know if you can see the flag or not yet, but we can get pretty detailed. That's the point.
yeah, it's pretty detailed, and same thing with space lasers. We have satellite footage, and it's certainly not going to be a marginalized demographic having the lasers.
Yeah, you know, the ones that have like a third of their population from pre World War II right now. Yeah, those guys, yeah, they don't have that.
Yeah. Um, there's also the pick of the head of Department of Defense is going to be they're considering fucking Ron DeSantis.
Ugh.
Though, I mean, I feel better for Floridians because they won't have to deal with him directly anymore. But fuck.
Yeah, but now the whole country might.
I mean, yes and no, because civilian control of the military means that if a general thinks it's a bad idea, they can tell Ron to bite it.
That's true, but I also don't trust officers in the military either.
That's true, but anybody who is high enough in the military to have earned those positions also knows the problem of uh, trying to do a self coup.
Yeah, but the problem is like high level generals, that's all politics. That's not like contributions.
I mean, true.
So they're like you can imagine high level generals as being just politicians but with a military
Yeah.
work. That's all
Which,
it is.
I mean, kind of, but point being, the current generals do not. Where you should get concerned is if they start replacing generals. And even then you're getting brain drain because they're not actually the best at their jobs. They're literally there to be yes men.
Yeah, growing up military means that like I don't trust that at all. I've seen the effects of this shit like firsthand. I don't trust it.
I mean, totally fair, totally fair. But also, like, these current, like, heads of departments and things have shown their muster when it comes to saying, no, we're not going to break the Constitution. No, we're not going to, do what Trump says just because he says so. We're going to, continue with the peaceful transfer of power. When Biden got into office, we're going to continue with, we're not going to do an unlawful order.
Yeah, it's just low level officers, not that they're perfect or anything like that. I just like they're just people, they're just like motherfuckers that got through at officer academy or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck for whatever branch, however it works for that specific branch. They're dudes. They're not even any older than you are. They're not more experienced or less experienced. They're just hell. They're usually right there with you on the front lines. Anyhow, those guys you could trust as far as like you would trust any other random person, right? It just
Yeah,
for
like
the
I
high level
understand,
officers, it's just
like
like fucking.
officers at a high level position can just be politics. Like they really can be. And a lot of these people are probably politics, but they also understand a self coup is not a smart idea. And they've demonstrated this. Like they've stood up to Trump before. So the issue is not if the current slate will do it, but if he replaces people.
Does the president have the power to demote or discharge generals?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
actually know. That's not something that I think has really come up since I've been alive.
I know that. Well, I mean, having control of the Department of Defense is gonna help, unfortunately. But also, like, get Congress to do it if he can't.
From what I can tell, it's only under certain circumstances.
Yeah. Granted, he's trying to create a
It's
pretext
like
for that by uh, creating, like, investigations on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which Trump himself ordered to be done.
yeah, so the general answer is yes, the president can dismiss sitting generals and shit like that. However, there are severe legal complications to doing so. It's not something that you can just
Yeah.
do
Yeah, it's
as
not
the
so.
president.
Yeah, it's not something you can do with the wave of a hand. And if Congress has shown anything, they do show that they want to maintain their powers. So they're not going to cede more power to the presidency. They might do as he asks, but probably not for all of them because they're going to want to demonstrate, yes, we still have this power. If that makes sense.
Sorry, I'm reading a military law article, and it's been a while. In fact, I don't think I've ever read a military law article before. Ugh!
But yeah, anyway, point being, it's not a quick process. It's not something that he can do with the drop of a hat. He's going to try and create pretexts to do it, but we know those are just invented pretexts.
It seems like part of it is that the president's power of dismissal is specific to the times of war.
Yeah, which
We're not we're not legally at war right now.
we haven't declared war anywhere in quite a while because stuff related to 9/11 and stuff that Bush did and kind of
Fucker, I'm gonna yeet you into the sun. Stop.
gave himself powers to basically move the military without it being technically a war.
So technically speaking, that's always been a thing. What he did is he expanded those powers
Yeah, like expanded
because
those
I
powers.
don't remember when it was done, if this was just like always how it worked or if it was later added. But the president was, and he still is, but was originally allowed to move a certain number of troops from certain branches. Like for example, these are not the actual numbers, but could move 300,000 U.S. Army, 100,000 Marines, or what have you, and so on and so forth. I think what changed is that this is, again, I think I'm probably wrong on this, but I think what changed is that the president can move all of the Marine Corps at once now,
Yeah.
something like that.
And basically being able to declare a conflict without declaring it a war. And that has been expanded quite a bit.
So yeah, from what I can tell, the debate is basically whether or not we count as at during time of war right now, because only some statutes specify as declared by Congress, and others do not.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like there's this sort of legal gray area because of like the specifics of the language used in these statutes. So we don't actually know for sure 100% if the president can dismiss any sitting officer out of hand
Yeah,
right now,
but it's
because we
unlikely.
are involved in conflicts, but we are not at war. So it's sort
Yeah,
of
but it's unlikely that Congress will allow that to slide for every appointment because they want to establish that they have this power and they're not giving it up because they are
yeah. Even if
they are power hungry puckers. It's not any moralistic thing here. Don't get me wrong.
just like realistically speaking, even if like real politics style, I guess, even if they're all even if every single person in Congress was all Republican, the same party as Trump, they would not want to allow that to happen
Yeah, because it would diminish the powers that they have.
and grant powers to an office that is regularly changed and will be changed again in a couple of years,
Yeah,
and likely to someone that is not of their party.
yeah, exactly. Everything they give to Trump, they give to the next Democratic president. Unless they are really on the sauce and wanting to create a new government. But at that point, they're just lost.
So we say a lot that these people in positions of leadership like this do not think long term. They all think short term. That is not strictly true. It is relatively true for things like CEOs and boards of directors, but that's
Yeah,
because
they think
they don't.
as long as it affects them, or some of them think about legacy.
Yeah, for like CEOs and boards of directors and everything, like of course they have a shorter view of things, but that's because they get paid very often, right? So of course they're looking at their next paycheck and not like their paycheck in 10 years. They don't give a shit about the one in 10 years. They give a shit about the next one.
Yeah, they're likely to ditch this
In
company
a
for
different way
something
than
else.
like, yeah, in a different way than poor people worry about their next paycheck. Whatever. But politicians, on the other hand, politicians and lawyers, they do plan long term. But what we mean by long term here is a more reasonable long term. It's like 6 to 10 years sort of deal,
Yeah, like the next
rather than the
8 to
long term that
16
we
years at
need.
most.
Yeah, which the long term that we need is for the next 60 or 80 years.
Yeah.
If someone had been planning for 60 to 80 years, climate change wouldn't be a problem, sort of deal, right?
Yeah, we would have been hitting a lot of our targets. We would have been involved in, you know, industries that now are being covered by other countries, and we're actually falling behind, which
Yeah.
is admittedly not the rhetoric I would use, but it can reach some people, so I'll say it this way.
Yeah, like the way that I mean this though, I know you get it, but just to
Yeah.
clarify for anyone wondering, is that what I mean by normal human long term planning is that when someone asks you what your long term plans are, you don't answer with how you want to die, right? You don't answer about like, oh, I hope I go out in a fucking nursing home. You answer with like, oh, like I want to have a house by the time I'm 40.
Yeah. You talk about
I
your
want to
house,
own
you
my own
talk
house by the
about your
time I'm 40.
career.
And that's like 10 to 15 years away. That's normal long-term planning for humans. And that's what politicians do. But
Yeah.
what we need them to do is much longer term than that,
Yeah. We need people who care about what things are going to be like in the next 50 to 80 years.
which sadly is almost impossible to have because of the system we currently have set up.
Yeah,
And not in
especially some
the
of the
legal
age
system
limits.
like the yeah, I mean there's that too, but like that's not what I mean though is not the actual system by law, like how it actually functions mechanically, but rather the social culture of that system, right?
Yeah, like it is kind of reprehensible that the reason some people think Kamala Harris lost is because she's young and she's young comparatively, admittedly, but point aside,
Isn't she like
that she's
40 or
young and
50 or
that she's
something?
not white. And they think that's the reason she lost. And they may not be entirely wrong, is the fucked up part.
She's 60. Okay.
But
It's good for 60.
yeah, she
But that's
does.
what wealth
Like
does to you.
she's in good health.
That's what wealth does to you.
Yeah,
So
that's what both
I get
does
it.
to you. But, that she's young and that she's a woman and that she's not white.
Stop.
Or like that Hillary Clinton lost because she's a woman. That is not the only factor why she lost, but it's fucked up that that might actually be one of the factors.
Yeah, the real problem here though is that some people some people are playing power politics and other people are playing real politics.
Yep.
That's the actual real source of the issue here. And you can't get away from either one of those things unless everyone agrees to stop doing those things as well. Because when one person does it, that one person can force everyone else to do it too.
Yeah, they can.
Otherwise, that one person becomes a dictator.
Yeah, because they can force you into realpolitik. Because what occurs in that is basically they throw away all ideology and go for the acquisition of power.
Yep, that's the power politics right there. That's I don't remember the quote now. I used to have it on the bot, but like the bot's fucking dead right now. Still haven't fixed that. I'm lazy. Sue me. I'm not actually lazy. I'm exhausted. Uh, anyway, Matt Couville had a really good fucking uh, quote about this from a video on villains or some shit like that he did about how they don't have morals. They're not being hypocrites because they never actually believed in those morals in the first place. They are happy when you are disgusted or outraged or appalled because that means you are playing a different game than they are. And to play a different game than they are is to lose. All they care about is the acquisition of power, keeping power, and preventing others from gaining power.
Yeah, which I disagree that having a disgusted reaction by itself allows them to win. But it's that you
Uh,
can't.
uh, I think he was just saying that that's what their perspective is.
Yeah, which fair enough. If that's what he means, then that's what he means. But specifically, you can't stop at disgust and calling it out. Calling it out keeps people from falling into the cult. So you can do that as part of what you're doing, but you have to play the game and
Yeah,
deal with
and
the
like part of it
situation.
is that if you have a disgusting response to something that they do, that means that you're not willing to also do that, which means that they have more options available to them to gain power, hold power, and keep you from getting power.
Yeah, which is unfortunately the name of the game when you're somebody with some morals.
Hence, it's almost impossible to stop even a single person from playing power politics if no one else is playing power politics.
Yeah, you have to play the game to
But
some
once someone
extent.
else starts playing power politics, like it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Yep,
We need to
exactly.
have stopped it from happening in the first place.
Like, people like Ocasio-Cortez, for example, have had to compromise on their morals. They've had to, and they've visibly done so.
And
Because,
it fucking sucks every goddamn time.
yeah, and it sucks every time they do it, and it sucks for them every time they do it. Granted, wealth, etc., they're insulated
It
from this
sucks
shit,
worse for us, but yeah.
you know. But that's literally the game they have to play to even get some of their agenda through. Granted, I think that the United States is particularly bad at this because we're particularly bad with sustained protest as part of our culture.
Yeah. And I think that's what is it? Motherfuckers controlling the media. I don't remember the Koch brothers?
Yeah, the Koch brothers.
Something.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's like that's on purpose, right? Like they overwhelm people with new information constantly. That's like the idea.
Yeah, it's overwhelm.
Stop
It's
chewing on that.
demonization of different movements, like, for example, the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers were not particularly a bad group. Uh, there were other Black liberation groups that also like dealt with, had racist ideas. Like,
Yeah, like fucking Musk is doing it right now. But actively, you can watch it happen.
There are supremacist shits you can do, and be part of a Black liberation group. But that aside, my point being, the Black Panthers were actually a good group of people and did good things and had a lot of accountability, but they were demonized by media.
And like again, like you could see that happening literally right now. Musk is doing it. A lot of the big media companies are doing it, and this isn't like the weird conspiracy shit either. Like this is just
Yeah,
that's
this is
just what these companies are doing.
this is
These are
active.
not like
This is actively what they're doing. They're going ahead, and Musk got control of Twitter because he wanted to control the narrative and the conversational things on the public square. Granted, plenty of people are moving to Blue Sky. Please follow me on Blue Sky. And Cat as well.
yes, mine is just Katagas. Just go there, find it.
Yep. Links and all that on our respective channels. You'll find us.
Yeah.
But they literally get control of the media. Like, there was a fucking New York Times article recently that was like, I think it was New York Times, I'd have to check, but it's one of those big media outlets that's like, oh, veterans get overly generous benefits.
No, they fucking don't.
And no, they fucking
Ask me
don't.
how I know.
Yeah. No, they don't. The reason that the costs have gone up is they've been exposed to fucking burn pits. And it's our modern Agent Orange.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on stream at least once, but probably only once. My stepfather, before he died, was 80% disabled, according to the VA. This is not something I don't think a civilian side of disability like even uses this 80% measurement.
Yeah, they don't use those
percentage
percentage elements at all.
This is like whether you're disabled or you just get decided like you are disabled or not, and then you get your payment thing, right?
Yeah, basically, like, there's some differences if, like, you're blind, for example, because that requires, additional differences in care and maybe an increase in money, but overall, they don't. It's just, you're disabled or you're not. Here's your expenses. That kind of
Yeah,
thing.
so for the military, they use a percentage thing, right? Like you are 80% disabled, which means that you can only do 20% of normal work. You can only work at 20% capacity, basically. So if you're 80% disabled, this means that you can't really do any heavy lifting or manual labor at all. Most of what you're doing is going to be like phone calls and paperwork, if that, because you may need specialized like chairs or something like that.
Yeah, you might
Because
need
like if you're
specialized
80%,
chairs, you might need care, all sorts of things.
mhm, if you're 80% disabled, this will mean something like you have a slip disc in your back or something like that. You got fucked up neurological problems in your spine, essentially, or nervous problems rather, not neurological. Sorry.
Yeah.
Which is what happened with my stepfather. He had a slip disc from sitting in the front seat of a Hummer going over like dunes and shit like that with all of this huge amount of fucking gear weighing down on his shoulders and pressing his spine down and bouncing constantly. And then, of course, he also got cancer from being exposed to the chemicals over there.
Yeesh. But yeah,
So,
burn pits
and
are literally the modern Agent Orange as far as there's far-reaching health effects that are going to be present in a lot of service members from the time we started that shit.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about there with the chemicals
Yeah,
that I
exactly.
said. That's exactly it. He did not specify what the chemicals were used for, but I can guess. I'm sure he did not want to talk about it very much for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Also, just because we are shifting from the anime stuff, I'm happy to continue the conversation, but I am going to stop the recording. So, thank you all very much for joining us.
Yeah, that's fair. But before you do stop that,
Yes.
this is just for anyone wondering. This is for world building purposes and writing. Okay, just write.
Yes, just right.
This is how you learn of real life stuff in order to write things. You don't have to become an expert in politics or science or what have you. Just learn a little bit so you actually know
learn a
what
bit.
the words mean.
Learn about Vlad the Impaler, which we were talking about earlier. Vlad the Impaler is an interesting individual that had a country that was kind of surrounded on both sides by some pretty shitty individuals. And so a lot of his more dramatic shit is basically being the most violent motherfucker in prison.
Yeah, which it's we can't really know his actual morality or how he felt about it or why he really did it, but we could make some educated guesses, right? And what it seems like is that the man was like had his back to the wall and was surrounded by people with knives, and I was like, all right, well, let's fucking go then. Who wants to be first? I'm taking at least one of you with me.
Yeah, and
Which actually works, by the way.
Yeah,
No one wants to be the first one to go.
Yeah, no one wants to be the first one to go. If you have a city lined with dead motherfuckers on there, they're going to be like, maybe we shouldn't bother him. If he ain't bothering us, we shouldn't bother him.
Yeah, the generals are going to be like, hey, go siege that city. And they're going to be like, okay, sure. And then they get there and they're going to be like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. So, and there are plenty of people from the region who were like, yeah, we actually did enjoy Vlad's rule because he kept a lot of people from doing bad things to us. Does that make him a good man? No. He did a lot of bad, violent shit to people who didn't deserve it.
Was he an effective leader? Absolutely.
Yeah, more or less. So, bad person, but you can go, hey,
a more moral way to do what he did? Probably. But I don't think he had the luxury of thinking about it too much.
Yeah. It seemed like the only solution to him at the time, and, it takes two to tango kind of thing. If the governments of the world didn't, of the region, didn't put them into that position, then he wouldn't be doing this shit either, as far as we can tell from,
granted, that's not, forgiveness for what he did. Obviously, that was some really heinous shit. But
Yeah.
Also,
Also, he's,
what are you gonna do?
you know, and that's the thing is you can mine him for literature reasons.
Absolutely. It's like
There's a reason that we consider guys like Vlad the Impaler, Rasputin, trying to think, fucking Aleister Crowley. They are horrible.
Aleister Crowley was a fucking ooh
Yeah, like horrible people. Horrible, horrible people. Crowley was a
deeply fascinating.
yeah, deeply fascinating people, but also very horrible. But we can mine their experiences for thoughts that we can put towards
This
literature.
doesn't just apply to like people who are dead either. Like you can do this to living public figures right now. So like one of the reasons why I'm not shy about talking about politics on this show, like ever, whenever it comes up, because this is very important, not just for people in the modern day trying to survive and fix their society around them and have a better life, but also for people like me who are writers and like to write and read and so on and
Yeah,
so forth. It's
like
very important
I
for
bring
you
this
to
up a lot,
recognize
but Persona 5, one of the main antagonists was just Shinzo Abe. Like, with the
which
serial numbers filed
ding
off.
dong, that motherfucker's dead. Thank the gods.
Yeah. And, like, you know, and no, one of the main antagonists was not Justin Bieber captioner. I don't know how you got
I
Justin Bieber out of Shinzo Abe. Thank you. But, yeah, like, Shido was Shinzo Abe. That was the whole reason they had to go, hey, this doesn't resemble any person living or dead. It is merely happenstance. It's just to cover their ass because Shinzo Abe was alive at the time.
yeah, they just like slap a disclaimer like that on your thing.
Yeah, you slap it at
The
scroll.
reason why this is important otherwise though, not just for like people trying to live their lives and have a better life for them and their family and their friends and everything, is because whether you want to admit it or not, everything you write has themes and messaging.
Yes,
You
you are.
cannot avoid it. Even if your message is that there is no message, that is a message.
Yeah, and also you're.
A deeply nihilistic message, but it is one.
Yeah, and everything you do is political. I don't care what game you're making or what thing you're writing, it has some of your politics in it, whether you intend to or not.
Whether you're aware of it or not, whether you intend to or not, it's there. And yes, I know it's irritating to be told that like everything you do is politics, but like guess what, motherfucker? You're influenced by the society that you live in, whether that's through like you accepting the standards that you're given or rejecting them. You're still influenced by them.
Yeah, exactly.
Countercultures like the goths and all that are distinctly like
yeah, countercultures are still
by how
culture.
much we fucking yeah. Like we're distinctly defined by how much we rebel, right? Like against the standards.
Yeah.
Same for punks, same for like metalheads, everyone. We're defined by our relationship to the main culture.
Yeah.
And that means that what we do, everything that we do, is political, or at least influenced by politics.
Yeah, like Call of Duty, deeply political game, no matter what, chuds say.
Fucking Call of Duty games about like literal actual wars being like, oh, it's not political at all. Yes, it is, you fucking dickbag. War is like one of the most political things that you could possibly fucking do.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the most political things you can do, and how you respond to war is deeply political. Like that's specifically like whether your response to a war game is fuck yeah guns or war bad mecha cool.
War bad, giant robot cool.
Yeah. Speaking of, the new Gundam looks interesting. I should say that.
Yeah, but like I'm still stuck on the fact that it has 6 fucking U's in the name.
Yeah.
I counted them. Yes, it's 6. God damn it.
Yep.
I do like the design of that one character having a fucking beanie on in the cockpit, though. That's great. I love that shit.
Yeah, Beanie on in the cockpit. I like the one who's got a robot on their head.
Yeah, that's good shit.
You know, I've got a red-haired girl to latch on to. So there's some
There was
interesting
something.
things here. They are Gundam battles as clan battles.
That's kind of BattleTechy.
Yeah, that is BattleTechy to an extent. Specifically, like basically fighting it out, but not having it be war, and but having the contest decide certain things is
Ah,
what I
that
read
kind
out
of
of it.
clan battle. Okay, I got you.
That's at least what I read out of it. So
I mean, fair enough. I'm fucking illiterate, so.
yeah, and it's definitely pulling some more from I think Witch from Mercury, especially because they just fucking have somebody who wrote for Utena on it.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Witch from Mercury was very Utena. So I will be interested to see how it goes. I will probably commentate about it when it comes out.
I love how we were talking. It was like, oh yeah, everything is political, whether you like it or not. Brings up the most political possible anime.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah,
Like
anything's
all of Gundam is forever just like war bad, child soldiers bad. Stop it.
yeah, we're bad, child soldiers bad. Technology cool. Technology very cool. Chicks dig giant robots.
Bitches love cannons. Get that bitch a cannon.
Yeah, yeah. But uh anything from fucking Tetris is political. Because it was born out of the politics of the person who made it and was even considered some sort of subversive thing because it came out of the Soviet Union. You know, the person who made it was a Soviet.
Yeah, like you don't when you're choosing like your themes and your messaging, like you don't have to choose some big, huge thing. You can just be something as simple as like it's nice to slow down and relax occasionally.
Yeah,
That can be it. That's all that you don't need anything more than that. You can just have that. It's fine.
yeah, no, 100%
But
you
just be
don't.
cognizant of this.
Yeah, you don't have to have a big message. You can have your Animal Crossing. You can have
Although Animal Crossing still has a little bit.
yeah, but I mean even that's
There's still some shit in there.
it's still a little bit, but you know, you can have your Stardew Valley. You can have things slow down, not
Oh,
be
Stardew Valley? Really? You want to choose Stardew Valley with Joja Corp as like
okay,
a
okay, good.
slow, non-political? Come on.
Fair
Like the
enough.
whole good side of the game is like you resurrecting the spirits of nature and shit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But you can have a slow-paced game that doesn't engage with its politics head on. It can be, we're going to do this nice and slow. We're going to have an enjoyable time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it doesn't have to.
Trying to goddamn use Stardew Valley as a like an example of a slow, non-political game. Come
Yeah,
on.
I meant more for the slow pace than the non-political side of what we were talking about. But I did realize when you said it, I'm like, yeah, no. But I meant it for more the slow pace. You know, you don't have to have it be this intense political drama. It can be a bad capitalist gets run out of town if you wanted to do
Yeah,
that.
like dickhead asshole gets run out of town. There you go. That's all you need to do.
Granted, fucking Pierre ain't that much better.
Yeah, but at least it's not fucking
Joja Corp, yeah.
yeah, Joja Corp polluting the entire fucking world with their bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Pierre is just like one dude. You could totally kill that dude in his sleep if you needed to.
Yeah,
You can't
absolutely.
kill Joja Corp in its sleep if you wanted to.
But yeah, you can have a slow game. You can have the game where all you are is a messenger. It's a little weird that you're not seeing any of the warfare as a messenger, but you can just be a messenger who tends to their horses.
I think that could actually be super fucking compelling, though.
There's literally a game being made for that. Like that,
Oh, that's so good. Like, I'm thinking, like,
like
fucking
I think it's
Fallout New Vegas, the Long Divide shit,
yeah,
where
like I
you
think it
see the
was
aftermath of your messages later.
I
Oh,
think it was
dude.
for like Genghis Khan era,
Ooh, that's good shit, though. That's good shit.
but there's no combat in it, which is fine. But you're tending to your horses and acting as a messenger service is what
Honestly,
I
like, the
understand.
combat in, like, the Long Divide was, like, just filler. It was just there to, like, slow you down a little bit and make you listen to Ulysses.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like literally just there to like give you a undercurrent of tension, and then like make you listen to Ulysses.
Yeah, let's see. The Legend of Kimori is a new game in the Windstorm series. Here you play as a courier in 13th century Mongolia.
Oh hell yeah! Send me a link to that shit. I wanna get after that
Yeah, The Legend of Kimori. Let me grab that.
because like literally everything that's compelling about the Long Divide is the tension between the courier the courier and Ulysses.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be coming out sometime in 2025.
Oh hell yeah! Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. That's good shit.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
I need to see
I
more. I need to see more weird shit like that.
yeah, absolutely. So you're tending to your horses and acting as a courier, and you're not actually engaging in the combat side of things.
So like
And you also
I
cultivate your
know, like I
camp.
play a lot of games that have like a lot of combat in them, right? Like a lot of combat and tension and like bloodshed, killing, etc. And I don't play non-combat games very often, but I still get excited for like non-combat games to be coming out, right?
Yeah, like
And part of this is I just like combat. I like fighting. I like fighting in real life too. I just can't anymore. Like it's one of my favorite things to do. Um, but like the big reason otherwise that I like seeing this stuff is that even I, as someone who is like distinctly counterculture and neurodivergent and very like isolated and introverted, even I am still deeply affected by the culture and what is already available, right? Because once upon a time, I actually found it very difficult to even imagine a game where you did not fight at all. Like I could not imagine. I couldn't figure out what the central tension would be.
yeah.
Um, but
And
now that there's more games like this messenger thing that you just sent me coming out, maybe people will start thinking about like the use of combat in their games more
yeah, and like
and like other methods of creating tension that's not just like
yeah,
social anxiety shit.
yeah, and create, and something you can see is some of the misogyny and saying, "Oh, these games are
Stop.
meant for girls." Like that's a bad thing
Fuck that shit.
anyway, but also fuck you.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing, first off, and also fuck you.
Yeah. But yeah, basically like
You're okay, buddy. You're
even
handsome.
the devs are like, hey, part of this is, taming and training horses because horses were the lifeblood of this society.
Yeah, like horses were incredibly important during like in most of human history after we domesticated them. Like they became so central to
Yeah,
everything.
especially for the Mongolians, because that, like, them having that early really set them on fire.
Yeah, like
As a
having their techniques and that many good horses that early really got them going. That they became like incredibly important to the Mongolians, even more so than most other places.
Yeah. Um, Also, like talking about non-combat games, like I mean, first off, Umineko's one, though you might call that just like a visual or novel or a sound novel instead of a
Yeah,
game.
I was
But
gonna say like that's more like a book, right?
after
And it's also not entirely non-combat. There is killing and fighting.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Like it exists. It's just you're not necessarily engaging in it. But also, if you were playing as Battler, you would have been engaged in it.
Yeah, like if you were actually playing as him, you would be engaged in fighting at some point.
But also, what I was going to get into, but is after Umineko, we are looking at Vampire Therapist. So, yeah, let me see. Yeah, Vampire Therapist is the name. And so we'll be looking at that as the next thing we play for a little while, though it will not be the monolith that Umineko has been, which I've been having
Yeah.
I've had a great time. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love
Yeah, it's
Umineko.
great. It's just it's so much.
It's so much,
We've
and
been at this for so long.
we have been at this for a very long time. Like, we're not going to get done with it until the middle of 2025, more than likely. And that's assuming that we get back on track like next week.
Hopefully. Gods, I need my insomnia to just like fuck off. So, for those of you who don't know, like when chronic insomnia differs from like normal insomnia when you just like can't sleep for whatever reason, in that it happens regardless of what your coping methods are, right?
Yeah.
Like chronic meaning it just like it reoccurs constantly. It's even sometimes at random. It depends on like exactly what you got. Um, just in general, chronic as a medical term means that it reoccurs constantly. Like chronic pain, for example, is it's constant pain or it's very regularly reoccurring. And the same thing with insomnia. One of the ways that's recommended to deal with this is to keep the same sleep schedule at all times, no matter what. Like you wake up at the same time, you go to bed at the same time, as far as you can manage. The second method is to you do this in conjunction with the first is you try to sleep for about 15 minutes at a time, and if it doesn't work, get up for about an hour, do something else, and then go and try again afterwards, and repeat until it works. Essentially, so I've had the same fucking sleep schedule for like 5.5 years now, and my insomnia was relatively manageable. But then my fucking housemate decided that like they did not want to get up at 6:30 in the morning to fucking take care of their damn dog. So now I have to do it because I'm not just gonna let the dog die from a diabetic coma, right?
Yeah.
If this were like literally any other chore, I'd be like, okay, well, whatever. I'll just
Yeah,
not
fuck
do
you,
that
but it's
and
a living
force them to
creature.
do it. But in this case, it's a living creature. I can't just do that. It's like the living creature will die. I'm trying to be a good person, okay, while I'm on this fucking planet. I'm trying. It's not working very well. I'm not getting very far, but I'm trying.
Yeah.
So, like, this means that my sleep schedule has shifted by a couple hours, and I am feeling the effects of that every day.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even get tired until like fucking 2 in the afternoon most days now. And that's when I'm supposed to wake up.
Yeah. So, that's why we've been a little bit MIA, except for we Wednesday, because we don't have to do anything other than bring up our OBS and talk.
Yeah, like that's literally it. I can even write notes in Discord for this sort of thing and then just stare at Discord to remind myself of what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's why that's why even when you hadn't watched the episode yet, I did mention a few things, so I remembered a few things. Plus, I didn't
But
mention any of the like plot relevant shit.
yeah, yeah. Basically, chronic insomnia is a huge pain in the ass, and that's why streams have been very spotty the last month or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, let's see what else. Because there was one other thing I was going to bring up. Yes, this isn't weeb shit, but this is comic shit. I am very interested in the Absolute series, which is alternate universes of DC characters.
Ain't fair enough. Like for whatever reason, I just cannot get into superhero comics at all.
Fair enough. So
Like
for
I'm interested in the concept of them, but for whatever it is about how we do superheroes just does not click with me.
yeah, so for example, I posted this in the Discord a while back too, but uh, the lasso for Wonder Woman
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
is Nemesis, a weapon forged in the fires of hell, fashioned by her
Rather
mother
than what is it like
Circe, made from the remains of the last basilisk, infused with blood of Prometheus and blessed by Demeter, goddess of harvest, mother of us all. And it's basically the fucking penance stare from Ghost Rider, where you feel pain relevant, in like relevant equalness to the pain you've inflicted on others. But the other thing I'm interested in is that they are fashioning Green Lantern as a horror-ish first encounter story.
ooh.
So, like,
You'll have to show me some choice bits of that one because that one does sound kind of interesting.
yeah, like, let me go ahead and right now we
Like
just
I
have,
know that I wouldn't be interested in actually reading it, but
but
I
hearing
could
about the
definitely take a
details.
couple panels there. Yeah.
Yeah. Right now it's not out just yet, but we've gotten a few panels that have me interested. So, uh, but yeah, basically, like, from what we got from the few panels is a piece of Green Lantern tech just drops out of the fucking sky. And
Oof.
yeah, just falls in the middle of the fucking place.
That's a whole lot of dead people though.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Brutal.
it primarily has Sojourner Joe Mullane as the Green Lantern that we see with a Green Lantern, but we with the Green Lantern ring. But we do see Hal Jordan in the back there, as well as I have to remember Guy and John. And we see them in group shots. So like they're involved in the story as well. So it's not just her. But it's very interesting because it is this first encounter sort of thing where it just drops out of the sky. So I assume somebody goes to investigate or whatever, gets close and gets the fucking lantern ring. But it's not the, alien nearly dead in battle goes, here, you're next, of the original Green Lantern story. Or at least the Green Lantern story we're most familiar with. Flash
Yeah,
is
that's fair.
Flash is a teenage hero, but the thing that's interesting with him is his rogues gallery are a military unit that is, obviously corrupt. So Wally, in this case, is the only Flash, and his rogues gallery, like Captain Cold and stuff, are military, or a military unit that's doing shit it shouldn't be. So, a military unit.
Yeah, fair enough.
But, also kind of sucks. like more so than usual. Because, they're specialists and,
Oh my god, so I just realized that my back popping is showing up on the fucking monitor.
oh, geez.
Oh no.
At the very least, I didn't hear it on
I know
Discord.
Stream did because I saw that, like, I looked up and saw the fucking, like, monitor lines, like, way up, and I was like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
no. Oh, no. But yeah, like, Captain Cold has a fucking freeze gun, so, they're a specialized unit. And while he isn't usually a teenage hero grappling with his abilities, he's usually already an adult by the time he gets his abilities in most continuities.
Hi, Ember, yes. Yes, you're very handsome, buddy.
But yeah, basically, timeline got reset by fucking Darkseid, and he's making it difficult in new ways for them, but he can't actually just directly kill them. So stuff like all the Amazons got wiped out, except for Wonder Woman. For whatever reason, I'd have to actually read the comic, but I saw that bit and I'm like, fuck, that's metal as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Superman actually got to live on Krypton for a while. So he's much more a man out of place and is actually acting more from the shadows.
Interesting. Fair enough.
I don't know what Batman is. I'd have to check, but, Batman's been getting too much of the limelight lately anyway.
Okay. So I did think of something that I wanted to talk about.
Just to finish my thought very quickly,
Go ahead.
I will be interested to see what the fuck they do with Martian Manhunter.
Yeah, that he was already pretty morally gray, as far as I recall, at least at the start. I think he improved later, like character developed his way into being a decent person, but
yeah, definitely an interesting individual. So I will be interested to see what they do. Anyway, your thought?
yeah. So it's gonna be some fucking Elder Scrolls shit, just so you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Like full warning for Bethesda's.
Yeah, because I didn't actually stop the recording anyway, so we're kind of going on. I just didn't want to stay on the burn pit conversation too long.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to like go into detail on that one for obvious reasons anyway. I just mentioned it because like that's what Michael got cancer from was like the chemicals involved in all that shit. Anyhow, right, so like ostensibly and literally, implicitly and explicitly in text, the Volkihar vampires have the same kind of vampirism as the rest of Cyrodiil. And if you've played Morrowind or Oblivion, you know that the Cyrodiilan vampires are very different from what you would expect a vampire to be in most fiction. Like they're very much sneak things, right? Like they get stronger when they're blood starved. They rather than losing control, I mean, they just get more powerful. And they do have some classic vampire abilities, like being able to turn invisible or turn into mist sometimes. And mostly they just hide themselves. They're very sneaky, very subtle. They're all about deceit and politics and subterfuge and infiltration. And the books, the lore books in Morrowind and Oblivion explicitly say that like that's only one type of vampire, but it's the only type that's ever actually been able to be used by the player in any of the games.
Yeah.
It's a Sanguinare Vampiris is the name of like that specific strain. And despite all of these vampires, all of these Cyrodiilin vampires being baby back bitches, at least when it comes to outright confrontation, the Volkihar vampires have the hugest balls imaginable, assaulting full ass cities, not even just villages, but just full on cities. Like they will run into Solitude or Whiterun, like with three of them at a time, and then just fucking go ham on the village, like on the townsfolk. They will kick down the doors and do this, like with their shitty Cyrodiilin vampire shit. It's very fitting because like these are the Nord vampires, right? They're not a different strain. Their culture is just different, and I
Yeah.
think that's kind of fucking hilarious.
Like, yeah, they have the Nord culture of bucket for Valhalla.
Yeah, for Sovngarde.
Yeah.
Uh,
For fucking
fucking
Sovngarde. So, they don't say that, but they still have the culture of let's just
yeah,
go
because
into the
like
fucking city.
there's like any number of like a dozen or more afterlives in Elder Scrolls, right? Like each Aedra and Daedra have their own, and then there's cultural ancestral ones. Like Sovngarde, I don't think is ruled over by an Aedra or a Daedra. It's just like the ancestral home or spirit home for Nords or some shit like that. And of
Yeah,
course, like if you're a werewolf under her scene, you go to his hunting grounds. And you better fucking believe that Molag Bal, the creator of the vampire, like all vampires ever, period, would not let a vampire soul go anywhere but his domain because he's the
absolutely.
Daedric Lord of Tyranny and Oppression.
Yep. So, I mean,
Like,
sucks
of
to
course
suck,
he's not going
man.
to let you go anywhere else. Yeah, you're going to Cold Harbor whether you like it or fucking not. If you're a vampire or Molag Bal has any kind of claim on your soul, you are going to Cold Harbor, period. There are no two ways about it. So,
Yeah.
they're definitely not going to Sovngarde, and they know that, but they've still got that fuck it, we ball culture.
Yeah, exactly. It's the bucket we ball culture.
Which is, it's kind of hilarious because most Nords be like, magic is for babies. All you need is a big, strong shield and a giant fucking hammer. And then like the vampires run in with big giant fucking hammers, but also a whole lot of magic,
And it's
and they're
like,
doing it anyway.
you know, it's the porque no los dos.
Yeah, the vampires just like fuck it, do white all of it. Anything that makes me stronger and that lets me fight and drink more, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is more accurate to like real Norse like culture at the time, at least.
Yeah,
Because they were
like,
just like fuck it, whatever makes me better at fighting, let's
yeah,
go.
yeah, whatever works. Like, they were not a lot that dismissed innovation.
Yeah, absolutely not. Which
In
it's
fact,
just it's very funny to me.
a lot of the cultures that dismissed innovations were like the British Empire and shit like that, were, uh, what became the British Empire.
Yeah, I don't know the exact reason why, or like what even the contributing reasons why like the Norse would have been more accepting and more open minded about like new technologies and tactics, but like they were, generally
Yeah.
speaking, like they would use
It's,
stuff from wherever they went and raided or traded or hired their services out as
I think it's
mercenaries,
honestly
whatever.
probably that uh, kind of, but not entirely nomadic style. Like, you're going to experience new stuff and you're going to go, fuck, that's neat. Let me use that too. To put
Yeah,
it
that's fair.
nicely,
Like,
it's more like, fuck, that's cool. Give it to me. But, if you're traveling more, you're going to do it. It's why the Mongolians were also, you know,
that's
m-
true. Like new circumstances and new encounters in general, new
yeah,
problems require new solutions generally.
yeah, new problems require new solutions, and you're used to experiencing new by traveling the land.
Yeah, whereas the like stuff like the British Empire was just like fuck it, throw more bodies at it since they had so many.
Yeah, just, fucking bunker down kind of thing. So,
It's kind of interesting though
yeah.
that Rome did not do that. They did not do the fuck it, throw more bodies at it. They
Nope.
did more like what the Norse did and just adapted constantly. New
Yeah, I
tactics
mean, that's
constantly.
yeah, and I mean that's part of what made them maintain and be able to expand as much as they did. Like somebody hit on the right idea as far as like maintaining empire, which isn't necessarily a
Yeah.
good thing, but it worked. It
Yeah,
worked.
which like for people who are watching and we're listening right now, whether you're on the VOD or you're live, do me a favor and look up Roman armor, Roman uniforms versus Gaulish armor and uniforms versus Celtic and so on and so forth. Like all of the stuff that was in the region at the time, you will notice a lot of similarities between Rome and literally everyone else. This is not because everyone else adopted Rome's shit, it's because Rome adopted their shit.
Yeah, Rome adopted their shit. And
Like they got to battle and saw like what worked for the other guys and went, I want that.
yeah, they saw and that when I want that. And then when they conquered a new area, they went, hey, you're technologically, you've got technology. Here, we pay you. You're a citizen now. We pay you to do the thing.
Yeah, one of the ways that you could tell that it's Roman and Celtic or Gaul or Germanic or what have you is that the Romans are wearing skirts and
Yeah,
everyone else is wearing pants.
yeah, that's a firm difference.
There's also like subtle differences in how like there's other subtle differences, but like I could not go into detail about them without examples right now, so I'm not going to. But
Yeah,
there are
yeah,
other ways to recognize it too.
yeah. There are other ways, but yeah, they're very much, they built road infrastructure that still, survives
Yeah,
today.
like so it's interesting because the Romans also built their roads on top of other people's roads. And
Yes.
then they had their roads built on top of by other people, and then those, and so on and so forth. And those foundations are still there all the way down to the first iterations that we know of,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking cool
And
as
we can
shit.
tell like who made which layer because they're all different. They're all made differently.
Yeah, they're made differently. They had access to
Out
different
of different materials
materials.
and different technologies. Like
Yeah.
someone like layered I don't remember which group it was, which culture group, but someone would layer timber, like cut timber, as logs underneath the road with clay and dirt and pack it in to create like a paved surface that is very solid and could handle wagons going across.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was built on top of like cobblestone. And then what was built on top of the logs and shit like that was like brick roads. And what was built on top of that is tarmac.
Yeah. And so, they had roads going to all sorts of different places. They had a great amount of logistics. And that's one of the things that made Rome as strong as it was. And it also, like I said, the adaptation, which included culture as well. They didn't throw away other cultures just because it wasn't exactly theirs, as long as they
At
were
least until
built.
Christianity anyway.
Yeah. Until Christianity, yeah. But as long as
Yeah, but
they
that's
could,
more the actions of a very specific few people who converted to Christianity than anything else.
yeah. And that is, and that did include religion where they went, oh, your gods are, best pals or even different parts of our gods. As long as you
Yeah,
consider
I don't
ours
remember
the,
what that's called.
yeah,
There is a specific theological term for that.
yeah. And as long
I
as
just
you
don't remember what it's
consider
called.
our gods the greatest, you can still worship your gods.
But yeah, it's the idea that like when you go to a new region and you meet new people and their gods, you go, "Oh, so those are the gods of this region. This part of the world has these gods."
Yeah.
Or even
Or
like
you
they
go,
might be like different aspects of the of our gods.
yeah, exactly.
That is a specific theological idea. I just don't remember the name
Yeah,
of
I
it off
can't
the top of my
remember what
head.
it's called, and I don't feel like Googling.
Is it syncretism? It might be syncretism.
Might be syncretism. Yeah, that sounds
Let's see.
close.
Yeah.
But anyway, they do that, and, obviously the famous example is with the Greeks, but also, They did it with plenty of other religions. You know, they talk to different people, go, hey, you have a hunter god, we have a hunter god, we can make some things happen.
Yes, it is syncretism. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Syncretism was common during the Hellenistic period, with rulers regularly identifying local deities in various parts of their domains with the relevant god or goddess of the Greek pantheon. And then the Roman Empire continued the practice, first by the identification of traditional Roman deities with Greek ones, producing a single Greco Roman pantheon, and then identifying members of that pantheon with the local deities of various Roman provinces. So, yes, it's syncretism. That's
yeah.
exactly it.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, they expanded out that way. So, basically, the only religion they ran into was the Judeo Christian ones, where it's like, well, fuck, we can't, we're going to try and make syncretism work, but it probably isn't.
And the problem with that one is that, like, the Judeo-Christian ones, the Abrahamic religions, claim that their God was the only one.
Yeah, or you will
So they
have no other
couldn't
gods
just like,
before me.
yeah, so they couldn't just like fold it in because like the base culture just didn't allow it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's, you could say, you can interpret it as, yeah, other gods exist, but I'm not allowed to have any others before mine. So, you hit an impasse because part of it wasn't just, oh, you recognize our gods exist. You have to say the Roman ones are better. And if you're not willing to say that, then there's tension and there's a problem.
Yeah, that interpretation of like Christianity is called henotheism. It's not specific to Christianity, but it's the concept itself is that like one is better than others and
Yeah,
is either at war with the others or should be worshipped above others,
yeah,
which is
exactly.
not how polytheism usually works.
Yeah, but that's how the Romans did it when they encountered somebody who they didn't just go, oh, you're just an aspect of our God. Or, when they go, oh, your God is a unique God, but it's not better than our gods.
But yeah, take that to heart when you're building your fucking fantasy pantheons, damn it. People don't adhere to one singular god, they adhere to whatever god governs the
Yeah.
thing that they're doing right now.
Yeah, like they, if they are a particular profession, they might have a shrine to one, and that's fine.
Yeah, like for example, it's the saints in the modern day. That's how polytheism actually works.
Yeah, look at saints, and also look at saints as a possibility if you want to spice up a setting that does have a monotheism.
Yeah, like the patron saint of soldiers. Yeah, obviously soldiers are gonna pray to that dude when they're in the field.
Yeah, exactly. But patron saint of travelers, a member of the Navy might be praying to fucking both at any given time.
Yeah, like it's just the same all the way around. Like that's just how polytheism works. Think of them as saints. They don't necessarily have a one true god that they're all interceding on behalf of the worshiper
Yeah, but
for, but there can also be a king of the god situation. That
yeah,
does happen, obviously, because you've got Odin and you've got the fucking Zeus.
yeah. So
That does happen.
you've got things like that, but even without that, the important part is they all exist together. They don't exist as monotheisms unto themselves.
Yeah, like
You might pray to one more than the other because of your profession or your lifestyle or what have you. You might, favor one a bit, but it's not the same thing as having a monotheism.
yeah, like for example, in Greek terms, you have a shrine to Hestia in your home because she is the goddess of the hearth, right? And the hearth is where you center your family around and you cook and it keeps you alive. But then you have a shrine to Demeter in your fields because you're a farmer.
Yeah, so
But like your neighbor has a shrine to what's her fucking name? Artemis because he's a hunter, right?
yeah,
And so on and so forth.
it's about utility and who you're looking for boons from.
Yeah, the soldiers are praying to like Ares or Athena, and so on and so forth, because the soldiers are currently about to fucking die, and they're like, "Hey, help me, oh deity!"
Yeah, exactly. And they might even be praying to Aphrodite because, fucking Aphrodite with a spear was actually a common
Yeah.
image.
What's kind of hilarious, though, is that most gods of Greece were also war gods.
Yeah, which just kind of
It
says a
may
bit
say
about
something
what's.
about like about Greece at the time, right?
Yeah, like that speaks to Greece. And if you're going with a fantasy aspect of the gods exist and existed before the culture conceived of them, then you can go, these are the gods that reached out to these people because they had what the people needed and the people had what they needed.
Yeah, like a warlike culture will interpret every god they can as war, as related to war somehow,
Yeah,
right?
but
Like
it's
off the top
also,
of my head, a way to interpret Hestia as a war goddess is that she is the one keeping the fires lit at camp to
yeah,
keep you warm and safe at night,
yeah,
to
there's,
prevent like
yeah,
uh fucking random animals or like night raids by your enemy.
yeah, there's stuff like that. There's stuff like, we're at the home front and, you know, uh,
Yeah, defending your home. Yeah, that's another good one.
yeah. But granted, it is interesting to look at what was essentially kind of the bimbofication of Aphrodite. Because Aphrodite was probably originally Ishtar. And she was even more of a warlike goddess. But we slowly get her in Greek culture changing from a warlike goddess who was very competent to somebody who gave into their emotions a lot, was flighty. And what that says necessarily about the Greek view of women, or at least
Yeah.
the relevant people in power of sending those cultural stories. I believe Red talked about that a bit on Brain. Overly,
Sarcastic Productions. Okay,
yeah,
I thought you
overly
were trying to think of
sarcastic
the
production.
exact like video that she was talking about it in. I was like, hold on.
Yeah, no.
It was probably a detailed diatribe or
Yeah, just look
like a myth
for
shorts or something.
overly sarcastic productions in Aphrodite, and you'll get there.
Okay, so yeah, I think that may actually be the case where like it says something about the Greek views of women, because Ishtar is also known as Inanna, and one of her most well-known titles is the Queen of Heaven. She was one of the rulers of the entire pantheon, of the entire world, in fact, in her religion.
Yeah,
And she was demoted, like, eventually into Aphrodite, who is not one of the rulers. She's part of the ruling family, but not the ruler.
she's not part of the ruling. She's not part of the actual rulers because those families remain static after a while because they're eternal. Um, but yeah, so we get her being more flighty. We see her giving into emotions more, being, engaging in infidelity.
You know what's kind of funny? And by funny, I mean, like, deeply fascinating and interesting.
What's that?
Inanna was also associated with Venus,
There we go.
and Aphrodite became Venus in the Greco-Roman fusion pantheon.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And
And why this is interesting is that this didn't happen over the course of like 400 years or anything. This happened over the course of 3,000 years.
yep. Yeah, like it's just a deeply fascinating stuff going on there. And
Like, how does that association stick around for 3,000 years?
Oh
It
no.
has in the modern day, specifically because people got obsessed with the Greco-Roman culture for like 1,000 years there.
But still, it's pretty fucking impressive. But yeah, with Aphrodite, uh, like she lost a lot of that combat edge to her as the story went, and there was, in fact, in Athens, I believe, but in Greek culture in general, kind of this desire to remove women's power because they actually had a lot of landowning power in Athens, at least. And there was sort of this demonization that was going on.
It's always fucking political shit that gets people oppressed. Always, every time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I want free labor. I want to diminish the political power of these people who aren't doing what I want. I need a scapegoat because I don't have any policy. Cough, cough.
It's
Current
always
day.
how it
Cough,
fucking
cough.
starts. Yeah. It's always how it fucking starts. And then of course like it devolves into some weird fucking like people actually start believing that shit and passing it
Yeah,
down to
like
their kids.
semi-religion kind of thing. Where they're so married to the idea they can't separate themselves from it easily.
Yeah, it just gets passed down on and generation upon generation until like we don't even fucking know where it came from anymore.
Yeah. Like, I'm not the one who should be talking about this and that you should be listening to. But for example, the American stereotype of African Americans with watermelon, that came from the fact that a lot of Africans who were enslaved worked with watermelons. And when they were free, one of the things they tried to do for, entrepreneurial shit is to uh, get involved with selling watermelons because that's what they knew how to fucking do. And as a result of trying to diminish their power and try not to let them rise above what the, racist white people thought they should sustain, is to consider uh, is to make people consider eating watermelon as childish and messy and dirty. And that's where it came
Honestly,
from.
like I think that's so fucking ridiculous because watermelon is goddamn delicious.
It is so fucking
It's
delicious.
so
Nobody
good.
should feel bad about eating it, but there's an entire demographic of people in the United States who have to go, do I want the watermelon this bad? And am I okay with eating watermelon in this company? Or do I need to wait or whatever? And I don't think people should have to do that, but some people have to make that decision because of how they're treated in society over something people don't even fucking, most people don't even fucking know this anymore. That's where it started.
Which like honestly, like so fucking what if your face gets a little dirty from eating like a chunk of watermelon? Put some goddamn water on your face. It comes off. It's not permanent. Get over it.
Yeah, but it's basically the trying to infantilize African people, which is something that was done a whole lot, treating them as childish, calling a grown man boy.
Yeah, that's obviously not great.
you know, all sorts of things like that. And I know I'm green here, but I'm white. So, listen to actual African Americans
Oh no,
talking about their
I'm actually
culture.
purple.
But,
If you ever
listen
see
to.
someone like walking around that's like genuinely purple with no mouth, that's me. Don't approach me though. Don't say anything. I don't want to hear it.
What if they want to,
Not in public, at least.
what if they want to give you a burger?
Fuck.
See?
you've created like a programming exception. Shit. I think I would blue screen. I think I would literally blue screen in real life. Like on one hand, interaction with a relative stranger, not great. Do not want that. Do not
But
perceive me. Not
burger.
because I'm socially anxious, but because I just don't like attention.
But on the other hand, burger.
Yeah. Fuck, I always crave a burger. It's like the most American thing about me. I always want a
Yeah,
goddamn
yeah,
burger.
like we are ravenous about burgers. I like, and it's because burgers are fucking good. They're an expansion of the
Yeah, like
sandwich, which is an objectively great invention as well.
yeah, exactly. Like I fucking love sandwiches of all kinds. Burgers are great because they're hot food and also a sandwich. Come on.
Also, they're fairly quick to make.
Yeah, if you got a grill already fired up, absolutely. They're super fast.
Yeah, if you've already got the grill fired
Takes like
up or you've
five
got the
fucking
pan
minutes.
going, you're already good.
Yeah, it takes longer in a pan because it takes longer for the heat convection. But if you've got like a grill over an open fire or lava rocks or whatever the fuck you're using already, oh yeah, it's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Get
And
you a good like medium pink sear. Like you got a good sear on the outside and then like a nice medium pink on the inside.
yeah, also, I suggest not fucking with. I know you know this, but I'm telling the audience. Don't fuck around with frozen burgers, like pre-frozen burgers. Just get the meat.
Yeah, like pre-cooked frozen burgers. Fuck that. Nuh-uh. Don't do it. Just get the meat.
Yep, just get the meat.
Sometimes, like when I'm especially lazy, I will get like burger patties that are still raw but frozen. Like they're just shaped already, so I don't have to shape them myself.
Yeah, exactly. The ones
And
that
that's as
are
far as I go.
yeah, the ones that are just the meat already in the patty shape, ready to go. That's different.
Yeah, which it's my other thing that I do when I'm feeling lazy is I get a tube of meat instead of like a package of meat, you know, so I can just like cut it into fourths and then like put the like the discs that come out on the fucking cutting board and then just press my palm into it to make a fucking patty shape. That's also really nice and easy.
Yeah. But yeah, you know.
Cooking tips with Cat. This is how you make a good burger
Yeah.
really quickly.
Like I'm thinking of that one Japanese woman who was on BR chat and is just very excited that somebody's from America and goes, hamburger country.
Yeah. Actually, you can do it with the package of like ground meat as well, like the normal packages, because they come in these squares. But you will have to accept that you'll get a square burger that way. You can just like cut them into, you know, it depends on how much you got, but you can just cut them into squares and then just smooch them down into shape, or into the, like the relative thickness that you want, and then you'll just have like a mostly squarish burger patty. And sometimes people, that's what people want. They don't want a round one.
Yeah.
So go
Also, if
for it.
you want dough or uh, if you want meat to freeze properly, that you're repackaging, make sure it's flat. Like press it flat in the Ziploc bag or whatever you've got it in.
Yeah, you don't want the inside freezing much slower than the outside.
Yeah, so you want it to freeze all at the same time, and you can freeze these things depending. But don't do a lot of unfreezing and refreezing because you're going to make yourself sick.
It is very difficult to fucking like cut off a chunk of frozen meat though. So I get it. I get why it's tempting to thaw it and then like cut off a chunk and then refreeze it. I
Yeah,
get why
you're
it's
you're
tempting,
better
but
off
don't do it.
dividing it into smaller chunks that way than doing that
Yeah,
because
like
you're
you can refreeze it like once or twice maybe. So you can get frozen meat and then cut it up, like let it thaw, cut it up, and then put it back. But don't do it more than once or twice. That
yeah,
would
and twice is
that's not
really
good.
pushing it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you're like very quick on the draw here with this. Like, you know, it's only half thawed and you're just taking a fucking butcher knife to it, which is what I do.
Yeah.
But
Um.
also, I have like a fucking ironclad stomach, so
Yeah. But yeah,
Again, like I haven't been sick in like in literally 10 years.
but yeah, brain track. What were we on before burgers?
That's a great fucking question.
I think that's a sign that we should actually finish.
Now I'm like super curious, like what the fuck we were talking about though.
Well, I know
High
we were
Ender,
talking
yes.
about not having people talk to you, but before that,
Oh yeah, there was I don't know how to phrase this. You were saying that you were white, not green, and I said I was purple in real life. No
oh
mouth.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, like listen to African American creators and people who are talking about their own history. Like it's fine that I'm echoing the knowledge and everything, but get it direct from the source. Listen to people whose
Yeah,
lives are actually affected by this and not just me because you're comfortable with the cadence of my voice.
like if you have to, if you've got like weird misophonia like me, like find transcriptions or like turn on captioners or some shit.
Yeah, read
Something.
books, do, read articles, do things like that if you have like specific issues, but read transcripts like Kat said, whatever, but listen to the voices literally or figuratively of people who are actually affected by these things. Like, I expect you to listen to me when I'm talking about trans or non binary issues that would pertain to me.
I did have something to say, but it's a spin-off or like a sidebar, basically. Does not actually have to do with anything to do with like racism or oppression at all. It's more like so I'm not talking about like people who have germophobia or any kind of OCD or anything like that, where they like have to obsessively keep themselves clean because they like cannot psychologically handle it due to like an actual like problem that they have. I know I'm neurodivergent in a relatively rare way, but I do not understand what people's problem is with like in general, with getting their hands literally dirty. Just fucking wash them afterwards. God damn it.
That's a
It's like
lot, you
it's a
know,
sidebar from like the fucking like messy watermelon thing. It's
yeah,
like fucking
like,
just wash yourself, idiot.
yeah, yeah, like it's one of those, it's the other, it's the racist shit that doesn't make sense because none of it makes sense because racism's whack, but also because, you know, the, they don't have to make sense. It's for people to repeat to make people feel bad.
Yeah, I just like I don't know, man. Fucking like wash your hands and then stick your hands in the fucking meat. Like it just stick your hands in it. Shape
Yeah.
the meat. Make sure you wash your hands first, obviously, just so you don't get fucking dirt in the meat. But come on.
Yeah. 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 Like, getting your hands literally in it. Sure. Like, for me, it's actually a temperature difference thing, so I have to wear gloves, but
Oh
that's
yeah, like that counts as one of the like many legitimate
neurodivergences
problems
and
that I was
things.
talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that counts. Believe me, I get it. I understand. It's just like, but for like neurotypical people, just fucking get over yourselves.
Oh,
God
yeah,
damn it.
absolutely. But yeah, basically, like, there's just this perception of setting racist standards of anything other than white is dirty. And
Yeah,
that's
it's
part
fucking
and that's
like
part of it. Like that is legitimately part of it. It's not the only thing, it's not that you're dealing with internalized or uh, necessarily dealing with internalized racism or racism that you don't realize you have. Though examine that kind of thing, you know, examine yourself and allow yourself to be checked by others. But uh, that is one of the reasons that our culture is focused on the cleanliness thing because literally the dirty savages trope. Like, legitimately,
Like
that's one of the fucking reasons, and it is incredibly fucked.
before, like people like start asking me if I even find things gross. Yes, yes, I do. Yes, getting my hands greasy and sticky from like the meat fat is gross, but you know what? It's not gonna be in a minute because I'm gonna stick them under hot water and soap. It'll be fine.
Yeah, like,
Deal with a minute of like uncomfortable like feeling on my fingies
yeah.
to get the right shape of the meat. All right.
And if you really don't want to, literally wear gloves like I'm going to.
Yeah, or use fucking tongs or something to put the meat on the grill. Like no one gives a shit. Just stop freaking out about it. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, just,
It's okay if you get dirty sometimes. That's part of human life.
yeah, that's part of human life. Like, part of our problem right now is we have to figure out how to, like, get some of the good bacteria or mimic some of the good bacteria that we're not getting anymore.
Yeah, that's what, by the way, for everyone who doesn't know this, that's what probiotics are for. Like probiotic like medication and like probiotic yogurt and shit like that is supposed to like encourage the growth of the good gut bacteria. That's why it's called probiotic. The same way that you have antibiotics. Get it?
Yep.
It's to encourage the growth of the good shit in your stomach. Like my immune system is so fucking powerful that it killed the shit responsible for being able to digest goddamn milk, okay?
Yep.
I was not lactose intolerant when I was younger. It
But
just happened
unfortunately,
after a while.
yeah,
After I stopped, after I like completely stopped getting sick, I just slowly got more and more lactose intolerant. It sucks. There is a way for you to actually like get rid of minor lactose intolerance like mine, but I can't remember what the fuck it is, so I can't do it.
yeah.
I found like a case study of a woman who actually did it, and it only took like 2 weeks. I'm like, fuck, give me that. I need it. Let me have my milkshakes again.
Yeah. Though I will say the milk alternatives have gotten better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I use lactose free milk myself. And it's pretty good. It tastes pretty much like normal whole milk of this kind.
Yeah.
It's just like lactose free. It's not even like any sweeter.
Yeah,
People
and
say like that lactose free milk tends to be sweeter, but I don't think so. I've tasted them side by side before, and it's like no, it's virtually the same.
yeah, and just to tell you folks, because you might not know, almond milk is been around since medieval times.
Yeah, dude, nut milk.
Yeah, nut milk.
Meh.
Yeah, nut
Handsome
milk
boy.
has just been around for a while. Specifically, Tasting History did a video on it.
Oh, speaking of weird oppressive bullshit that like exists for virtually no reason, smells. How you smell being like a thing of oppression, like as a tool. Because like it's one thing if you smell like rot for you to get ostracized at that point, right? Because like you smell like rot, dude, you're sick or you're gonna get us sick. That's
Yeah,
understandable. But just like having a different perfume on,
yeah, different perfume, different cuisine.
yeah, which is just
Well,
really fucking
you
weird. Like,
know,
who cares if they smell like curry? Curry is good. Fuck you.
yeah,
I
curry's
smell like the food I eat too.
yeah, curry's good. Fuck you. The only thing I will say is that if you cook fish in a communal microwave, God may forgive you, but I will not.
Yeah, that's fair. You shouldn't be cooking fish in the microwave anyway. But fucking pan sear that shit or bake it or something.
Yeah, or well, reheating fish in the microwave, I should say. But if you're reheating fish, just put it in the pan again.
Yeah, just and if you don't have a stovetop or something to reheat it with, just eat it cold.
Yeah,
Because like fish gets really stinky. It has a very strong odor.
well,
Don't do that to people. You may like it, not everyone else does.
yeah. People don't want their fucking ramen necessarily to taste like fish.
Yeah. So the reason why I know about this and I was thinking about it is 'cause I saw it on Twitter, a woman who had just gotten her PhD for a paper that she did on smell oppression, which is like
Yeah.
very fascinating to me. Not the fact that she got her PhD for it, but the actual like idea and paper itself is fascinating to me.
Yeah, like there's definitely a cultural thing that yeah, you can go anecdotally this exists, but here's like a big paper on it.
Yeah, and like while I was reading the replies and everything, trying to like find links to the papers and all that shit, I found a new stereotype about white people that I did not know.
And what is that?
It's a smell related one. Apparently, the stereotype is that white people smell like cheese and garlic.
You know? Like that fucking scans.
Yeah, but like the problem with that to me is that literally everyone uses garlic. Everyone. It's in everything because garlic is really fucking good. And so is cheese. Everyone uses it now.
That's fair.
Sure, yeah, 400 years ago, not everyone used cheese yet, but like now they fucking do. It's the same thing with the fucking garlic. Yeah, 1,000 years ago, not everyone used it. Now they do though, because it's really good.
Yeah, it's really fucking good. Garlic.
It's part of the traditional like recipes for like basically every culture on the planet at this point.
Yeah, garlic expands your
At least some of
possibilities
them
by a
anyway.
lot.
Like not everything has cheese and garlic in it, not in any culture, but like there's at least some relatively traditional fucking recipes that now include either one of the two, maybe even both, in basically every culture. Cheese and garlic is fucking delicious. Not necessarily together, that depends on the type of cheese and the garlic and what else you got in the meal, but it's really good. I don't know why this is a
Yeah.
this is a stereotype about white people.
Yeah,
I would have
like
thought like cheap beer or something like that, right?
yeah, like cheap beer, you could do something like that, or the ever classic, the white person can't handle their spice, and that's rich white people, because a a poor white person is going to eat a hot sauce called the Gutbuster Supreme.
Yeah. Me and my family, literally, my one of my uncles grows his own fucking peppers, like
Yeah,
ghost peppers and shit like that. He has his own damn plants, and he makes salsa out of it.
yeah, exactly. So it's definitely more of a rich white person thing, which I think is also the cheese and garlic thing, in that who's going to pull out a charcuterie board? Rich white
Yeah,
fucks.
like it's either gonna be rich white fuckers pulling out a charcuterie board or like some
Middle class person
dude
who's
that
just
shops at
doing it.
Walmart.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some dude that shops at Walmart. There's just like, hey, I really like cheese and crackers, and they have this platter of cheese and crackers and meat and shit right here, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is fine. Like, again, you shouldn't feel bad for the foods you eat.
Yeah, absolutely not. Unless it's literally only one thing, then you should feel bad.
Yeah, and that's only
You should eat
because,
more than one thing. Please do not just eat cheesy potatoes or whatever.
yeah, like, I appreciate you folks, but like, I appreciate like neurodivergence and you have that one meal you're good about. But also, if you can put anything else in your gullet, make sure you have a variety of nutrition.
Yes, please, for the love of all the gods, you're going to kill yourself like that. It's
Yes.
like it's very slow malnutrition, but it is malnutrition and you will die from it. Please do not. Please at least try to eat other things too.
Yes, absolutely. Um, like, thankfully, a lot of the meals I like have a combination of nutrients. You know,
Yeah,
having some.
I'm a bit like weird in that like all the vegetables, like, most of the vegetables and fruits that I like are the relatively uncommon ones. So you're not like you're gonna find all the stuff that I hate in everything, like mushrooms, for example. It's in
Oof,
everything.
yeah,
People love their fucking mushrooms and their bell peppers. I can't fucking stand them. They make me sick.
yeah, yeah. Do mushrooms make you feel sick in the same way? Just out of curiosity.
Mushrooms and bell peppers, yeah, same way.
Yeah, Because I knew
They,
about the
they
bell
they
peppers with you. I didn't know about the mushrooms.
they essentially make me projectile vomit or want to projectile vomit.
Understood.
It's been a while since I actually vomited from it, but like it's very close every time. I can never finish the meal whenever I can taste either one.
Fair enough. Like,
There was one type of mushroom that I could take the taste of. I don't know what kind it was, but it was a Japanese mushroom soup that had been poured into a bowl of rice, and there were no chunks of mushroom in it. Whatever type of mushroom that was fucking delicious.
huh, interesting. Which,
Yeah,
makes
my
sense
housemate had
because, like, a lot
gotten
of
a
times,
bento.
when you go, I don't like mushrooms, and I'm not saying this for you, but for a lot of people, because again, mushroom fanatics, so you might not have this problem, but a lot of people will go, I don't like mushrooms, but no, you've literally just been having the same mushroom in different life
Yeah, like
stages,
portobello or fucking something. It's like you've just been having the one kind of mushroom,
just
and
in
that's
different
it.
stages of its life.
Hmm. But there are hundreds of different kinds of mushrooms that you can actually eat. And obviously, I have not had all of them. Mushroom is a type of plant, not plant, a life form, not a specific fruit. It's not, I don't like apples, it's, I don't like this specific mushroom, right? They are vastly different between them.
Yeah, exactly.
But
And
yeah, my housemate had like gone on a trip somewhere and gotten a bento on the way back at a random gas station. I don't remember. And then they didn't want the rice and the mushroom soup anymore. So they put the two together and then just like handed it to me, not like really thinking about it. I don't know why they didn't think about it. They know I fucking loathe mushrooms. I don't know, but I tried it anyway because I'm not gonna waste free food.
it's
I'm gonna
like,
at least try
okay,
it.
this is
And I
fucking
was like, oh
delicious.
yeah, this is actually really good. And I ate the entire thing.
Fair fucking enough. Um,
I wish I knew. They didn't keep the actual like box of the bento, so I couldn't like look on the ingredients list and find what kind of fucking mushroom it was.
unfortunate.
Oh gods, I wish I. Uh,
Yeah, like there's even
one day I'll find that mushroom again.
yeah, there's even mushrooms that can very distinctly emulate meat when cooked properly.
Yeah. So, for all of you vegans and vegetarians out there that actually miss like having meat, like maybe you're like not voluntarily vegan or vegetarian, maybe it's due to health issues, or maybe you just miss it because like you're doing it for moral reasons, but you still like the taste. I want you to know that most, like 90% of our modern perception of what meat tastes like is
It's a
actually the
seasoning.
spices and yeah, it's the spices that you use and the texture. So all you got to do is use you got to find something with the right texture and then you just use the same spices to taste like you figure out the exact proportion that you need to get it to taste the way that you want and you got it. There you go. That's all you need.
Yes, and look for chicken of the woods.
Yes, chicken of the woods. It's very easy to identify. This is one of those mushrooms that you can like safely identify without a fucking expert. Genuinely, like it's
Though,
this like almost
still,
nuclear orange looking mushroom that grows on trees.
consult experts because it's still fucking mushrooms, but
Yeah, like send a picture to someone just in case. Just be like, hey, this is chicken of the woods, right? And then the dude will be like, oh yeah, that's absolutely chicken of the woods. Go for it.
yeah. And you can also buy it, but it's
Because
kind of expensive.
I don't think chicken of the woods has a look-alike mushroom. A lot of mushrooms do have lookalikes, but I don't think chicken of the woods does. Hold on.
But yeah, there's ways to cook it. I've seen here somebody actually made like KFC seasoning chicken of the woods.
Okay, it does. There is a couple. One of them is the jack o' lantern. Another one is black staining polypore. So you got to actually like identify it properly.
Yeah, there's also the king oyster mushroom. There's another one that's very
Okay.
meaty.
Yeah. So obviously, do not take my advice as fact on mushrooms. I'm not a mushroom expert.
Yeah,
I'm
purchase
not a
from a
mushroom boy like
verified
Trig.
seller or contact your local expert. essentially.
See, like my thing is like I go to like these mycology places and they say there's not really any lookalikes. Everything that like even looks close would be like fairly distinct in their own way. But also it's like, well, you're talking to non-experts here. You gotta actually like qualify this stuff, right?
Yeah, you absolutely have to qualify this stuff just to be sure. So be safe. Contact experts if you're wanting to forage for yourself. Though I do encourage foraging, just mushrooms are a particular. You can't eyeball that shit, and you don't want to play Russian roulette with that.
Yeah, like I do want to try chicken in the woods now that I think about it. Regardless of what it tastes like, I've heard very good things about it, so I kind of wanna have at it. Um, anyway, going back to the bit about like the fruits and vegetables that I like are the relatively uncommon ones. For example, and I know that this is a fairly common one. Everyone knows what these are and have probably tasted them, but you'll see why I mean it's say it's an uncommon one in a minute.
Okay.
Pears, because getting good pears is actually really fucking hard to do.
Yeah,
Because
that's fair.
like they don't stay fresh for very long. They stay like edible for a long time, relatively speaking, for a fruit at least, but they don't stay fresh for very long. And obviously, fresh pears are the best. In fact, like the medium stage ones that are just like the ones that you get at Walmart or whatever, kind of not great.
I like those okay. I kind of uh I'm kind of spoiled in that way, in that one of my family homes that I grew up in had a pear tree.
Oh fuck you! Oh, I haven't had a fresh pear in years, dude.
I mean,
I know it's because I live in a desert, but damn it.
it's been a fucking long time. We haven't had that house for a long time. But when I was a little kid, I could get fresh pears from that tree.
Damn it. Like all the other like common fruits that I like are like all berries, all of them, literally all of them. I even like red grapes, which I didn't know until very recently.
Hmm.
I thought I disliked all grapes, but no, it's only green grapes and white grapes that I dislike.
Oh, okay.
Like the red purple ones are actually pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I'd like those okay. Like, I think those are my favorite over the green ones. So, I get you.
It's like pretty much every berry that you can possibly buy and is edible, I like. I can't think of one that I don't like now that I'm considering it.
That's pretty good because that's a lot. There's a lot of nutrients you can get out of that.
Yeah. My real issue is that berries do not keep for very long, so I can't buy them in large quantities and just like snack on them for a couple of weeks, right? They're
Yeah.
not like apples where you can stick them in the fridge and keep them there for like a month.
Though you can get them flash frozen.
Yeah, that mm, I feel like that destroys like part of the texture, but that's just me. I'm sensitive to textures
Uh,
anyway.
what about other vegetables? Like, just give us a wild card example.
Ah, that's a good fucking question. You put me on the spot when I'm having my chronic insomnia. Fuck you.
Sorry.
I gotta think is like what I mostly eat for vegetables is because these are like very common and easy to get. It's like corn, carrots, and potatoes, which again, like I mostly eat those because they're very common and they don't bother me at all. I fucking hate spinach with a burning goddamn passion.
I have not had spinach in a long time, so I don't know how I feel about it. I do think it's, weird that people go, oh, you're not going to like it because you're young. No, don't teach kids that stupid shit. Let them try something and let them see for themselves.
Let's see. I don't hate them, but I relatively dislike green beans. But this is a I don't eat them not because of that, but because they squeak on my fucking teeth,
Yeah,
and I
that's
can't
fair.
stand that shit. It's the same reason I can't eat cheese curds
Fair enough.
or
I'm
like a natural casing sausage. I can't do that either.
hmm.
As much as I love the taste, like they squeak on my.
Yeah. My favorite vegetable is probably cucumber.
I haven't had uncooked cucumber in a long time, so I don't know if I dislike it or not.
Yeah, have that with a little bit of dressing, like not drenching the thing, just kind of a little bit of a dip.
I don't know if it counts as a vegetable, but I don't mind seaweed.
No, okay, fair enough. I would kind of. It's probably a vegetable. Yeah, it's a sea vegetable,
Ginger
despite
is
not
more
being a
fucking like.
plant to begin with.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking fungus, isn't it?
Yeah, let me see.
Kelp, I think.
Yeah, a type of algae, actually.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think that counts as like a what's it fucking called? Um, Culinary. There we go. Culinary vegetable.
yeah, culinary vegetable. Yeah, because, yeah, vegetable is really just a culinary term. Vegetable doesn't actually mean anything when we're talking about uh biological stuff, like, or,
Yeah, like a vegetable is anything that is a plant in biology. It's just vegetation.
yeah, like that's, and you're not going to find a lot of people who use that term in biology because they're going to say this is a flower, this is a root, this is something else. It's why the whole, you know, a tomato is a fruit thing is silly because it's actually just, yes, it is the fruit of a plant, but it is also culinarily a vegetable. Because there really isn't a thing where, they'll say vegetation, but biologists aren't going to say vegetable more often than not. Uh, I think we are actually starting the flag. I know I've tried to stop this stream like 2 times now, but I do actually think we have reached the end of conversation that needs to be recorded.
Yeah, that's very true. My brain is not spitting out the vegetables, so I gotta tell this story again. But I used to really like lettuce and cabbage, but I don't anymore because I burned myself out on it as
Yeah,
like a very small child when I was like 3. I can't believe I still remember this shit. But I used to, instead of getting popcorn, I used to grab a head of lettuce or cabbage from the fridge and sit in front of the TV with a salt shaker and eat that instead.
yeah,
But now I can't fucking stand the shit at all. Not even a little bit.
yeah. Like one of my favorite sandwiches growing up was actually just lettuce, tomato, and mayo, and obviously salt that shit.
I used to like cauliflower too, but I don't know why I stopped liking cauliflower.
Hmm, fair enough. All right, so thank you very much for joining us. If you look at the bottom of the YouTube description, you will see a link to both of our Twitch channels. Mine leads to my Blue Sky and my Pillow Fort. Cat's links lead to where Cat is going to say, or just tell you to look at them if they are very tired.
See, I was gonna say what they are until you said that last part, and I was like, yeah, okay, I think I'll do that. Just mouse over the images. It's an image, the fucking hyperlink. You can click
Yeah,
from
image
them there.
hyperlinks lead to where they are. Kara is the portfolio.
And in case you don't know about it, you can mouse over a link without clicking it and look down in the bottom left or bottom right of your browser window, and you will see what the link actually is. That way you can vet the link before you click it.
Yep, and do that anyway, even if it looks like a regular hyperlink, because sometimes people be sneaky.
Yeah, it's actually very easy to like sneak that shit in. Like in most things, still support like BB code, which is bulletin board code or Markdown or something like that. Most places still do that, despite like that not being very popular to use anymore on the user end anyway. So like people can very easily hide that shit behind something else, or send you to a redirect link instead, or some shit like that. So check it anyway.
All right. See you later, folks.
Bye. We'll try to be back tomorrow.
We
We'll
will
see.
try.